beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
We are live with round number 4 of the World Chess Olympiad in Budapest, Hungary. 3 action-packed days so far, and would you believe it? The competition is only going to be getting more fierce as we begin to venture towards the halfway point of the competition, where nearly 200 nations will be fighting for only 3 medals positions in the open and women's sections of the competition. This promises to be an absolutely excellent affair, and we look forward to bringing these games over to you. I'm John Sargent, and joining me today is the living legend that is Grandmaster Judith Polgar herself. Judith, welcome to the broadcast. We're super happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here with you.
I mean, you've been, you're actually live with us from Budapest. Obviously, we just heard you speaking in the video. You're here with us as well. You've been at the Olympiad, walking around, taking a look at everything that's going on. You've also been to countless Olympiads yourself, both as a player and as a spectator, and goodness knows what all of the other functions you've been doing throughout the years. Talk to us about how this year has been for you.
Well, this is an amazing year, and I'm so happy that it is in Budapest, in my home place. And well, I was following how it was developed, and it's so beautiful to see all my former colleagues, chess players, amateurs, and mainly the atmosphere what the Olympiad is really giving to all of us who just a little bit like chess, at least.
For those of you who are joining us for the first time, the Olympiad is essentially the World Cup of chess. It is the biggest event on the chess calendar. We have nearly 400 teams representing nearly 200 countries in this absolutely massive playing hall in the Bok Conference Center. But it's a little bit different, though. In your typical chess tournament, it's one-on-one, fairly well understood. Draw, half point, win, full point, all fairly straightforward. We're adding a little bit of a twist here. Teams are actually playing across 4 different boards, and the match result across all 4 is what actually matters in the final standings. Individual boards count too, but to a lesser extent. Let's go ahead and show you this video that hopefully gives you a bit more of an in-depth look on what we can expect.
The Olympiad, it is the ultimate celebration of chess as an international game. Every 2 years, players from all over the world come to one city to answer one question: which is the best chess country? This year, the Olympiad is being held in my hometown of Budapest, Hungary. It is a storied event first held officially in 1927. Who won that event? Hungary, this year's hosts. In 1957, the first Women's Olympiad was held. The Soviets won every one they played until 1988, for 30 years. But that year, Ildikó Madl, my sisters Susan and Sofia, and I won gold medal for Hungary. So, how does the Olympiad work? Countries send a team of at least 4 players and possibly 1 alternate. Each round, every country's team will be matched with one opposing country's team, and they will play 4 games. The top boards play each other, the second boards play each other, and so on. If a team scores 2.5 points, they won the match and claim 2 match points. In the event of a tie with 2 points apiece, each team gets 1 match point. The tournament lasts 11 grueling rounds, and at the end, the team with the most match points wins. This year, there are 193 countries from the United States with the highest average rating. The smaller nations like Niger, Belize, or Vanuatu. It doesn't matter where you are from, the Olympiad can be for you. It was at the Olympiad where I chose to play my last competitive chess game. Players from all over the world will cherish the memories they make here. But only 2 nations will claim gold. Who will write their name into chess history?
Welcome back, everybody. So as you now know, of course, Judith, you're in every single video. I don't know how you keep teleporting places, but a very different style of chess perhaps being played here. Maybe, in fact, you're probably one of the best people in the world to help us explain what are the differences for you as a player between playing in a high-level individual tournament and playing for your country in the Olympiad. It's not just about the position on the board. I guess the psychology is quite different.
Oh, absolutely, John. Chess is an individual sport. Let's make it clear. At the same time, we have team competition, which is, of course, the highlight of every 2 years of the chess community, having the Chess Olympiad. Here you have 5 players in each team, 4 players at the same time. So when I started to play on the Olympiads back long time ago, 3 decades ago, then it was the board point which counted. So it was really individual as well, just as much as a team. But by now, for quite a few years already, we have match points. So it is very clear that even if you lose your game, you don't have to be so very sad if the other 3 boards reaches 2.5 points because you win the match. At the same time, you still have to balance your emotions between your own game and your teammates. And also after the game, it can be difficult when you have the players meeting and then someone made a bad move and it cost the win of the match. So it can be extra stressful to play in the competition as a team.
We'll be talking about that a little bit more later on as well, because there have been some upsets already. There were some teams that were held to draws early on and some teams that unexpectedly lost yesterday as well. But that's part of what makes these sort of competitions great. Maybe one more word on the scoring, because we're going to match points. Robert was mentioning quite a lot in the first couple of days, the point that even if you're outrating your opponents by quite a bit, actually getting those 4-0 victories early on can be very useful, because down the line, if you're one of the favorite teams, that makes a big difference in tie breaks. Is that right?
It's absolutely correct. At the same time, when you play in round 1, 2, 3, let's say a very high performer team, you don't think about it that you have to win 4-0. It's more about warming up for those players to have a good start, to play a good game. But definitely you want to win the match. I mean, you're happy if the secondary calculations will depend on whether you win the gold, silver, or bronze.
For sure. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and check in with Mike Clean, who was in the playing hall earlier. Mike was going to, in fact, was able to get in and maybe was able to get a sneak peek at some of today's matchups to give us a little bit more insight into what we can expect over the coming hours. Let's take a look.
Thanks, guys. We are inside the playing hall moments before the players arrive for round 4. The skies have cleared, and hopefully there's no turmoil in the players arriving today. What are we going to see on the top board? USA, Ukraine, and who has got the board 1 for USA? Well, it's our old friend Fabiano Caruana. We can see his name being put up right there. Levon Aronian will get his first break of the round. Captain John Donaldson sticking with his strategy of resting his top 4 boards once in each of the first 4 rounds. No team in the open section has a perfect 12 board games out of 12. India is closest with 11.5. Besides USA, Ukraine, another big matchup is going to be Italy. They are going to take on the hometown heroes, the Hungary A team. Italy coming off their sensational match win against the Netherlands yesterday. Also, China, Armenia, that's a big one. Why? Well, 5 out of the last 8 Olympiads, one of these two federations has won team gold in the open section. So they are both sitting on perfect match scores. What about the ladies? Well, we've got India versus France. We've got England versus China. Now, that's also interesting on the Chinese delegation because they didn't bring their strongest ladies team, not by far, and yet they actually lead all of the women's section with 11.5 game points out of 12. I should mention the Vietnamese ladies also have 11.5 out of 12, so they're kind of tied with China in the tie breaks right there. So that's the action before round 4. Hopefully no bicycles will be needed in the making of the round today. Back to you guys.
And would you look at that? Just random reports that 3 new bike parking racks have been added to the front of the playing hall today. Couldn't possibly comment where those came from. Let's take a look now at some of the matchups that we have today. On top board, we have the USA versus Ukraine, and Hungary take on Italy, who took down the Netherlands yesterday in a nail-biting encounter. Serbia will then be playing India, and we've got China facing off against Armenia. Vietnam then play Uzbekistan. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. We then have Poland and Lithuania taking turns against each other, followed by Montenegro and Azerbaijan. Sweden will be facing off against Spain, and Norway and Slovakia will clash over the board, as do Georgia and England. I love that. The flags are so similar, but they are two incredibly strong chess-playing nations. I'm really looking forward to that matchup. Judith, is there anything in particular that you've got your eye on match-wise today?
Well, obviously, the first match between USA and Ukraine, that is quite appealing to follow those matches. But of course, we're going to see a lot of interesting matches because even in weaker teams, board 1 usually, they are very strong. And not to talk about the surprises, because we always have some here and there, everywhere. It's a spectacular event. So we have a lot of chess, great chess, interesting chess, fantastic moves, and huge dramas.
And the drama's only going to increase as the average ratings between teams get squeezed tighter and tighter, and we have the top teams facing off against each other. In the women's section, India take on France on board 1, and then we have Hungary facing off against Denmark on board 2, with England, China on board 3. England, of course, off the back of their 4-0 win yesterday, but China looking like a borderline unstoppable force. That's going to be a really fun matchup to watch. Ukraine, Turkey then, and the US play the Netherlands on board 5. On the right half of your screen, we've got Spain taking on Mongolia, and Serbia versus Kazakhstan. Armenia and Vietnam face off. Uzbekistan and Bulgaria will then take each other on, and Georgia and Greece. I believe Georgia in the same position on both of our pairings boards. So some fantastic matchups there as well. But all eyes now on board number 1, where I believe the ceremonial first move has been made, and as a result, we're going to go into the game proper. Caruana kicks us off.
Yeah, the world is watching this game for sure. And I met Fabiano yesterday. It was nice to meet him. As I was making the first move yesterday.
You made the move, yes.
Yeah, I made the move for Chaparinov. They were playing against Bulgaria, and it's always great fun to see the old friends and colleagues. And now we see board 2, Vasily Ivanchuk, who I was playing also quite some decades, and Wesley. Of course, in the opening phase of the game, players are well prepared, and we're going to be seeing those very few moves, 8, 10, 12, whatever number of moves, in very fast speed.
Now, I have to ask about the ceremonial first move yesterday, Judith. Do you take a look and go, okay, I'm going to play the first move that I think Chaparinov is going to play, or do we just, or did he pick something else? Like, do you double check what move is intended to be played beforehand?
No, not so much. I mean, in my games, of course, I was looking what's going on, but I don't know how they are. up to. Now we see also Magnus just about to start his game.
Yeah, Magnus, you'll see he's at the board. Doesn't look like he's soaking wet, and it doesn't look like he's just come in from a workout on a bike. So things looking pretty solid so far. That's an improvement on yesterday already. Norway, of course, got held to a draw by Canada early on in the tournament, and as a result, they dropped half a match point, or 1 match point, I should say, because it's 2 points for a match win. And then Magnus sort of got involved. It was a little bit like they've awakened the beast. And now he is there to spearhead the efforts of his team and his country. Richard Report there, of course. The pride and joy of his team. Looking pretty relaxed today, I have to say, at the board. Looks like someone who's got a lot of rest, is thoroughly prepared. And I'm looking for signs of nervousness or anything that can be perceived as a bit of a clue as to how he's feeling. Honestly, Judith, he just looks super relaxed.
Yes, indeed. Richard is quite a personality from Hungary, and I'm extremely happy that he's representing Hungary again, as he was away from the Hungarian team. And it means also that Hungary has pretty good chances to get into the top 10, even in the top 6. They are very motivated, and it's nice to see that the motivation and enthusiasm is in the team. It means a lot to gain a good result.
So let's now have a quick peek at some of the top games. Obviously, only a couple of moves have been on the board so far, so we're not expecting to see fireworks just yet. Is there anything that looks even remotely unusual on this screen? I'm not seeing anything so far. It looks pretty chill in the opening minutes. All of the players seem to have more time than they started with. Everyone seems to be within their prep. Nothing too disastrous going on just yet.
Well, I completely agree with you. We are only move 5, 6 right now, so everybody's flashing out their move. Well, maybe in the game of Cartridge. In that game, they are proceeding faster, and some action, well, some weakness is already there in the right bottom.
That's
on
very
that
quick,
board.
yeah.
The pawns came out, so it's black is kind of playing very aggressive. And let's say in the Caruana's game is it's a Najdorf system where move 6 is very critical, because you have practically like 8 or 10 different kind of options to choose from for white.
Mm-hmm.
And I played all of them because I played the system with white. And the difficult thing in the opening, that you have to make your preparation the way that you're very comfortable with, but at the same time you want to give a surprise to your opponent. So obviously
Sure, of course.
Caruana is a player who people know, all the games are published, so no question that they will be preparing against you. At the same time, if the opponent has to prepare for 12 different kind of systems, then many of the opponents think, okay, I prepare 3, and then if he plays something different, I come up with something at the board. So that's why it's very important to have a repertoire where you play a lot of different options, so you make a dilemma for your opponent in their preparation.
And the good news, of course, is that if we wanted to see action later on in the game, regardless of which of the systems are chosen here, at the end of the day, it's an open Sicilian. G6 is on the board, so it feels like, okay, we've got a couple of moves to wait, but we're definitely going to get some exciting chess played. There are no symmetrical pawn structures here. We're probably going to be picking some fairly sharp lines as well, so that looks quite fun. This is the USA Ukraine matchup in its entirety, as we have a couple more moves played on the board now, so we can see the status across everything. The eval bars obviously aren't giving us that much interesting information this early on, but would you say there are any of the openings, either for white or for black, Judith, that you're sort of banking in the back of your mind to come back to later because it's going to be fun?
Well, I think Fabi's game should be fun, because the Volokitian is also a sharp player with sharp mind, and I would expect something interesting over there. Also Dominguez Ponomarov, that will be, I believe, a long game with I'm not sure a lot of happenings. Maybe it's going to be a slow developing game. And also on board 4 with Robson Korobov, it can be kind of slow. Korobov is a time travel player, heavy time travel player. So probably when we get to that, then something interesting can happen. For sure, his heartbeat is very fast at that period of time. But yeah, in this part of the game, basically the mind of the players get into the right place. That do I have on the board the position which I was preparing, or I mean, it can happen, easily that you make your preparation for an hour or two, or even 2.5 hours before the game. You have all kind of things you prepared for, and then you go to the board, and your opponent is making a surprise. So psychologically, you have to make a reboot to say, okay, all those energy which I was spending today preparing, it's gone. Okay, so now I have to focus for the moment. I have to be here right now because this is the position I have. So I don't curse myself, not looking and checking, analyzing that game. You shouldn't blame yourself. You shouldn't do anything. You just have to concentrate and switch your brain that I'm ready to do this, what we are developing in the game.
This would be, I have got an interesting question for you based off of something you just said. And I'm sure Korobov is not the only example of this. We were, or I should say we were teasing David Howell a little bit about this yesterday, being a time trouble player. It feels sometimes strange as a concept, especially someone, let's say someone doesn't necessarily play chess that much. Why would it be the case that someone performs better under time trouble when you've got more time to think if you're not in time trouble? Like, how do you describe the kind of mentality, like the shift that happens that allows you to perform under pressure like that? Because to me, sometimes it seems so weird that you can have an hour and a half and you might actually not be playing as well as if you have 3 minutes on the clock. It's a strange phenomenon that happens in chess.
Well, it happens only with very few people who might play better than if they don't have time trouble. David is one of the figure, but the most famous of a time trouble player is Grischuk, who really tends to play very cool moves and very, very interesting, maybe sometimes better in time trouble. I think it's a psychological thing that it's like there are students also who don't study during the year time so much, but in the last few weeks, they are just day and night and they are just extremely focused, right, in that period. And I think this is what happens, that during the game, the player is spending time not thinking about whatever happens tomorrow or I have to go shopping. They're thinking about the position. They are calculating lines, right? Which means that you get to feel the position as much as possible, which means that if you stand the pressure and you know that you're in time trouble, but you're not afraid of it, it might happen that simply like everything is there. All the information is there. So their intuition can work extremely well. But
it's like it sharpens the mind?
Yes, for some people. But of course it is, it's the thing you say that don't try it at home. It's like, it's not like, okay, I have an hour and a half. Now I go around, I spend my time doing nothing. I go down on time and then I will be like Grischuk or David that I play well. No, you're focusing, calculating. It is a decision-making process problem, actually. That you find the position so interesting and you want to go so deep and you're so perfectionist that you cannot make a decision and you're just calculating the different alternatives. And that's why you're just going down on time. And at the end, you have no choice. You have to make a move.
There's some psychological elements to that as well, though, isn't there? Because you occasionally see some of these top players almost blitz out their moves to like move 10 or 12. And it's almost like a competition to see who's going to stop and think about their next move and go into a deep think first. It's like you score the first psychological point, psychological victory, if you're on 1 hour and 32 minutes left and your opponent settles into a deep think and they've only got 1 hour 10 on the clock. You're almost raising your hand in celebration, going, yes, I've clearly out prepared them. Or even in another situation where how many times have we seen big blunders or really difficult, tricky moves that someone's playing on move 38 because they've had like 1.5 minutes to make 7 moves to get to the time control. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword where we've seen some really difficult play that's led to lost games in time trouble as well.
Well, that's much more often happening that in time trouble you make a huge blunder, big mistake or whatever. And also, of course, it happens when for example, when I was competing, especially when I was a kid, I was kind of very good feeling the psychology of the game that, let's say my opponent was running down on time. And then I was able to just decide that I'm maybe not playing the very best move, but I make a move where the opponent has to calculate and choose between like 5 different options. And I would think that he's not going to make it because of the time issue. So sometimes you make strange decisions when your opponent is in time trouble. But of course, against Grischuk or David, maybe that's not the best choice. The best is to try to make the best move.
Which is fun because a lot of the time we say, look, don't play the player, play the position or play the board. But sometimes if you know how they perform under time trouble, you almost play the player just a little bit because you kind of know what they're going to do. Let's take a look, speaking of time trouble, at some of the notable upsets that we had from yesterday. So we had a few very, very exciting games yesterday. Notably here, you can see that Brunello was able to defeat Lamy and Lodici beat Giri. We were following that game to the end there, resulting in Italy's victory over the Netherlands. But we shouldn't underplay Stramavicius's win over Kamer, and Blomqvist was able to defeat Shevchenko as well. So there were quite a few upsets yesterday, leading to some match upsets as well. And I've got no doubt, Judith, we'll see some more match upsets today. I just don't know where yet.
Well, it's very early to say something like this. I've been speaking, I remember quite some years ago, famous Captain Petrosyan, Arshak Petrosyan, from the captain of the winning team of the Armenia. They won 3 times the Olympiads, and he was telling that in the first 3 hours it doesn't make any sense to look around what's going on, because anyway in the 4th hour is everything what's going to be happening, you know. So it's a very interesting rhythm and how time is passing in an Olympiad in the 1st hour, 2nd hour, 3rd hour, but the real action, decisive games and results and dramas is usually in the 4th hour. Definitely there we can see a lot of things like that. But in the opening phase, it's also very interesting, of course, because the players are just kind of warming up in the game. They have to deal with the position the opening came out. So we see the 4 games running in India.
So this is India taking on Serbia. We're taking a look at all 4 of those boards at the moment. And I totally get your point about maybe we don't need to worry too much in the first couple of hours. I think I want to say it was on day 1, but it might have been day 2. I think it's day 1, where Robert and I were looking at the games and the eval bars on so many of the games that were swinging one way, then swinging another, then it was drawn, then it was a win for black again, then it's drawn again and a win for white. And if I remember correctly, it was Mamedyarov, Aronian, I believe Arjun at one point. They were taking us on a roller coaster of emotions. And as you know, Judith, I am not a grandmaster. I was looking at these and my head was spinning because it felt like every single time I went back to a board, the result or the projected result was going to be different. It was only at the very end did things start to settle down to a concrete result. So even though the people in this playing hall, you know, like yourself, super GMs, absolutely top of their game, it does go to show that when you add pressure, especially playing for your country, it really is the case that anything can happen. That's not just like a nice soundbite to say. We watch it happening every day in this competition.
Yes, going back to your point when you were just discussing and telling the evil bar is going back and forth and draw and the dramas. Don't forget that we are the commentators. If we're looking at that, then our audience is also following that. But sometimes, first of all, it's not 100% true. That's one thing. But other thing is, don't forget the players don't have this. So sometimes they have a winning position, let's say, but they think they are losing, or the other way around. So the chess itself for the players, if we go into their mind, it is a lot different than what we see here. And this makes the game, actually, it was transforming the sport of chess quite a bit when the players were playing a game. After the game, they were going into the analyzing area, they were discussing, and they were trying to exchange thoughts that, well, I was thinking this. What do you think about that? I was calculating this line. Oh, I was winning here. No, you were winning there. So they're having a discussion. And nowadays, this is not really happening so much because they go out, they meet the coach, or they go to their hotel room, and then immediately they discover what was the truth. At the same time, we see it maybe faster, what is the real situation. So what do you think? Let's talk a little bit about Gukesh game. India is doing very fine up to this point, and obviously, as I know the team, they came for the gold. We'll see how they will really get to there. This opening is very solid. We have this position. Maybe we go back just to start from the very beginning.
Yep.
It was started out with the Caro-Kann, and it's an exchange Caro-Kann, so it's kind of solid. Bishop d3.
Nice.
I mean, it is clear that white does not want to go any sharp. It's more kind of, I'm going to be solid against you today, and let's see what you want. How do you want to win this game? Because obviously, Gukesh is the favorite, and he plays every game for a win. So let's see. After c3, he went queen c7. The idea is of queen c7 to stop the bishop to come to f4 because it could be standing on optimal place. Then white played h3. It can be the idea that white is going to be developing the knight to f3, and then the bishop cannot come to g4 to pin the knight.
Perhaps quite an obvious question here, but we play h3 before knight f3, even though the g4 square is covered by the queen, just to get rid of any possibility of that happening later on, right? We don't even want to consider it. We're just keeping the move order so tight that black literally doesn't have the options available.
Yes, because after knight f3, black would consider to play bishop f3 later on to exchange, and then just to make developing moves to knight f6. Then he would be going e6, and the idea is that black does not want to go e6 before developing with the bishop, because that would
I see.
leave
So
the
black
bishop
wants to
very
keep
passive.
you want to keep the light squared bishop outside of the pawn chain, or maybe even exchange it for white's bishop on d3 at some moment.
Exactly. So that's why h3 is played, knight f6, and now waiting for white's move. Well, I would be expecting knight f3 to be played and then castle. It's a very solid position. I think really white's strategy is to play extremely solid and trying to provoke the young challenger for the World Championship match. We know that he's going to be participating in November, challenging Dingliran, the world champion. So let's see how the provocation works from white's side.
To me, that sounds crazy. You want to poke the bear? This guy is challenging for the world championship, and you want to go, hey, show me what you got. Excuse me? Like, this sounds like a really dangerous game to play. I've got, I guess, one more question out of the opening here, which I think I know the answer to, but I'm not 100% sure. With black playing an early queen c7, is there any merit to white developing the knight on e2 instead, so that it supports the bishop coming out to f4? I'm guessing if the bishop wants to be on f4 anyway, this is a good way to challenge black's early idea of queen c7.
Yes, this is a great point, what you are saying, that to bring the white bishop to f4. At the same time, the knight on e2 is not so optimal. Usually it stands better on f3 to have more control over the key central squares. So I think probably this is what white is thinking about, to play knight f3 or to go knight e2. I would think that after knight e2, e6 is also quite okay, but also e5 can be a more aggressive move. Also, it's possible that black does not want to play in the center this way, and he is going to play g6, and let's say after bishop f4 to go queen b6.
Got it. And saying, yes, you've got your bishop on that diagonal, but let's go ahead and create counter threats. You still haven't castled. Your knight's now on e2 and you're wondering where it's going. You've got a weakness to protect on b2. So just giving white a couple more things to think about out of the opening.
Yeah, of course, it's, for example, where to put your knight. It has a very big value. And once you put it to e2, it takes like tons of moves to replace it to f3, right? So this is why it's very important to know your openings, where to put the pieces, where they are standing the best, how can you put the pieces that they are playing in harmony and helping each other. Because once you put some knight on e2, then you will go to g3 or you're going to be f4, and that's not the place where you want to place your piece. So this is why white is actually hesitating. But after h3, definitely knight f3 would be the logical move. And this is also happening, in openings sometimes, that depending on how fast you're making your moves, you give information to your opponent. So now white played h3, and after that, he's already thinking quite a few minutes. He's 15 minutes behind.
h3 prepares knight f3 for the reasons you just said. It makes perfect sense. I would have thought a pause on the next move makes sense. It feels strange that white's pausing here.
Yes, it's kind of giving away the information, what is reality, probably. That I'm not sure what am I doing, right? Okay, it's move, what is it? It's move 5 or something, or 6? 3, 4, 5. It's move 6, right? Move 7, white to move. And basically you don't know what you're up to. And we can see the body language of the players as well.
I'd love to listen into the voice inside his head right now. Or maybe we're calculating all of the things after knight f6 and just considering the candidate moves and thinking one move earlier on. I don't know. But it does feel like a strange place to stop and have a deep think. Nonetheless, though, that deep think is going to happen, and we will be coming back to this game a little bit later on to see how Gukesh and Pretka are getting along. For now, I'd like to go ahead and take a look at one of the other matchups that, Judith, you said looked quite interesting in our pre-show, actually. And that, of course, involves world champion Ding Liren. China are playing Armenia today. So Ding Liren is going up against Haik Martirosyan, a very dangerous player. Ding Liren, though, has had a decent Olympiad so far and has sort of come out of the gates winning. Really, really strong with some fighting chess. It'll be interesting to see how they do today.
Oh, absolutely. The Armenian players are always famous for their fighting spirit. So it's when they won the Olympiad a few times, they were not the favorite to win, but they had such a team spirit and such a fighting spirit that they could make it. Well, this position is interesting because a very short time passed since we started the round, and we don't have queens already on the board. These positions is always kind of to judge whether is it still an opening preparation of the players or they are out of the book already. But now it's getting very, very interesting.
This is, I don't know how sharp this is, but it is extremely interesting indeed. If we take a look at Ding Liren's board and head over to board number 1 in this match now, the previous move was given an exclamation mark, and the previous move was king to e7. So that already looks quite fun. I will say that moving the king away into the center of the board without castling is not so big a deal because the queens are off the board, but nonetheless, this looks like an extremely dynamic position for only being 14 moves in. Judith, what can you tell us about what's happened so far?
Well, let's move back just a few moves just to understand a little bit more about it. This opening, this position, the pawn is very weak. At the same time, White's idea is very clear. He thinks that my development is going to be faster than yours. So now White sacrificed the pawn, but at the moment, knight on f7, the pawn is hanging, and of course, looking at picking up the e4. So for Black has to make a decision how to defend the pawn. And this was the best solution, bishop e6, because if, let's say, Black would go king e8, then bishop c4, and it's impossible to defend the pawn on f7, which is a key defender in this position for black.
Sure.
So black played bishop e6. Usually it's not such a nice move to give up the bishop pair and to have this kind of pawn structure. At the same time, now black would still have a pawn up, and black can probably save the position because bishop could go here, bishop e7. So there's not much for white. And so this is why white did not take this. And in the game, bishop b5, very interesting, place for the bishop. Probably also he went to bishop to b5, so king can come to e2 and then open up the way for the rook, because that is how white wants to give trouble for the king. Then the white bishop was pushed away by a6, bishop a4, knight d7. And white castle, not king e2, fine. Knight c5. This bishop on a4 wants to be chased by the knight. And it's very interesting that after rook d1, king e7, where we started our talk, and why is it an exclamation mark? Why is the move so unexpected? It's because you block the bishop on f8, which is absolutely not something you would like to do. So
Right.
king e7 is a move which you do if you really know what you're doing. You have to know what you're doing, because otherwise you block the bishop and this can cost a lot of time and sometimes even the game. If we talk about it, what would happen if, let's say, king c7, then probably white would be bringing out the bishop with a tempo and then gaining back the pawn with a very active play. So the black king would be kind of in trouble.
It feels so strange that the queens have been swapped off the board early on. And I think early in your analysis, Judith, you used the words, oh, and black can probably save this. And I'm thinking, hang on a second, we're what, 45 minutes into the round? The queens are off the board. We've only played 14 moves, and we're talking about variations where black should be able to save the game. Obviously, it's not necessarily on the board, but I guess your job, if you're Martirosyan, is you're trying to hold the world champion with black. So when you get into this level of deep preparation, you do risk getting into positions like that quite quickly.
Yes, and I would be very curious how much is preparation for either of the players. They were not spending much, and actually it seems that black may have this in his notebook at home, because king e7 is definitely a difficult move to make. And it can work only because for the moment the black knight is attacking the bishop, so it wants to capture that. And time. That's the big issue in this position, because if white has time to play bishop c2 and then has time to play take on e4, and the black king will be staying on e7, then black can get in huge trouble. But probably after bishop c2, if I want to think further, what can black do? Maybe black wants to simply exchange rooks, for example, to simplify further. At the same time, I would try to put pressure. I would not release the tension by exchanging the rook on d8, because then the black bishop would be having the open diagonal right there. So I would definitely like to play with white some developing moves. I would also consider what else black can do in this position. Maybe knight d3 is also something to consider, trying to get rid of one of the bishop pairs.
That looks fun. I'm not really sure what to think about that. Does black run the risk of just losing the central pawn once all's said and done there, I guess?
Well, this pawn on e4 in the center, it will be lost anyway. The only question is in what circumstances it's possible. So probably white would not take this, because then I think I would just capture this one, and then I don't know, bring my rook after capturing back. So what I would think that probably after this knight d3 move, white might be playing bishop e3 and trying to keep both of the bishops, because once the white knight can be capturing the pawn, then this king on e7 can be in trouble. So now the next few moves will be very critical in this game. What is going to be happening?
So
but
on the live board, Yeah, we had, instead of a knight coming into so the bishop came to c2, and then black played rook c8 straight away. So the idea there is quite transparent. White can't just capture on e4 for free, because then removing the knight on c3 means the rook on c8 can capture the bishop. So need to wait just a little bit, otherwise you might accidentally blunder a piece. You can't capture that knight because the bishop is victim to that skewer. So continuing with a developing move that I've now seen on your analysis board several times, Judith. Bishop to e3, and now white can connect his rooks, and suddenly that dark squared bishop on f8 and the rook on h8, some questions are being asked of them right now.
Oh, definitely. This is why I'm saying that in the next 5-6 moves, it's going to be deciding whether is white going to be winning, which is, I don't think so. But is white going to have a clear advantage or some kind of game that pressing black for a long time, or black will be able to equalize very quickly. So these moves in the next few moves can be extremely tense for the players.
Okay, so that's world champion Ding Liren, board number 1 there, and we will get back to his game. Well, after we take a look at some of the others in the playing hall, let's go ahead and see what other matchups might be available. Judith, we have you here with us today. I feel like it would be wrong for us not to go to the Hungary match early on. They are playing against Italy, who defeated the Netherlands yesterday. So an incredible result for the nation, of course. But at the same time, we have to remember one upset victory is great, but it is still an 11-round Olympiad, and it's a very, very big hill to climb. And they're going up against some pretty legendary names on the Hungarian team today.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm very happy to see the games of the Hungarian today. I see that I would like to pick, I think, Leko's game. The others, if we don't just go through on these 4 games, with the rapport game, everything goes extremely slowly. So there we can only talk about plans and very, very general things. On Sugirov's game, it's a dragon. It's going to be some sharp stuff, hopefully, but it's still nothing exceptional developed. And on board 4, on Gledura's board, it's Queen's Indian, I believe, or something similar to that. There is also not anything special happened. I think we still need some time to wait until it develops. But Leko's position is kind of sharp already.
All right, well, let's go ahead and dive in. I mean, I almost feel a little bit bad for Lodici here, fighting so hard to get the upset victory yesterday, and your reward for winning is you're playing Peter Leko today. This is, there's no such thing as an easy game at the Olympiad, and no one's really getting any rest here. This is incredible.
Well, absolutely. At the same time, when you're the underdog, you win a game, you have extra energy, you're recharged, and you're so happy that you're pulling your team ahead. And I'm pretty sure that he's happy to play great players, legends, one after another, because, well, this is the opportunity. And for many of the players who are not in the elite yet, their only option is, or one of the very few, to play on board 1 or board 2 in the Olympiad, and then they might play with some of the biggest players in the world. So this is why it's also such a big opportunity to play on board 1, because even if you're not playing in the very top boards, you will end up playing against very, very, very strong players. So in this position, what do you think about it? I ask you first.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about Black's position? Is it a benefit that Black has the pawns ahead front of his king, or is it going to be more of a danger?
That was definitely my first alarm bell. My club level player siren was going off and saying, if a player like Leko is playing g5, it's because he's supremely confident that he's going to be able to get this attack out faster. So at first I was worried, and then the more I look at it, the more I realize the knight on f3 and the bishop on g3 for white are in front of the pawns. So for white to get a pawn structure to be able to counter this is actually quite tricky, because the knight on f3 only really has h2 as an escape square. You can't play that because of h4 from black. So this feels like a fun way to exercise a lot of pressure on white's position. At the same time, I was looking at whether there was any counterplay for white. So naturally, my eye went to e5 first, where I could see that if white can find a way to, I'm not sure we want to do this, but if we wanted to play like a bishop to d5 or bishop to b5 to threaten the knight on c6, there might be a way to start threatening the pawn on e5 and play for counterplay in the center. So I don't know enough to have an evaluation, but I feel like Leko is trying to make the game deliberately sharper by playing g5 and force Lodici into a position where he's less comfortable.
I loved your explanation. Thank you, John. Because
I love how wrong was it?
No, and I love the thought process of yours, because this is everything you said. It was just the right thing.
Thank you.
Yes, because you just discovered that this is the only square for the knight, and bishop b5, bishop d5. I was really impressed, and that you see that e5 pawn is something crucial, right? So I want to go back for a few moves, but I also like to reflect on your thoughts when you said that, well, if Leko played the g5, then probably he knows what he's doing or something like that. He has the image for it, right? And this is so interesting, that once a strong player makes a move, even though at the first impression is that, oh my God, what kind of move is this? We tend to think that, okay, if it's Leko, if it's Aronian, if it's Magnus, if it's whoever top player, of course they know what they're doing, even though they can also make mistakes. At the same time, in the opening phase of the game, it's true that if Leko is playing it, he knows what he's doing, because it's home preparation also. So it's a very typical idea. So this started out as a Italian play. So black plays a5 many times. So he makes space for the bishop, but also it stops white from playing b4. So it's a double useful move. In this position, white, the bishop is standing well, and the knight on c6. Every piece, e5 pawn, c6 knight, a7 bishop, is controlling the move d4. So this is something important in this system. Black still did not castle. White castled, and now suddenly black played g5. It is always a question whether should you be aggressive and play g5, or should you go just the very solid play by playing castle and potentially playing g5 afterwards. What can be the difference? The difference could be, for example, let's say after castle you go g5, then already very importantly you have to consider the white is sacrificing the knight for 2 pawns, and that can be very dangerous. So I think this is why black played g5 first, because at this point knight g5 would not make any sense. Bishop g3, and only after that black castled.
Well,
so,
is it reasonable to ask, Judith, if we play g5 before castling, does that also open the possibility to black wanting to go queenside, or is that not a consideration?
In this position, not anymore, but let's say if the bishop would be not here but on e7, but moreover and more importantly, if the black pawn would be still standing on a7, then it could be a time to time that you can consider that once you play all kind of moves like g5 and possibly h5, that you try to castle long. But this happens very rarely. Usually, even if you play g5 in these kind of positions, this opening, you tend to have your king on g8 because it's not so dangerous. So white played rook e1, and black played knight h7, which is kind of a surprising idea, because usually in these structures after g5, black is going to h5. But right now, I think knight h5 was not possible, not necessarily to capture the bishop, but more to play knight to f4, which is very strong. But I think in this position, for tactical reasons, it would be a problem for black, because it would be a blunder, and black would take here. White has intermediate move, and after takes, and white is just collecting one extra pawn with a lot of weaknesses on the black side. So this is why knight h7 was played, which, as I said, is not such a common move, but I like it very much because
Okay.
it defends the g5 pawn and it prepares the move h5. And not only that, but also it vacates the square for the queen on f6. So this can be also useful. White played h3 just in case against g4. I don't know if it's the best, but it's a kind of a logical move. h5. And I have to tell you that I'm kind of very happy to see that Leiko is playing so energetically. He has the image of being extremely solid, trying to equalize first, and only after that maybe have some developing some chances. But he's really playing aggressive, so I love it. And because Black, go ahead.
No, I completely agree. I was just going to say, pushing those pawns and then castling behind the G pawn. I think you mentioned that it's in a lot of circumstances it's completely fine to have the king behind this. I'm thinking back to basic principles. I don't want to be shoving all my pawns forward in front of my king because one wrong move and it all collapses. So this is aggressive is absolutely the word I would use. Scary as well, I suppose, in my shoes, but unless you have g4 soon, I'm guessing there's no decisive breakthrough for Black or anything like that. What White's job at the moment is just to keep calm.
Yes, but Black can improve his position quite a bit. So if White would not play d4, which happened in the game, if Black has time, Black can go queen f6, improving the position. He can go king h8. He can go bishop d7. He can bring his rook on g8. And only at the very good timing, you can play h4 and then g4. And don't forget that this bishop on h7 can be extremely powerful attack over the pawn on f2, especially after the bishop is pushed back here. So it's not that Black is making weaknesses, White is just going to make moves, and then Black can get in trouble. Black has many opportunities to improve the position.
Okay, yeah. So the plan for Black is looking fairly natural at this point, and maybe that's why Lorenzo Lodici has decided actually some counterpunching at an opportune moment could be useful here, and we're lashing back out in the center. You mentioned one of the objectives early on for White is to keep the move d4 in the player's back pocket, and Lodici is choosing this moment to try and counterattack.
Yes, d4 is a very typical way. It's also generally an idea in chess, kind of a rule that if something happens with Black or your opponent is making weaknesses in a close position, you try to open up because then you can discover why it's a problem. So d4 is a very logical move, and Black does not want to give up. And this is also very typical in these kind of situations when you see the two pawns on e5 and d4, that whoever has to give up the tension and capture, it's kind of losing the somehow gives up something in the position. So Black went queen f6, which I like very much, defending the pawn on e5. And now the big question is how White should be playing. And I think bishop b5 and bishop d5, just with the idea of what you mentioned, I think that is something that has to be considered first. Because definitely this is the only problem Black can have right now, that if White can exchange on c6, and then somehow he can capture on e5, and then from the knight, from the bishop, and his knight can go to c4, also to attack the e5. So that can be a weakness and a target for White to look for counter chances.
Okay, that makes sense. Maybe a quick question for me would be, neither side really wants to give up tension in the center, but when d4 is pushed, I'm looking at a pawn, a knight, and a bishop attacking d4 for Black, and only a pawn and knight defending for White. I'm guessing there are tactical reasons as well why Black can't try and nab that pawn.
Well, for example, in the move before, right, if instead of queen f6, Black would be capturing, then it would be a great thing for White, because this is not possible for Black, giving up the center. And don't forget that suddenly we have to face it that those pawns are not so good if you allow to open up the position, even though Black can capture this, but this is something you're happy to give because I mean, there are a lot of weaknesses, and also the h7 knight is not placed somewhere where it can be very proud of itself.
Yep, that makes sense. You can't come back to f6 because then you've got queen takes g5 check as well. And all of a sudden, a lot of those strengths in black's position from the original g5, g4 idea start to become weaknesses. So definitely not something you want to do. So there's a lot going on in this game and in this matchup as well. Italy-Hungary is undoubtedly one match that we're going to be watching very much in depth throughout the rest of today, folks. Don't you worry about that. We'll be coming back to that. And you guys can't see it on camera, but I just saw the smile on Judith's face when I said that as well. So this is going to be great. We're going to go for a quick break. So for those of you who have joined me and had a lovely cup of tea this afternoon, now's an excellent time to fill it up. And we'll see you for more action from Budapest in 6 minutes.
And do you solve puzzle in hand?
I can think about the moves in my head, but sometimes I do get it wrong.
Are you afraid of being wrong?
No.
That's very important not to be afraid, because that's the way of growth, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to challenge one? I tell you a position, okay? And then you tell me if you can follow it.
Yeah.
Okay? White king is on b6. White queen is on c4. White pawns are on a5, d5, and h2. Got it?
Yeah.
So now black. Black has opposite to the white king on b8. Black has a bishop on d4 and has the following pawns: a6, b7, c5, d6. Can you say to me what is the position?
White king on b6, white queen on c4, white pawns on a5, d5, h2.
Super.
Black pawns on a6, b7, c5, and d6. Black bishop on d4 and black king on b8.
Correct. Tell me what is the evaluation of this. You have an extra queen, right?
Yeah. But
it's white to move.
We can't move the queen.
Because?
They're threatening bishop f6 to d8.
Excellent. Can you stop it?
I think you play queen takes d4.
Then I take queen takes d4. And now the pawn race is won by...
Yeah.
It's okay, you know that queen d4 is not working. What is working?
h3.
Bishop f6.
Queen x4.
Bishop h4.
So that's stalemate.
Stalemate, yeah.
Several years ago, both Chess Kid and you tried to set a Guinness record for most number of people in a tournament. And we've also seen people try to set the record and successfully play these long chess marathons recently. But what do you think is the most unbreakable record in chess? One that even in your lifetime you just can't see somebody eclipsing?
Actually, I was never thinking about my records or other records, because all these records is also, there are some records like now that it was 61 hours played consecutively playing blitz.
Right.
This can be easily broken, I think. It's just simply you have to have incredible, dedicated, motivated.
Right. Plus, you know what number you need to stay awake past. You already know.
Yeah. So some things which is not about becoming very strong, but it's in hours or in simultaneous exhibition that you play endless number of simultaneous exhibition. These are all possible, I think.
Now looking back at your career, do you think all the hard work to become one of the best chess players in the world was worth it? Would you do it again, or would you choose a different path? Well, I don't think I can say I would do a different path. I was so successful and I love the game so much that when you love the game, when you're successful, when you have all those achievements, I think it's very hard not to like it. Of course, I would do it again. I had so many good things in my life through chess that I don't think I would like to change that. Do you think we'll see a female player become a world champion in the open category in the near future? And are there any current players you believe have the potential to achieve this? I do believe that someday there is obviously a possibility that a female will become the absolute world champion. But right now I would more like to see maybe several ladies in the top 20, let's say. I think that would be a bigger achievement to show that ladies are capable. And obviously it's possible from my perspective. Right now I can't pinpoint out anybody that much who is already very close. But of course there are players like Botana. I met her, she's a huge talent, she loves the game. But she's not the only one, there are other, obviously many Indian girls, I think, maybe we don't even know them. But I even met several ones who, if everything turns out well and they are dedicated, the parents are supportive, they have good coaches, they have all the potential to become the best player they can. And I strongly believe that it's not a matter of gender. So obviously I'm very supportive on that, and I hope that in a decade or two we are going to see several girls being in the top 20, let's say.
Welcome back to the 45th World Chess Olympiad. We've had a scintillating start, and we are looking forward to bringing you so many more games from this packed playing hall. 374 teams are busy playing for 6 medal positions, so it's going to be quite a squeeze over 11 rounds. We're not just seeing the best of the best individually, but we're seeing people playing for their country, for their pride as well, and so many nerves, so much tension. It's beautiful to see. I'm John Sargent. With me is the absolutely amazing Grandmaster Judith Polgar. We've had some fantastic games so far. We're about to go and take a look at some of the games from the women's section now, but already there have been fireworks in some places in the playing hall.
Oh, absolutely. We have already heated up the playing hall, I think. We discovered some of the games before. And now I'm excited to see the ladies section, what's up over there.
Righty-ho. Well, this is one of the matches that we were looking at when we had all of the matchups in front of us before the start of the round, and it is England versus China. Now, we have to address this. China, on paper, we were looking at it going, hang on a second, Ho Yifan is semi-retired, and for a variety of personal reasons, actually, their second, third, and fourth players are also not at the Olympiad. But it's really hard to ignore, Judith, that they're on 11.5 out of 12 game points right now. China are absolutely flying in this tournament.
Yes, indeed, and of course there are talks and questions. How come some of the best players from China, ladies chess in China, are away from the Olympiad? But we shouldn't forget that China and India is the place where there are a lot of talents, and also you have to give them space, right? So this is a great opportunity. I remember back many years ago, maybe 3 decades ago or more, when some of the Chinese girls were playing. We didn't know much about them, with not very high rating. For example, Xi Jun, who was the first Chinese world champion. And it was dangerous when you were just checking their rating points. So you never know with the talented youngsters, especially in China, I think, that what is their real knowledge in chess.
I get really scared. Like, I show up to a weekend tournament or something like that. And, you know, at my level, you might get a couple of games in database, but not too much. You do your prep, you have breakfast in the morning, you show up at the board, and you think, okay, someone's going to be within 100 or 200 FIDE of me. This is going to be a good, fun game. And then they're like 6.5 years old or something, and I just sweat. And I just go, okay, so I'll be resigning in 2 hours. I know exactly what's happening here. It is so, so scary when you show up to the board against a talented junior. And I feel like this Olympiad is almost a celebration of, hey, this is what happens to them 20 years later. Or in some cases, actually, they're playing here now and they're not even 10 years old yet.
Yes, we have quite a few young players, of course. Probably Bodana is the one of the youngest, not even the youngest participant, but she's the most known of the very young girls and participants. So indeed, chess is getting younger and younger. So we see very young players showing up already in the representing at the Olympiad their country.
So let's go ahead and take a look at one of these games. We've got 4 boards, China versus England. I'm looking for key things like castling on opposite sides of the board or H-pawns and A-pawns missing and all that good jazz. Maybe there's potential in Huska's game. Huska, of course, a 9-time British women's champion and a veteran at the Olympiad for England. But do any of these games in particular catch your eye, Judith?
Well, definitely. Actually, Jovanka's game is something that is catching my eye because White castled already. Black is still, I'm not saying struggling, but fighting for a castling in a later stage because so far there is no option of that. So Black is kind of having difficulty with the development. So this is a big question. It's not only that, but it seems like we are in the early phase of the game, and Caro-Kann is the main weapon of Jovanka. I know she's an expert, but she was spending a lot of time. If you look at the time management, it is a very big problem. So she is probably having a difficult time how to develop, how to manage her position. And so at first it seems to me that she might have already some trouble, but in the next 5 moves we will have to see whether is it something serious or she will be able to develop her pieces.
Gotcha. All right, well, let's get that set up and head over specifically into board number 2 then of China versus England. We have Song Yuxin going up against Jovanka Huska, and here we can see from Song's side of the board. And this is, well, first of all, we can see that light squared bishop for black looking down onto the c2 square outside of the pawn chain. h5 can be played if necessary to stop any sort of g4 pushes from white. So it feels like, okay, we've got a couple of interesting squares for the minor pieces, but at the same time, you're right. Black hasn't castled yet. That pawn on e5, I'm like super scared that it might get to e6 at some point and stay there and you just can't move it. Restricting the movement of the knights. It feels like almost every minor piece for black could get restricted by that one pawn on the e-file. This is... you know when you see on the packs of toys where it's like warning contains small parts, choking hazard. That's what I'm looking at when I see that e5 pawn.
Well, the e5 pawn is the heart in this position for white. I mean, that's the most important piece of white because that is which actually controls so many things in black's position. It blocks the bishop on g7. It also blocks kind of the knight on d7. Also, it has an option at some point to go e6, right? So, but let's see. I want to go back just for a few moves, okay? Okay. Because it's interesting where things went wrong or what was really happening. And it's interesting that white played bishop f4. I don't know whether this is so good. Black played f6, immediately trying to break up in the center. And white played extremely straightforward. Showed queen d2, so it is not hiding her intentions. She wants to go long castle. Very clear. Black played bishop f5 before developing the knight to d7, so not to block her bishop. But I'm not sure that black has enough time. Black has to be extremely fast, I think, in reacting in this position. She went knight d7, long castle. It is a very straightforward play by white, and this is the way I used to play as well. So actually, I'm a big fan. I would definitely take white's position here. Queen a5, the idea is, of course, to put pressure on the a2 pawn, and also it's a developing move. And also, I believe that Jovanka wants to castle long, because there is not much of an option for black. Black cannot go knight h6 because it's controlled by the two piece. And so knight h6 is not possible.
Okay. See, that's the... I guess that's one of the surprising things about the move f6, which sort of scared me a little bit, Judith, if I'm honest, because unless black can take on e5 straight away, as soon as white plays queen d2, the square on h6 is not available for the knight to come out. e7 is blocked by a pawn. f6 is blocked by a pawn. So pawn to f6 is not really a move to, I guess, to be considered lightly. I don't know how the kingside pieces are eventually going to develop here and what's going to happen to that knight on g8 as a result. I feel like development is possible. It just feels really slow, if that makes sense.
Well, for black, everything seems to be quite slow, and black has to be paying attention on many different things. For white, in the other hand, it's a question how she's going to be reacting. If she's going to play a3, after a3, you have to think about having b5 and b4 option. But if you play b5,
right,
then you cannot go long castle anymore, right?
Yep.
So I would think that king b1, for example, it's a very sensible move, just in case to defend on a2. But it can also be that white wants to be more concrete. And knight h4, for example, something to consider sometimes. Then black is pushed back with the bishop to e6. But I would think knight h4 is not something eventually I would like to play. Rook e1 is something I could consider also. Also thinking about e6, potentially. But I want to show you some funny line. I'm always happy to show funny lines. So if let's say king b1 and black would castle long, I think there is an option for white. I don't know if it's ef is the best or e6, but I just want to show what I want to think of e6. And after bishop e6, white can go knight b5. And the idea is that...
Oh, hang on. Wow, okay.
So if black takes, then knight
a7.
Okay, because the bishop is cutting away the
absolutely love it.
So this is why I'm saying that the position can be extremely dangerous for black, because just one mistake and the game is gone. So, and after knight b5, I think there is no way. This is why king b1 can be so important in such a positions. Not only that it defends the a2, so the knight can be moving away, but also that when queen is taking on d2, it's not with the check. And then I have an intermediate move, which is
right, yes, of
checkmate.
Course.
So these are the tricks of it.
That's you call that a funny line. I'm going to agree with chat and say that's a scary line. The fact that you even have to be thinking about stuff like this in this position is incredible. There's so much complexity and so much subtlety, like you mentioned with king b1, allowing you that intermezzo move that's not a check. All sorts of things to think about. So let's talk. I want to shine a little bit of positive light as well on the position for black, though, at the same time. Let's say black is able to long castle and Jovanka is getting to a position where we resolve the problem on e6. The king can get to safety. What does Black's long-term plan look like in this position to try and put some pressure back onto the white pieces?
Well, I would not go long castle because it's
Okay.
losing. So the big question
that's a great reason not to long castle.
Yeah, kind of. So the problem is for Black really where to put the king. And the question is, can she play e6 maybe with an idea to develop to e7 and castling short? At the same time, once you play e6, there are new things coming up. First of all, before you were mentioning h5, which I was surprised at, but it has a point, of course, because you're afraid of g4 at some point. So I would also consider with white to play h3 and go g4. So you felt that there can be some danger of g4 kind of moves. So the f5 bishop is out from c8, where it would be very much stuck in development. At the same time, it can get in trouble also.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it means that you have to worry about pawn pushes on both sides of the board if you're both players, depending on what Black chooses to do with her king. So I'm sure we will come back to that. This is China, England, by the way, in the women's section. So all four of the games are still ongoing. Jovanka under a little bit of pressure at the moment on board 2. King b1 does get played on the live board as well. Let's take a look. Are there any other matchups in the women's section that we particularly want to cast an eye on early on? And one last final thought while we take a look for these matches. Judith, I wanted to point out, Huska had, something like 40 minutes on the clock compared to over an hour and 10 or something. So when it starts to get to move 30 plus, there could be some time trouble considerations there. We haven't touched on that yet, but it's going to become a possibility soon.
Exactly. This is a big information giveaway from Jovanka, because if I'm playing with the white pieces and I like my position and I see that my opponent has half of the time of my time, obviously it is very clear that I have a huge advantage on every field, right? My position is better and my opponent feels very bad about her position. So, and at this point, you have already this feeling that, okay, I have the initiative, I'm leading the game. So I'm not saying people think already that they should be winning this game, but you have an extremely positive feeling about the game and you're very optimistic.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be checking back in with that later on for sure. I mean, especially with the time situation, I think that's going to pile a crazy amount of pressure in, say, 10, 15 moves time. So we'll definitely be checking back in. There is one other matchup that we mentioned in the pre-show that I feel like it would be remiss for us not to talk about, and that is the Netherlands versus the USA. Of course, the United States, one of the favorites in the section, but at the same time, the Netherlands also a formidable team, and I believe their head-to-head history, the Netherlands is leading the United States here as well. So a little bit of national pride on the line in this matchup too.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, I like the positions. Not all of them have very sharp opening yet, but there is one which I would like to jump into immediately on board 1, because between Aline Rubers, if I see it correctly.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah. And,
so we've got Aline Rubers and Begim Tokyonova. This is 2380 playing 2340, so very similar ratings, but never mind the ratings, the position on the board. Black's played f4, not white. The black knight is en prise on c5. The white bishop is under attack on e3. The fireworks have well and truly started to kick off on this board.
Well, absolutely. This is why I wanted to jump here, because if let's go back a little bit on the board, and it's a King's Indian, so it's kind of my piece of bread. I was not playing with knight d7. I was more playing with the knight c6 system. But usually, to tell you the truth, when white is playing the fianchetto way, here in this opening with white. White usually is not playing e4 necessarily. Karpov was playing many times this g3 system against the King's Indian. It's more solid. It's not so sharp. Or sometimes it's not so sharp. Rook e8 and h3, b6, d5. Well, I don't like very much black's play for the moment. When you move away with the rook many times after white pushes the d5, then already you would need your rook on f8, going knight h5, going f5, and the rook is much better standing on f8. Also, the move b6 is kind of tricky because you give a very big weakness on c6. At the same time, practically white has no way that she's going to be crossing c5 and attack the black's position. So there are some moves which I'm not crazy about because I feel that maybe it's a waste of time. But okay, let's see knight c5. I'm too rude, John.
I love it. Because I guess that you mentioned you weren't a big fan of playing the e4 move early, and everything else seems to be super thematic after that in this game, because you've got a pawn on e4, you're then pushing d5, you've got the pawn on c4, there's a lot of light square control, but at the same time, it's almost like you're boxing in your own bishop on g2, right? So I'm guessing as an alternative to playing e4, white would rather try to keep the diagonal open in some other variations that would allow for a little bit more open play earlier on in the game?
Well, yeah, in some situations it's better, though maybe here e4 is not so bad at all. Okay. In this position, having the bishop on g2 it will be more useful as a defender, because once black is going knight h5, f5, f4 kind of move, then it has maybe a better defensive ideas. So knight e1, and in this position, in the King's Indian, and it happens also in other openings, you have to be careful very much not to mixing up two kind of plans, which works with the bishop on g2 is h3 and going here and here. If you have the bishop on e2, you make another plan, and sometimes people tend to mix them and use both plans in one kind of position, which is not necessarily giving a push. So a5, very logical move, because white was threatening to go b4 and push away the knight on c5. After that, white played b3, logical move. And you see the rook went back to f8 because it's not useful anymore. And then black has her idea. And now we'll see how very clearly develops her plan, as it very much fits to this kind of position. Bishop e3, knight d7. a3. This is very typical. Black goes a5, stopping b4, so white has to go b3, a3, and only after that she can go b4. But black is very active, and in time, f5, and somehow it gets very tactical and very concrete in this position. White went b4, so I want to push away your knight, and if black goes back with the knight, eventually white will also go to play c5, or if not immediately, then maybe white would be going knight d3. White can also try maybe other things. But the important thing is that black did not go, but she made an intermediate move by playing f4. So it can happen that you don't always make the move which tends to be the most natural and the only move. Because some people would just go away with the knight, but f4 is a counterattack, which I like very much.
So now that we're in this counter-attacking position, white is obviously hesitant to take that with the g-pawn. You don't want to start opening up loads of holes in front of her king. And then the pawn on h3 also begins to look very, very wobbly, and suddenly black has an absolutely monster attack on both sides of the board, like you point out on the analysis board, Judith, thanks to the dark squared bishop there. There's just not an awful lot you can do. You're then having to play moves like bishop d4, and you're basically throwing pieces just to try and stay some sort of equal. But quite honestly, this is looking like a pretty big... Oh, God. Okay, it's looking like game over is what I meant to say. That is horrendous.
Well, actually, you cannot take on f4.
to allow
can't.
to open this bishop, the long diagonal bishop of black, you do that only if you win a piece. That's the least you have to get in return to open up such a diagonal for the black bishop.
Right. It's not even the G file, it's everything else.
Yes, that bishop is once it's like a beast. So you don't take on f4. But the question is, what should white do? Probably going back to d2. This is an option. But I would think that black in this case wants to take on b4. And after capturing the rook as well. And after this, knight can go to b3 and in the next move to capture on d2. And also another option to consider, knight on d4. Look at how do you like this beautiful knight?
Amazing. Yeah, fantastic outpost for the knight there. No question about it.
So this can be a wonderful position for black. And this is why I believe that f4 was an excellent move. And this is what something that I think white might have blundered.
Okay. So we'll be catching up with this game a little bit later on. We're actually going to stay with the United States and Netherlands matchup as well for now, because earlier on today, Mike Klein was able to catch up with Anna Maria Kazarian, who is the player for board number 4, playing against Alice Lee in this specific matchup. Let's go ahead and hear what Anna Maya had to say in the interview.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Dutch Board 4, Anna Maya Kazarian. Many of you know her, very popular streamer. And today you've got your work cut out for you. You're playing USA. How do you feel?
I'm super excited. I mean, I'm playing Alice Lee. Who doesn't know her? She's been a star. In the Pro Chess League, she has had phenomenal results, so it's a big honor to play against her.
Did you actually, scout her by looking at her online games too?
Of course. I mean, you have to look at everything, and she has had some really good results, so I know what to expect,
She's only 15. Do you like playing people younger than you?
Absolutely not, but at least she's not underrated. So she's at her rating, and of course she has a lot more potential, so I'm ready.
What's more stressful, playing for your national team or hosting a stream that might have, tens of thousands of viewers?
Ooh, good one. I don't feel so much stress playing for the national team, but I guess it's more stressful, yeah.
Okay, well, We'll see how it all works out today. Anna Maya Kazarian, board 4 for the Dutch ladies, and they take on USA today. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. And that was Anna Maya Kazarian on board number 4. She is playing against Alice Lee there. The eval bar might look somewhat equal, but I'm looking at a couple of things in that position. I'm looking at the open G file for black, although we've got a pawn on, B3 rather, that's stopping any shenanigans going on there. I'm looking at the doubled pawns as well on the C file, and the time. That's what's particularly interesting. The difference between the time for the two players is coming up to nearly half an hour now, and later on that could honestly prove essentially to be the extra piece in the puzzle for how this game gets decided.
Yes, the time element, I'm happy that you pointed out, because it is a big part in the long run in a game. And I think black has a very nice position by now. It's if we deep dive into this position, in the last several moves, what has happened is that black started to play very well, placing her pieces, because after d3, she went queen e8. It can be very useful, especially after the move f6, because in this diagonal, showing up on g6 or h5 can be very nice. White continued with knight d2, and already black was ready to capture on e5 and to go d6, provoking and pushing away the knight on e5. It was also possible, by the way, to capture it first on e5, and after white captures it back, then to play d6. But I like the way it was chosen by black and play d6 immediately. Also, because it's a good question to ask from white. Whether do you want to exchange the knights or you want to go back? To be honest, I would be afraid kind of a little bit with white to move away. And I'm even thinking that in this position, instead of d6, whether knight h4 or knight f4 could have been also a move which could be considered pretty much. Maybe this was not played because of queen g4 suddenly, and then I don't know if this is possible for white.
Maybe there's something like I want to say some combination involving d6 followed by e5 with the two bishops starting to rake across the queen.
I was thinking that maybe h5 can work. Well, if d6,
Oh, cool.
my only problem was what happens on knight c6. So probably you can go e5, and on knight e7, queen e7, queen g3, let's say. And yeah, it can be tough for white. Look at that. What about rook f6 with an idea
Wow.
of rook
That looks
g6
fun.
later? Well, in the next move, it does not threaten because then queen f4 and there is a pin here on the e
Right.
file, but it can be the move that black can go queen f7 and then later on rook g6. The thing is that the knight on f4 can be extremely powerful. It can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it's
And
an absolute beast on that square.
actually, knight h3 might be a threat, for example. Already.
No. Oh my goodness. That would be delicious if you could play that in a game. That'd be so much fun.
Yeah, so knight f4 is something that I would definitely consider if it can work. But I fully understand the decision making d6, because if white goes away, then definitely the black knight will show up on f4. So black has a fantastic position, huge advantage probably. If white goes knight g6, which definitely he would not like to play, but probably is the only move, black goes queen g6, and after that black has kind of a simple position, I believe, because next move should be e5, blocking the bishop on b2, and at the same time opening the diagonal for the black bishop. And also sometimes the other bishop can show up, the black rooks can be easily doubled on the f5. So it's a position where definitely it's black who has easy play and a great position. I think it's white who has to be looking after the in the minefield, not to step on anything which would blow up.
Maybe based on what you said before about how the knight on f4 is such a monster in the position for black, that's maybe the reason why white actually, you know what, taking on g6 and allowing black to play with the two bishops and having e5, that might actually be preferable to having a monster knight stuck on f4 and you're trying to solve that problem for the rest of the game. I don't know, but you're right. It certainly looks like Alice Lee here is in the driving seat a little bit, because as the game goes on, like 5 moves from now, it's difficult to imagine a position where those bishops don't have so much more freedom. And they're both pointing towards the king side as well. So very dangerous times for white. What should the counter-attacking plan be for white? So if we don't take the knight on g3, for example, where's white looking to make progress? P6.
Big question what you're asking, because I don't see, let's say, white is coming back to f3. I really believe black can start with e5. And nobody can stop black from jumping to f4 and then bring here queen g6 or to h5. I mean, I would love to play this with black. So I don't really see how white can stop black from having an attack in one way or another. Maybe knight c4, but I mean, knight f4 anyways is a huge position for the knight. So I still believe that knight g6 is the best, but I would be still frustrating to play it with white.
Yeah, exactly, because all of the advantages in black's position, and you've described them so beautifully, it's almost simple for us to see them, right? So if you're white, you're trying to solve big problems where you don't necessarily have the solutions right now. Knight c4 was played on the live board, though, so we do have knight c4 in the game. Which is worth noting. So maybe knight f4 will be coming next. The eval bar doesn't like that move. It obviously is trying to threaten d6, saying if you move that dark squared bishop at any point, you're going to have to worry about what's happening to your pawns in the center. But Judith, like you said, with knight f4, I'm not so concerned about my pawns in the center. I'm more concerned about the attack against the king.
Absolutely. And basically for black now, the big problem is what to choose, because there are several very tempting moves, right? So e5 is one of the candidate moves. Knight h4 is another one, and knight f4 is the third one. even queen f7 may be the move, but probably after queen f7, white would be going queen f3, and then it would be kind of a repetition, so I wouldn't like to play that. But e5 is a very sensible move, so to cut the bishop's power on the long diagonal, opening up the way, the road to e6, to wherever, g4, or after that I want to go knight f4, and at some point, some tactical beauty, playing bishop h3. So this is something very, very, very optimal what black got in this position. So Alice Lee is having a wonderful position out of the opening and a huge time advantage as well.
Exactly. 1 hour and 5 minutes playing 42. It might not mean so much now, but for those of you who are just tuning in or tuning in for the first time, the players get an extra 30 seconds for each move they make. That's not a huge amount in the grand scheme of things, but they do get an extra half an hour once they reach move 40. So you start to see a little bit of blitzing of moves and a bit of time scramble sort of after move 30, 35. And that's often where the mistakes come in if you end up low on time out of the opening. Right, so we're going to now have a look back at the playing hall, since we've covered 2 of the games in the USA-Netherlands match there. And we're going to go and see if we can spot what other games could be interesting. One of the star teams that we have had in the Olympiad is Uzbekistan. They are up against Vietnam, so a really star-studded lineup, frankly, for both teams here. And seeing Liam Le on board 1 for Vietnam as well. Don't see him playing in competitions too frequently. I believe he's his university team coach. He just casually rocks up, plays some 2700 chess, casually moves away. He doesn't play in so many tournaments. I think he's won Beal a number of times as well. He basically shows up, wins something, and disappears. He's like some sort of superhero. It's nice to see him on board 1 here, but he's playing against Abu Satarov, so very, very strong player as well, super GM. Interesting match here, and it's going to be on a knife edge, I reckon.
Well, it is indeed a very interesting match. Uzbekistan, we know that they broke into international level. Of course, we knew that they are very talented, but it was kind of a surprise that they conquered the Olympiad in Chennai and took the gold medal home. And now we see on board 1, Liam is having a fantastic position against Nodirbek, I have to say, because it is a symmetrical position with the pawns facing to each other on the A and B file and on the F, G, and H file. Black has a pair of bishop, fine, but the D8 bishop is not very active, to say the truth. And also we have the old important idea that it's important when you castle. One of the importance of castling and developing is that you have connected your rooks. And this is broken by having the D8 bishop. And this is so typically beautiful position where we can talk about the fact that if your pieces does not have full harmony between them, then only one piece standing in a strange place, it can cause trouble. So Black's last move was bishop e6. At least with one of the bishop he could develop. But White's position is very optimal. The rook on d1, the rook on c1, they are both on the open files. And of course, what can you dream of better than to have a knight on d5? So Black is definitely trying to equalize and trying to save himself in this game, because White managed to have something really great after the opening.
So to ask the obvious question on behalf of Nodirbek here, if we have, like, Black is currently threatening to take off the knight, of course, on e5, because once you take off the knight, you'll then have some more options for that dark square bishop. For example, you can freely play bishop f6 or something like this. You want to keep an eye on your own pawn on b7, but it doesn't feel like it should be that big a problem if Black is willing to give up the 2 bishops. So it's interesting how, like you say, one single piece, that bishop on d8, is causing all of the problems. Does that mean then that at least it's a problem that's easily solved? And for example, can black consider moves like bishop g5 sometime to just try and wriggle it out and force some sort of exchange?
Bishop g5 is something I would definitely consider at some point, or maybe consider it in every move if it gives some benefits for black. The last move, bishop e6, is a developing move, and it's much more important that finally black could develop his move, his bishop, than to take on d5, because it can be tricky actually if you want to capture on d5. When I was a kid, I for some reason I thought, okay, if it's a different color bishops, okay, it's a dead draw. It is true when we don't have queens and rooks on the board left. Even you can have sometimes a pawn down, and you can still easily make a draw if you have different color bishop. But in the middle game, it can be the opposite. Because sometimes I have the feeling, I just make a move h3 just to show and demonstrate this kind of position. It can be the opposite, because sometimes one bishop can be much stronger than the other one. And I think in this position, this is the case, because white is so much more powerful in the center, attacking on two directions. Especially the f7 pawn can be extremely vulnerable. For example, a move like rook c3, rook f3, or if I can reach to c7 and attack from the side. So it can be extremely dangerous from attacking point of view also. So this is why I'm not sure black will be very happy to capture the knight on d5. This black has to really consider it. And also the other thing, what you don't like, and the top guys don't like, when it's a one-way ticket. It's like basically playing for a draw, but there is for two results. It's either white wins or you make a draw. It's not fun, and you don't like to have things like that. In this position, the first question, for example, after bishop e6, should white play knight c7? Because in this position, knight c7 is a very sensible move. So black cannot go away with the rook because knight e6, right? So clearly black has to capture on c7. And then I have a great spot with my rook on the 7th rank, attacking the b7. At the same time, suddenly black also has activity, which is so cool. And this is what you will find, I'm sure you, so many games where the grandmasters, they rather give up some material just to get space and air and activity for their pieces. And I think this is exactly the same situation that probably black can go maybe rook c8 and rook c2, or just simply go rook d8. So black would be kind of happy to give up material in order to have compensation. And this is why it's a critical moment for white. How is he going to be improving his position? Like he rather lets the black to exchange on d5, going to different color bishop middle game, or he wants to go knight c7 and thinks that he can win a pawn.
Okay. I've got one last question to ask that I feel like is a follow-up based on the analysis we've just taken a look at. If the dark squared bishop for black is the poorest piece on the board right now, I think everyone agrees it is, and the knight on d5 is causing so many problems, are there not other moves that white will want to consider rather than playing white c7? Maybe the longer the knight stays there and the longer that dark squared bishop is uncomfortable, the better the position can get for white. Is there a need to threaten knight c7 so soon?
Well, yes, it's very good what you're saying. At the same time, I don't know what are the best, how can white put extra pressure? And I see that white played, I think, knight e3. No. Knight c3. Going back, and right now, black cannot defend so well this bishop. I'm not so happy at first to go knight c3. I don't know. Of course. Yeah, let's see. Basically, queen b3 is the only way to defend the pawn on b7.
That queen's beginning to look slightly starved of squares. I feel like white might be able to kick the queen around in some variations.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go bishop d5. And maybe rook d5. some rook b5 options, or to take back with the knight and have a great central knight.
And the dark squared bishop's still there, and the knight's still covering those annoying squares.
Yeah, it's not clear after queen b3 what white wants to do. Because now if, let's say, rook d4 can be a sensible move with the idea to trapping the queen, but
Yep.
then already I think bishop a5 and black is doing fine.
And then you've got the activity from the bishops that you were starved
Yeah, and
of earlier on.
you have your rook coming out to d8 or whatever, so this can be kind of saving already for black.
Okay, so the knight has come back to c3. This is board number 1 of Vietnam versus Uzbekistan. Definitely a clash of titans here. Both players above 2740, so it's a battle of wits between super GMs. We're going to take a brief break from our coverage at the moment to allow a couple of these moves in the playing hall just to stew a little bit longer, maybe get a few players just a little bit deeper into time trouble so we can spice things up and add a little something for you folks at home. We'll be back in just over 5 minutes with the next section of our coverage. Stay put.
Your challenge is to guess the accuracy level.
Okay.
Yeah. So you won with the black pieces against Prague.
Yeah, let me first see the So I guess till till e6, it's everything is perfect, because I knew this theory, and f5 was already not great. 92, 93.
89.6.
So it's actually
but still a very good game. Game number 2.
This one must be quite high, yeah, because this was quite a good game. Thing was like Nijat was very solid with white, and I played a risky opening, and I was very deeply prepared, but yeah, I was pretty much playing all the perfect moves in the position, and even if the position was equal, I thought both of our accuracies was very high at some point, and then he played this rook d3, rook f3, which gave me good chances, and then also I think my technique was pretty much close to perfect. I would say like 95, 96.
Very good. Spot on. It's 95-2. Yes, very, very good. Impressive. And then the final game.
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus, when he became Grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open.
Correct, yeah.
Trying to think who all here. Deepan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game.
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 98.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a perfect game.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
You can see we're here with the very colorful women's team from Vanuatu. They just became a FIDE federation last year. This is, of course, then their very first Olympiad. Now, the Open team scored a shocking win against the Democratic Republic of Congo yesterday, beating 2FMs. The ladies did not have an opponent. So this is their first ever game at the Olympiad, and we're here with the whole team, but I'm going to talk mostly with the captain, Astrid Eising. What are you expecting for your very first Olympiad experience?
I think it will be very exciting. We will have a lot of fun together. I don't know what to expect because it's our first time, but we will focus on having very much fun and just take our time and just be with each other in this.
How many plane flights did it take for you to get here?
We took a bit different flights. Was it? You took? We had to take
1, 2, 3, 4 flights, I believe.
Yes.
4 flights, yes.
We had to go from Vanuatu to Brisbane, then Brisbane to Sydney, then Sydney to Shanghai, then Shanghai to Budapest.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. I've taken the Brisbane to Vanuatu flight. You should all go. It's a beautiful country. I want to make sure to involve everybody. I want to ask all of your team, who are you most excited to meet here at the Olympiad? Of course, you can pick a man or a woman, doesn't matter to me. So we'll start over here. Hope you have your answer ready.
Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen?
Probably the same person.
Okay, Magnus. By the way, he's sitting out again today, so it's going to have to wait.
Magnus as well, yes.
I'm excited to see two grandmasters, Dingley Ren and Magnus Carlsen.
All right, so Magnus, you have fans in Vanuatu. You should go visit. It's a beautiful country. And today you're playing Dominican Republic, so it's island versus island. And we wish you good luck. Any final thoughts, Astrid?
We're happy to be here, very thankful for the opportunity to get here, and we're looking forward to a great match.
All right.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the 45th World Chess Olympiad, round number 4 of 11, 193 federations and their flags proudly on display at the back of the Bok Conference Center in Budapest as battle rages on up and down the tournament hall. I'm John Sargent. With me is legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar. We've been going through some of the best games in the open section and the women's section, and we're going to be fluttering between the two sections throughout the rest of today. But Judith, lots and lots of action so far. We weren't able to have much of a quiet start to the day.
Oh, absolutely. And we are getting into the deep middle game by now. So there are very interesting position situations and nerve-cracking moments for the players by now. Because when you end up finishing the opening and you enter into the middle game, then you may have already some very good or very bad position.
We're now going to take a little bit of a closer look at one of the matchups that we actually zoomed in on earlier on in the broadcast, and it's the United States versus Ukraine. We have had a little bit of a spicier chess going on board number 4. It's Korobov versus Robson, and it does look like, even without looking at the eval bar, I'm looking at that king behind the queen with so many pawns in advanced positions for white, that I'm sweating just a little bit. Although, that said, we've just had Rook H3 played on board 2. I feel like every time I pick a board, something else happens that gets absolutely crazy. Shall we go to board number 4 first, Judith, and then maybe come back to board 2, and of course the legend that is Ivanchuk after that?
I absolutely support this order because the most spectacular, eye-catching position is this one with Korobov against Ray Robson. And we see a question mark on the board, but we have to figure out why is this a question mark, right? What was the last move? Let's see some of the previous moves, okay? Just to understand how this pawn structure got into this situation. It was also
an Italian. And some of the previous game we discussed, I think with maybe Leiko's game, that why black is playing a5 in these kind of structures. And here we see why, because white can push his pawns b4, a4, and trying to capture, trap the bishop on b6. So black plays a5, b5, knight e7. And the next step for white is he went bishop e3, exchanging, knight g6. It seems to be a quite solid position. And but let's see how white started to push his pawns after bishop b3, c6, c4. So what are we playing for in this kind of position? After c4, it's not only defending on b5, but also white wants to develop finally with the knight to c3, stopping black playing d5, and also white wants to play d4. So it's about space battle, whether who can get more space in this position. And black played d5, and this seems to be too early, I think.
Well, I guess I suspect playing d5 too early is part of the answer to this question, Judith, but I was looking at that knight hopping across from the queen side to the king side. I was looking at c6. I was then looking at d5. Black has played all these moves. The dark squared bishop's still on the home square at c8, and the king's not castled yet. Like, why are we delaying castling for so long into this middle game?
This is the right question, because usually we say that before you don't put your king into safety, don't try to open up the position. And we are witnessing exactly a great example of this, I believe, that d5 is too early for black. I would also rather play castle first or play bishop e6, let's say, just to stabilize the position first, and only later on to consider to play d5. Because what happened in the game, I'm kind of worried about black's position. After takes, and white pushed c5. I think this is a very important idea for white, because now these two pawns are really strong. And if white can develop, these pawns can even be vulnerable at some point. Black went queen e7, still withholding castling, right? Still withholding castling, which is not something favors black. And white just went b4, protecting the pawn on c5, and these are really deadly dangerous pawns over there. So on the queen side, white is winning, we can say, if I want to exaggerate only a little bit. But strategically, it's one over there, and the bishop is attacking, putting pressure on d5, knight c3 is coming up. So let's see what was reaction of Ray. And now it's kind of a panic move, this knight g4. Still not castling, right?
I don't get it. I feel like castling was a candidate move for at least the last 5 moves. So I'm looking for a reason to delay it. I'm looking for a potential tactic or an attack or some really cool long-term strategic advantage that means actually you don't need to. And I'm struggling. I don't think I can see it. And I'm so scared for that king and queen on the same file. I'm really scared that the pawn on d5 is looking like it could easily be attacked. I'm scared that white is one move away from essentially completing development and say, let's absolutely go. Although one thing I would point out is that the blue arrow that you folks saw on your screen just now was the computer move. And it is a very interesting move because in theory, it would allow black to capture the pawn on e3, forking the queen and rook. So it'll be interesting to see how this gets even spicier from such a position.
Yeah, the thing is that after knight g4, it seems like black is really attacking this pawn on e3. At the same time, I would not like to waste time for white to defend it, even though it would be probably not so bad. But the time factor is incredibly important in such a position. And I think knight c3 is kind of so much inviting. I'm not going to be defending the e3 pawn. I want to play knight c3 because if I reach knight d5 in this position in one way or another, I'm ready to sacrifice even a rook for that. Because the king is in the center, I would be capturing a pawn. I can jump anywhere, open up this bishop's diagonal. Something can happen on f7. So let's see what
Okay.
happens on knight e3. I don't know if queen d3 is the move, queen e1 is the move, or just simply I
Or
would go
take
knight
it.
takes d5, you know?
Okay.
And once black captures this, I just take on e7, black captures back with something. And now I think maybe we have even option to go knight e5, but I'm not sure this is the best. Maybe just capturing back with rook d1. And still I'm repeating this, but these pawns are really incredibly beautiful, and white has such an attacking spirit here. Look at that. King is on e7 in the middle of the center. No way black can hold this.
I guess what black will have to try and do is play something like f6 to make the light squared bishop's domination of that diagonal a little bit less relevant. And I'm guessing the idea behind that is to say, look, my king was trapped in the center before and I'm really scared, but if I can find a way to stabilize my position and play f6 and like get my pawns on some connected diagonal, maybe there's a way to say the king in the center going into the endgame can be a good thing. But even still, when the pawns on the queen side are connected like that and there's no entry squares for the king, I'm going, well, yes, you're closer to the pawns, but what can you do about it?
The king is an attacker in an endgame. It is a fact. But not in this kind of endgame where they are attacking you. So this is the problem, that simply in this position, white is a huge attacker, and you're not dealing with the right person, because Korobov can be very sharp and just kill you. And this is what's happening, I'm afraid, that after knight g4, white played knight c3. It is like something you just have to play knight c3. You cannot waste time defending the pawn on e3. So this was kind of a big blunder of Ray, but I think all started this the bad direction starting from d5 before castling. That was the poor decision, unfortunately. After this, I can barely think of black handling this position and saving it.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask. What's the attempt at a saving grace for black here? Is there a way to what's the path to at least try and stabilize, maybe with a disadvantage, but you know, there's going to be no tactics or no immediately losing motifs in the game. What should black be trying to do now?
Well, maybe I would try to protect a little bit, kind of, with bishop e6. So the idea is that after all, the e3 is still hanging, right? It's attacked. And so if, let's say, knight d5, I think would not necessarily be so good, because black can capture and then knight e3. And let's say white goes away, and then black can probably just capture the bishop and then go rook d8. But also maybe instead of knight d5, knight f1 should not be so deadly dangerous. After all, it's an exchange up, and after rook f1, finally, let's castle.
There we go.
It's some material advantage. So it's probably its only compensation for white. So probably after bishop e6, I would need to defend this pawn on e3. So to play, let's say, queen d2 or queen e2 possibly. So after e4, I would be able to move away with my knight. And then this d5 pawn is still under attack, so black has to be careful. So basically queen e2, I think bishop e6 seems to me that it's the only move. I don't know what else can be done, because if really white knight shows
it makes
up
sense.
it's really deadly situation.
I have a funny story here from Mike Klein, who, of course, is in the playing hall trying to get us as many interviews as possible with the players. Apparently, he saw Korobov in the playing hall before the round started and asked Korobov if he was the captain this round. And Korobov gave Mike a look like he was absolutely crazy. And it turns out the reason for that is because the arbiter had put the wrong name down on board 4 next to the series of boards. So we thought that maybe Korobov wasn't playing today. They had Onichok up on the board, and then we let the arbiter know, of course, and the arbiter ended up changing the board. So Mike getting a bit confused there. Korobov equally confused, but right now he is potentially playing a blinder of a game against Ray Robson of the United States. So we will see how that game pans out later on. In the meantime, we've got some more fun stuff happening in some of the other matchups. We are on board here with India versus Serbia. So we've got a fairly entertaining position on the board. We're back on Gukesh's game. Let's go ahead and take a look at all four together. A queen tucked in on h2 for Predka at the moment. And then we've had a rook lift moving on to the c-file to try and... potentially even setting up all sorts of fireworks there, but black seems to have all sorts of entry squares into white's position right now, and I also really don't like the look of that g-file, Judith. It's beginning to look like a big target.
But it's interesting that Gukesh played rook c6, and no matter how bad the h2 queen looked like, he wants to exchange it.
That's
and
true, yeah, the immediate exchange.
Yeah, the idea behind it, it's very nice, I think, that if, let's say, white takes on c7, black would capture it with the rook, with an idea to regroup it to g7 and put really big pressure on the g5. Because this e4 knight, wow, it's quite something, I must say. It's just controlling the whole area around the king, and also knight to d2. Sometimes it can... So I'm not sure that it's so bad for white. At the same time, it's very scary.
Where does black want to place... I'm finding it very difficult to find where the knight on g6 is eventually going to go. Because obviously black wants to attack down the g-file in variations such as this. But the knight can't go to h4, it gets captured. The knight can't go to f4, it gets captured. And both of those captures by a knight mean you're protecting g2. So really, it can only go to e7, which is not the world's most useful square. If black wants to, I guess, complete getting his pieces in position to attack, how are we rerouting that knight on g6?
Yes, that's a great question. So we can say that black is putting pressure on white, but does not have a good execution for making some good action plan. So let's say I would probably go actually king h2, and if black goes rook g7, maybe even just to go protecting rook g1. And indeed, black has no good square because these two knights are controlling the very important square on h4, the more important square on f4.
And then
yeah,
maybe
it's a question.
Maybe you've got counter punches with c4 or something like that later on, trying to get a majority on the queen side?
That can be tricky, I believe, because once you go c4, then black can take. So can we go c4? Let's say, okay, let's say I go back and to go c4. Because after c4, I would consider also if black can take, goes out to d8, let's say, and there is a great way and route for the knight to go to d5, and that would be something that would improve black's position quite a bit, you see?
Yeah.
So this is why you have to be careful. Yeah.
Yeah, that positional problem we were literally just talking about is almost solved on black's behalf.
If you can reach it, because of course after black goes knight e7, there is a place for white knight to go to f4, so it starts to become kind of concrete. But from positional aspect, the d5 square can be very idle for black's knight, and to have an isolated pawn, it can also get a little problematic for white. So it's kind of tricky how active white should be. Maybe just the sitting and waiting attitude works the best in this position, because it seems like...
It's so interesting that you mentioned that the rook coming across to c6 is actually lining up on the c-file, is actually the precursor to swinging everything across to the g-file. Just for a second, you think everything's going down the c-file, and actually the whole point of that is almost the opposite. So that's really instructive.
Well, chess is like that you find out that the 64 square can be sometimes not big enough, but sometimes too many things are happening on the two flanks. And just by little change of pawn structure, for example, or exchanging some pieces, it can completely make a difference in evaluation also.
Right. So this is India-Serbia. If we take a look at... oh, this looks like a fun board to go to, actually. Canada has been on our stream a fair bit, I think it's fair to say, over the first couple of days, because they managed to hold Norway to that 2-2 match draw a little bit earlier on. And once again, we have a very entertaining position on a very specific board. I think it's Canada playing Greece on board number 3. We'll get to that in just a moment. For now, I'm taking a look at the rest of the boards in the India-Serbia match. It looks like Eric Gacy has found a really nice edge in his game. But
yeah, I think maybe what do you think of going through all the 4 games and just to judge it how they are doing as a team?
That sounds like a great idea. Okay, let's do that. So we've just finished coming out of Gukesh's game. We've got Prague on board 2.
So in Pragnananda's game, it's kind of a slow game. What's going on? The idea is that White wants to put extra pressure on the d6 pawn, and White wants to really double the rooks on the d file. White is a little bit better. Unpleasant to play it for Black, but it's no big deal. That's what I feel that it can be. For example, knight h5 is possible, pushing the queen away and then even just to go back. So it is nothing really special happening here for the moment. Obviously, White wants to push, but I'm not sure he will be able to get something special. This is board 2.
I guess B4 might be possible at some point, I suppose. But
they just agreed to a draw, I see.
Oh,
so probably
there you go. Nothing special.
Yeah, probably there was a repetition of there was a repetition. This is a very classical way of repeating in exactly this structure, going back and forth.
That was quick.
Yes, but also if you see the next other 2 boards, we understand that Prague did not have to push it at all because the match is going very much favorable for India on game 3.
Okay.
Arjun is having a fantastic position with Black. Look at this. This Black knight will reach out to c4 or e4. Black is very spoiled in this position. Like, he created himself such a wonderful position. An attacker on the h5 with the rook and these 2 squares on c4 and e4. It is fantastic. And at some point, I believe Black can be capturing on b4. And maybe also he will gain the open file on the a file as well. So it's a very difficult position for White.
Well, I guess taking a look at this position, the knight obviously has a fantastic choice of outpost squares. But at the same time, the light squared bishop for White is looking at pawns on the same color, not many places to go. The dark squared bishop for Black also looking at pawns of the same color, not many places to go. There's going to be a few open files soon, but White does at least have the only open file in the position on the E file. So assuming that you can, I don't want to say escape, but if you're able to, like, you move the queen up to d3 and you try not to let the knight bother you too much on c4, for example, I guess you have to commit to having the knight on e4, otherwise White has counterplay in the middle of the board.
Yeah, but the thing is that Black will bother you with having the knight on c4 or something. Because the White knight is, for example, now is completely tied down to the a3 pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Black has many ways of also improving, and with White you cannot do anything. This is the biggest problem. It's basically you can make moves, but you can't improve your position. You can only worsen your position. Or just making moves, right? Rook e1, rook c1, rook e1, rook c1. So it's not much fun. It's very frustrating.
And that's, I guess, when you have the black pieces in the Olympiad, I guess that's a really good position to be in, right? But Arjun's not thinking about making a draw with the black pieces. He's thinking about getting the full point.
Oh no, of course. His worries about that. How can he create the winning plan? That's very clear that he has the upper hand, no question about it. At the same time, because the position is so closed, it's not so easy to crack White's position because everything is defended for the moment. So this is board 3. And also another story is that Arjun has very little time compared to his opponent. He's much behind in time. He has 35 minutes less. At the same time, a fantastic position without dangers. So it's only he who is pressing. And on board 4, we see a very, very good position for Vidit, which is very promising for India. So I would think that in the Indian match, I would say that it will be realistically, it will be somewhere 2.5, 3-1 result should be.
The position here is one of those ones that I look at, and the more I look at it, the more my head hurts because it's so complicated. You've got all of the minor pieces still floating around the middle of the board. D4 looks like it's floating a little bit, but no one dares take it because I'm sure there's plenty of tactical reasons why that's just not a good idea. Both sides have castled. The pawn on H5 looks fun. How is it possible? What sort of steps do you take when you're looking at how promising a position is, 15, 20 moves down the line? How do you look at a position like this and go, I believe the chances for White, for example, going into an endgame are significantly better than for Black? Is this, are we looking at pawn structures? Are we looking purely at piece placement because it's still a middle game? What does that thought process look like?
Actually, in this position, we know that if we go into an endgame, most likely Black has no problem. Because of the D4 isolated pawn, it's a problem. At the same time, White gained space by having his pawn on A5, so these B7, A6 pawns are blockaded, and it can be vulnerable, especially if something on B3 shows up in an endgame. But usually in these positions, you're not looking for endgame options for White, because even this H5 pawn can be more of a weakness than an attacker. Knight D5 is a very typical decision in this kind of structure, because after knight d5, Black has to take either with the pawn or with the knight. If Black takes with the pawn, suddenly the structure changes, so White can go back to d3. Obviously, this is the most powerful diagonal for the bishop.
For sure.
Because, for example, queen f5 can be a plan, giving some threats. Also, on h6, there can be sometimes some tactical issues. But moreover, this e5 knight. Look at this beautiful knight. This is just amazing. The e8 bishop is very passive, so it's not standing well. It would stand much better on e6. Situation would be much, much better for Black. But let's see what happened. I think Black did not take off with the pawn, but took with the knight. Logical. He wants to make this idea, so not to take e takes d5, but more keeping this isolated pawn. So the question is whether White wants to take on d5, but I don't know. I would more like to see attack for White, not exchanges. And I'm not sure knight d5 was the best move. I don't know. Somehow I would want to do it differently. Somehow to improve the attack, which is not that simple. Black has a passive position, it seems. If you look at it, most of the pieces are on the 8th and 7th and 6th rank, while White has crossed the halfway, right? So knight on e5 is the most powerful piece. But interestingly enough, White took on d5 and now he went rook c1. It's very difficult for Black to come out with the bishop from e8. First of all, it doesn't have such a good squares this way, but more importantly, the f7 pawn has to be defended. And that's its role for the moment. Now White wants to exchange. So basically, I just make a random move king g8. So to show that now bishop d5 would be already very strong, I think. Because takes, then probably Black should take with the pawn, because Queen d5 would leave problems for black takes and rook c7 with a double attack, right? So
Okay,
already
sure.
some
Yep.
material loss. And if black goes e takes d5 without exchanging the bishops, then already I think queen g4 can be maybe powerful. Rook c8 is a threat. Bishop gh6 is a threat. So black is very passive. So this is, I think, kind of the idea what Vidit has in mind after rook c1, that he wants to keep it in mind that simplification on d5 can lead for him probably a better endgame if they
That makes
enter
sense.
the endgame.
And you've then got natural squares for the bishops to come out to as well. If you're able to get that series of exchanges down, you can try and get the dark squared bishop to f6, the light squared bishop to b5, and say, hey, at least there's a natural place for both of these bishops that's no longer my back rank. I can get my major pieces in play. And
Yes.
maybe it's not like, a big advantage playing for the win, but a lot of the pressure that you had earlier on in that position sort of disappears. It becomes alleviated.
Yes, and well, there is a trick. For example, black cannot get out of the box with bishop g5, for example, because there are
Not yet.
tactics going on. So for black, it's not so
gross.
easy to look for counter chances, and somehow black has not enough space for his pieces.
So that's the last board in India-Serbia at the moment. India certainly looking strong overall. They still need to be able to convert, of course, so you never say never. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, especially not in the Olympiad where we've seen anything can happen from days 1 through 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at a team and a player that we have been following a fair bit for the first couple of days. Sometimes, unfortunately, for more challenging reasons. We've got the Netherlands playing Macedonia, and Anish Giri is having a much, much better time than yesterday, of course, when they lost to Italy. But if anyone was wondering what his mentality was like, what his approach to playing active chess is like, how we're feeling about going into the next round, I feel like he's answered a lot of critics here. He's got a very, very powerful attack against another uncastled king. Judith, I'm beginning to think that not castling is just the theme of the day.
Well, I have to tell you that this is thanks to modern chess and engines, because chess is becoming more concrete and people are analyzing with the engine nonstop, which means that engine becomes, it always calculates and sees everything in a concrete way. So if it considers that there is a better move or an interesting attack, then it chooses that. And the players are getting familiar with this approach, and they are very much open to it. And you know, what is the one thing which makes the difference compared, let's say, 15 years ago and now? Basically, 15 years ago, I could make a move, still people judging it. Oh, It's a bad move. It looks awful. It cannot work, right? They judge it in one way or another. Nowadays, you will not hear this reaction anymore because everybody
I've
knows
got good
everything
news,
is.
Judith.
Everything
I hear that
is,
reaction all the time.
Which one?
All of my moves look terrible. Unfortunately, it's not at World Championship level, but I know what you mean.
But you understand what I mean, that these days you play h4,
yeah.
you play g4, you play king h1, you go knight h5 on the side of the board, no matter what. It may be just the move. So they are not reacting usually that, oh, this is impossible. No, everything is possible these days.
Yeah, it feels like as long as you've gotten a computer to crunch out a 27 move deep line and you can just about walk a tightrope, suddenly it becomes viable theory. Not necessarily something you would consider significantly earlier on. So I totally get what you mean. At the moment, it looks like Anish Giri is doing very well against Romanov, who is playing board number 1 for North Macedonia. And the games are somewhat equal in the rest, but Erwin Lamy also having a decent, solid position with some advantages on board number 4. Crucially, with time advantage as well, it actually looks like Lamy has about double the time of his opponent on board 4, which is a very strong position to be in this early on.
Well, let's see what's really going on, because it is very complicated. But we go into a middle game here, and which one do you want to pick? I want to pick.
Shall we?
First.
Yeah, let's take a look at Anish Giri. I feel like we saw. It's only fair. We were covering his loss yesterday. I feel like he's playing a great game, and I think for the purposes of karma, if nothing else, we should break down how this came about.
Oh, well, this was a Sicilian as we started out, but let's go a little bit back, at least to a certain point, because there are some typical interesting ideas happen. Basically, it's a kind of rouser position. And yes, many times black is withholding the castling for some time. Yes, again, well, this is what you said, no castling day. Yep. So black plays rook c8 because black is not in real danger. So sometimes you develop other pieces first, and then you end up not castling in the game, right? So knight c6 takes h4. So probably black was not happy to castle here because h4 is already showing that it's definitely ready for an attack. So black decided to go h6 to push away the bishop first, and then to play action in the center, which is always a big question whether you can do it or not. Queen a5, for example, a very logical idea. At the same time, castle is not really something that you want to go because it seems like white is going to be very fast.
Yeah, that's
so scary. That's why I believe that black decided to go d5 in this position. But it means that the whole structure changed quite a bit. After knight d7, f4, this is a pawn sacrifice, which black did not dare to take, because this could have been taken. But probably after that, some f5 or kind of thing was that black
Look, if black's going to take h4 in this position, I'll just push g3 too. Just be like, here, have both of them. I don't mind.
So black was kind of scared and played queen a5 after all. Bishop d4, stabilizing, also defending this and being prepared for pushing f5 possibly. And now black played b5, which considers to be not a good move.
But
it's a problem for black. Well, it's logical that you want to be pushing b4, but after that, still, it's not clear what you're playing for. And eventually, white definitely wants to go f5. Let's see how. Immediately. Clear cut. Knight b6, continuation of a plan. But it seems like black is behind in time. Queen f2, rook b8. The problem is, look at that. I'm not sure you're familiar with this one. This is a very typical situation when you have your queen on a5. White would be trapping the queen. Look at that.
Oh, that's nasty.
That's a bad news. I agree.
Yeah, that's what that was. What 4 or 5 moves ago, of all of the things I'm looking for in this position, I'm looking at mating threats. I'm worried about f takes e6. I'm worried about whether that f pawn can even be pushed and cause me all sorts of problems. I'm thinking about whether b4 will work for me. If I'm playing black in this position, I'm not thinking about getting my queen trapped. That's really not one of the things I'm considering.
This is why rook b8 had to be played, because the b6 square is vulnerable once you go knight c4, so queen g3 attacking on g7, rook g8. Black has a very challenging position. It looks awful at first. F takes e6, queen g6, king d7. And now it's white to move, and Anish doesn't know which one is the best to finish the game as soon as possible. e6 pawn is the most vulnerable. So, for example, a question is, what about bishop e2 and bishop g4?
Makes sense.
But this idea can be delivered also via playing g3 and bishop h3. So after b4, for example, you can have a space for your knight. So I think actually I like g3 a lot, and to play bishop h3 and the e6 will be kind of falling off, I believe.
I guess maybe one advantage to playing bishop e2 is if for any reason white needs to bring the queen back, it's possible to bring the queen back to g3 to sweep across, but I don't think that's really a consideration because I feel like white probably doesn't need to bring the pieces back to defend. I think white's attack is just so much faster.
That's the thing, that I don't think I want to bring back my g6 queen before I start capturing your e6 pawn and destroy the position of black.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like this game's going to be over in, say, the next 3 or 4 moves, but it feels like bishop to h3, or just bishop on that diagonal is the beginning of the end, where the counterplay for black, I guess black's going to have to try some sort of desperation b4 play or something, like something to provoke white on the opposite side of the board to try and do something, but I guess you can just ignore it. Exactly.
Yeah. No, this is hopeless. Hopeless. This is not something you want to sit on the black side.
Okay. So it looks like Anish Giri having a good day at the office and crucially bouncing back. One more question before we go to another matchup, Judith, because Giri has had a difficult start to his tournament so far. I think everyone can agree on that, but he's also one of the world's best players. What does it do for your psychology when you've had a bad game and you bounce back with something like this? Is it actually that important? Because when people are winning, they always say, oh, it doesn't matter, we just take it game by game. But it does feel a little bit different when you haven't been getting the good results.
Yeah, take it game by game, especially if you win one after another. It's good stuff. Of course, it's important for him to win this game. Even though he's a much higher rated and experienced player and top player, you want to win the game. You want to collect the full point because you can lose a little bit of your self-confidence, and it does not help to play the best chess you can. And yeah, I mean, it affects you if you don't play well. It affects you if you blunder. So it is important to bounce back and start winning games.
Okay, well, it looks like Anish is about to do that. Speaking of confidence, though, certainly coming back into the Olympiad squad with a blast. Bike racks at the ready, chat, because we are going to be moving into Norway, Slovakia next. And we're going to be checking out Magnus's game on board 1 there. We did tease at it at the very top of the show when we were talking about the pairings. So we figured now would be an excellent opportunity to just have a quick peek on how they are doing. At the moment, it looks like we're having an excellent view of a fantastic anti-dandruff shampoo that's been used at the hotel yesterday evening. But that, of course, is Magnus deep in thought. He has a very, very strong position on board 1.
Well, let's see. Yeah, it seems like Magnus in deep thought. It's a funny pose that we see right now on the screen. It's
here we go.
Magnus's move. The knight on b2 is not something you would expect to have it there. At the same time,
knight.
Yeah, but this is not something that you like to have. Of course, I'm pretty sure that in the last move it was b5, which pushed away the knight from c4. So let's see just a few moves. How did this happen? f3 move in such a position, it can be very powerful. Because in these positions, these structures, the dream for white is somehow one way or another to make the center stronger by playing e4, and after that put the bishop behind the pawn by playing bishop e3. Then white can have a huge advantage, strong center, and also blocking the power of the long diagonal bishop on b7. So black played rook d8, bishop e2, interesting. He wants to go out of all kind of moves like c5, because after c5 the white cannot capture because of the d3 bishop would be hanging. So this was a prophylactical move. Preventing it. Knight c6 is a move which you have to be very careful playing moves like this to put front of your c pawn, which means that you slow down to play c5 if ever you're going to be playing c5 in this game. Queen c2, just developing. This is the square for the queen. Rook c8, b3, very solid. Preparing to develop with the bishop, and after that defending the d4, and white would be ready to play e4.
I guess one quick question here, which is, I'm guessing the white bishop on e2 is not looking to move away from that diagonal anytime soon. So is there any merit to playing b4 instead of b3 for white?
B4 is possible, but many times you don't want to be so active. You know?
Interesting.
After b4, I don't know if black can go a5, for example, to provoke, because maybe b5 is possible that you gain some space, and queen b5 is not possible to knight e5 or knight d6.
Mm-hmm.
No, not knight e5, knight d6, what I wanted at first, yeah.
But it just gives an extra target, I suppose. If you play b3, then black doesn't even have to consider a5 to begin with, because you're just playing a super solid move. You're not introducing a new target to attack. So it's just nice, calm, and unambiguous, I suppose.
Actually, it's very interesting what you're saying to play b4. It's just b3 seems to be more stable for white or something, you know?
Okay, yep.
That the c4 is stabilizing there, but b4 was, I think, just as well to consider that. It would make a lot of sense. Okay. So black played b5.
Yep.
It's not good if you have to play b5, to be honest. It means that something went wrong, because you don't like to give away these kind of squares like the c5. Knight d2, now it's a run for time, because if white can regroup his knight through d3 and c5 and develop with the bishop, then the game is over practically for black. And now black played e5. So black has to play something very concrete, and now Magnus is thinking how to continue the game. Well, probably white should be capturing on e5. I don't see anything better than that.
And I guess that if white doesn't capture on e5 and say puts, I don't know, the rook over to d1 or something like that, I'm guessing black doesn't have to capture, and there are positions where even a push is possible?
Well, now it's critical, I think, for white, because it's either you take on e5, or what I started to show on the board to play knight d3. This can be also something very interesting. Play it anyway here, and the idea is that if you capture the d4, I sacrifice the pawn, and for example, in this position, if the pawn would be here, then black could go queen c4. Maybe it would be a good reaction. But as the pawn is still on b3, I cover the square of c4. And once the black queen doesn't have such a good square, so after queen d6, for example, I can go bishop f4, and then you have to move back to e7, and I'm ready to go knight c5, attacking c5 the bishop, attacking the pawn, and suddenly look at white's pieces. It's so powerful.
And it actually, the pawn on b3 there played a huge difference, because if black could sidestep all of this by playing queen c4, offering to trade the queens, then the whole point of this variation doesn't really work.
Yeah, queen c4 I think could be maybe a good saving move. So now knight d3 is what I'm expecting from Magnus. The other thing is to go d takes e5. But then black goes knight takes e5, rook d1, let's say. Because here if black would be on move and black could play c5, okay, the b5 pawn is hanging, so it's not clear whether black can do that. But for the moment in this position, black has a huge development, right? The only problem is that maybe he will not left with enough pawns. That's a big question. But for now, I don't like the b2 knight, really. Because this knight should belong to c5. So what did he play? Let's see what Magnus played.
I'm looking to see if the knight came in. The knight came in!
Yeah!
Judith, you called it. There we go. Knight d3 on the board, saying, okay, I get that you're pushing the pawn. I get that you're threatening to take. on d4, and if you take I am happy to sacrifice that pawn to continue making the position of all my pieces better and better and better. And like Judith said just now, you've got bishop f4 coming in if that happens after e4. You've got the knight coming into c5. And when we first joined this game, the knight was on b2. We were asking questions. The bishop was on c1. We knew where it wanted to be, but we were also asking questions about where it was going in the long run. By offering the sacrifice of this pawn, Magnus is basically saying, if you take this, you now have solved both of my problems.
Yeah, and you see again, which we touched before, that the higher level you go, the more they look for activity. No matter whether they get it for free or they have to sacrifice material for it. So knight d3 was a very obvious continuation for Magnus.
Very nicely done there. So that is Norway versus Slovakia, ladies and gentlemen. Magnus, of course, was able to win his game yesterday, and he is looking to increase the pressure and defeat his opponent today 4-2 in a row as well. Absolute beast, does not show any signs of slowing down, and is such a huge asset for Team Norway in this 45th World Chess Olympiad. We are going to take a brief break just to have a little bit of a tea top up. But while we have your attention and while you are watching, if you are here on Twitch, please do not forget it is September. And you know what that means, of course. You get 30% off your Twitch subscription, and it's for a limited time only. September, clues in the name. But your subscriptions genuinely make events like this possible in our coverage for these wonderful events possible. You also get exclusive emotes to unlock, and you have access to exclusive break time content during the show. So while I'm going to top up my tea, you can go ahead and enjoy some of that. All you have to do is hit !subscribe in chat. That levels you up and allows you to check out exactly what you get. It's a fantastic offer, and hopefully you will be able to take advantage of it. From us here at the commentary desk, we'll be taking a few minutes out now, and when we come back, it is more action from the World Chess Olympiad. See you shortly.
Do you think the lipstick scandal ultimately hurt or helped your chess career?
Helped.
True.
For those that may not be familiar, because that was way before Magnus versus Hans kind of cheating scandals, my one wasn't along those lines, but people thought, at least a few people thought, that I had a microchip in my lipstick. That was on the New York Times, New York Post. I saw a cartoon drawn about me in Denmark. There was a blog and other news articles in places like Australia, because the story was so strange. It was so strange that media that would not be talking about chess picked it up because of how is it possible that a 20-year-old girl is accused of cheating and they say that there's a microchip in her lipstick. I played the best tournament in my life at the end of 2007, and there were 3 players that didn't believe that I can play that well. It really hurt at the time, and I ran out crying from the playing hall after the last game. But everyone stood by my side at that tournament, including the grandmaster that I beat at the tournament, the highest rated opponent I ever beat at the time, Grandmaster Christian Bauer, and everyone else at the event, the organizers, the players. They all defended me and stood by my side, which meant a lot. And the story just went crazy. Like, I think I never saw my name mentioned these many times as back in the day in the media. And it wasn't for my chess achievements, it was for my lipstick.
But I just find that story...
You want to ask her if she had a microchip in her lipstick?
I do not believe you had a microchip in your lipstick.
What do you want to do with the next 10 years of your life in the game of chess?
I think there was a really huge growth in the last 10 years. And I do believe that there will be a lot of growth and a lot of things will be cleared what is what and what kind of different opportunities chess has, and new opportunities probably. I do hope that chess will get into schools in more and more countries, and it will reaches more and more youngsters, starting from a very young age 3, 4 even. I hope chess will take its place as a great game, tool for development, for skills and mental development. And I think it is something which fits very well for the needs of the kids, what they have, what they will need in the future, because they will have to have resilience, be able to think logically, plan, take responsibility, make decision making, problem solving. There are so many things you can use in a very natural way in chess, and you can transfer it to other fields, that I think it's in the next 10 years it's going to be a huge boom in this. And maybe this is what I want the most, because I believe this can be the best for chess and the next generation.
When competing against strong players who'd previously said dismissive things about women chess players like Garry Kasparov or Nigel Short, for instance, did you feel the need to try extra hard to beat them to prove a point? Was there any other group of players you had any kind of grudge against? Well, I grew up and it was very natural that people were not accepting really that small girls are competing with men. And Susan was kind of the icebreaker in this in the beginning. For me, it was already much easier to play in the open section. But of course, I remember that I had to prove it much more time that I can play well, and I'm not there in those tournaments by chance, but I belong there. In some cases, of course, it was more challenging and I was more ambitious to show. So, of course, when I was playing against Kasparov, it was a huge challenge and I wanted more than anything to play a game or play games that I really show great fight, and eventually I even won. I also had cases where not so strong players at all, men had some sexist remarks, or you knew the way they were thinking about little girls. Okay, you win, but you were lucky, and they were expressing these kind of thoughts. So then the victory was more tasty even. But generally speaking, I was more focusing on the game and give the maximum I can and score the maximum I can.
Welcome back to the 45th Chess Olympiad. This is round number 4 of 11 in the Bok Conference Center. Over 370 teams are fighting at the moment to try and make their way up the pecking order into those medal positions, and there are only 3 of those in the open and 3 in the women's sections, so lots and lots of fighting to get to the sharp end of the competition. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Judith Polgar. We now move over to the women's section where we take a look at some of the excellent fighting chess that is going on, especially towards the top boards. And Judith, we're going to start here with India's match. What do we think about these positions against France?
Well, let's see, move by, board by board. What do we see here? On the first board, I think I like pretty much for white. I like white's position pretty much with the bishop pair, stable center. White started to push the pawn to h5, which does not look weakness, more it looks like
Not a real attacker, but pushing back the knight to e7, it's a plus for white. So white can go knight h4 or something, but generally speaking, the position seems to me that white has a little better situation. Board 2 seems, how does Vaishali have? It's kind of, well, black has a pawn down, so it's a question whether does she have enough compensation. This is the big question. This we have to dive in a little bit more to understand whether black has enough compensation or not. At first it seems so that not exactly. The third one...
You can start there if you like.
Yeah, let's go and start a Vaishali game.
All right. There's also a little bit of a timing thing going on here because we have 11 minutes remaining for Vaishali, who's playing Sophie Millier on board 2, and we're on move number 16. Now, for those of you who are thinking, well, hang on a second, so what's the matter there? The point is that they get an extra half an hour when they get to move 40. 4-0, folks. So that is 24, 25 moves to make before you actually get any additional time, and Vaishali already down to 11 minutes. So 11 minutes plus increment to play more than 20 moves, even if the position was completely equal, is already quite a challenging ask. And maybe that's one of the reasons why knight c3 has been played in this position on move 16, offering an immediate simplification of the position by exchanging queens.
I like knight c3, white's last move, quite a lot, I must say, because it's not only offering the exchange of queens, which would not be too good for black, I believe, because if exchanging queens takes, the bishop is attacked right now, so black has to waste time to move away, let's say, to e7. Sure. After that, white can just simply capture on d5. After that, she can play b3. And black has a pawn down, so whether she plays on and anything can happen, but generally speaking, it's just simply a pawn down. So if black moves away with her queen to not exchanging on a4, because then you play for a draw only, black has a problematic position, because anywhere she goes, let's say you keep the pawn, defend it on d5, white can go, for example, bishop g5, I think, or even bishop f4 can be a nice developing move. And also to keep the queen in the pin on the diagonal by the g2 bishop, it does not look good. Also, c takes d5 can be a very powerful move to start with. So black has an extremely difficult position, and it is an important moment now whether is she going to keep the queen or she tries to save the position by exchanging the queen and hoping for the best. I think objectively queen exchange should be the best move. But it's a very, very unpleasant situation for black, especially that I'm pretty sure that Vaishali came to the game that she even though she plays with the black pieces, she's playing for a win. She's a much higher rated. She's nearly 150 rating points higher than her opponent, which is not everything, but it's very clear who is the favorite in the game. And now she's struggling and having a very difficult moment right now in time-wise and in position as well.
It's frustrating when you get into a position similar to this, because theoretically, if exchanging everything would simply allow your opponents to get into a better middle game or a better end game, you obviously want to avoid exchanges and you want to make the position as complicated as possible, right? You introduce the opportunity to produce some tactics out of nowhere. You see if there's a way to confuse your opponent and really use the position to trick her into making a mistake. But when you've got 8 minutes to make 24 moves, like the ability to do that, it's almost pulling rabbits out of hats at this point. It's of course theoretically possible, but to do it under this amount of time pressure means that simplification might be the best way to go. But if you do that, like you said, maybe black's just fighting for a draw, and that's obviously not Vaishali's style.
Well, we talked about it in the beginning of the show, how the time travel affects the players. And in this case, it is something very bad for Black, but that's not the worst thing what happened to her. It's more the problem of the position. At the same time, of course, it can make confusion on the other side with her opponent, Sophie Millet, that maybe she's going to be starting fast. You know, she got very enthusiastic, which happened with me quite a few times, and it can happen to any of the player that, you know, you start to get excited that, oh my God, against a much stronger player, I have a fantastic position, and she has short time, so I'm just going to play fast as possible. And then maybe you make the bigger mistake than your opponent. So it will be interesting for me to see how she handles the time travel of her opponent. Because you can see body language also. Here.
We've seen that before in this tournament, right? Where one player is in severe time trouble, but it's actually the player with more time that makes the mistake, because you get psychologically sucked in to the time trouble. You go, oh, I've got 20 minutes to my opponent's 5. If I play my moves really quickly, I can force my opponent to make a mistake. He or she is going to really crumble under time pressure. Let's just make some quick moves. Whoops. One of them was a double question mark and the game is lost. And it doesn't matter if you only have 1 minute on your clock, you should be able to convert. So you do have to watch out for those absolute howlers in time trouble. And it happens to club players all the time. It also happens to titled players all the way up to super GMs. Nobody is immune from the clock.
Well, the clock is an important part of chess competitions. This is what I can say. That, time management is a very serious topic and serious training for many of the players. Because, of course, if you have a time travel issue all the time, it means that you have some problem in the process of decision-making, preparation. So you have to deal with it and you have to work on that. Because once you have time trouble, it's definitely going to affect you. And it also means that you're going to spend extra energy choosing the right way. And after the game, you can regret it. And basically, it can be a very difficult part and stop you from improving or performing the best.
So we'll see if that ends up being the deciding factor in this game shortly. We're now going to go ahead and take a look at some of the other federations at work in the women's section. 181 teams competing at the Box Sports and Conference Center. And for now, let's go ahead and check out the match between Mongolia and Spain. All right, we're getting to that point in the tournament now where time trouble is becoming a very, very real thing. It'll be interesting to see to what extent it affects different players in different ways. At the moment, total concentration at the board, as you can see. There's absolutely nobody batting, giving any nerves away. I'm looking for, nervous twitching, a player being really worried, being super hunched over the board. We're not really seeing that at the moment. Board one's already ended in a draw, but battle is still raging on across the other 3 boards.
Yes, and interesting that on board 1 it was agreed to draw because it was quite an interesting and complicated game where they agreed to draw. And then the second board, interesting position. Black has kind of compensation for the pawn. Board 3 looks deadly for Black. And the last board seems to be extremely interesting. I don't know whether it's some decisive result already, seems to be, because some big material problem for Black. Actually, that's completely winning for White.
Let's go ahead. Maybe let's take a look at board number 4 first. And then after board number 4, we can come back and take a look at board 3. The eval bar only recently just changed to something this large. I think the potentially, although Judith, I'm sure you're going to go back and take a look at what's going on here. I think it was move 25 where we saw things really start to swing in white's favor. Those two knights for black look like they're super glue at the moment, holding everything together just about, but maybe that's about to collapse.
Yeah, somewhere here in the middle game, it was kind of acceptable for black. It's an interesting setting of the king, especially for white king. It's not usually standing on b2 in this King's Indian kind of setup. Usually it stands on g1. But if once you can get something like this with white, it can be very favorable. But white has to be careful whether she can go to c5. So black played a5, bishop e2, knight g5. It's completely playable for black also, but something went wrong later. So knight f7 to exchange queen g5, for example, that can be a plan. Sense. Or what she played to go rook g5 and to attack on the g2.
Oh wow, okay.
So that's what she played. Queen f2, queen b8. Yeah, queen b8 is generally, sometimes you have this kind of plan to go to a7. I played myself, but not exactly in this kind of position. The queen exchange does not favor black. But now I think there is some action started to happen. And even though the king on b2 seems to be vulnerable, like black took, but there is no real problem for white, I think, because it's only the a3 square which was an entry point, but now white seems to be just a pawn up and black has no attacker in the game. So in this position, for example, already if you give up the pawn, I think the best would have been definitely to play queen a7 immediately and only threatening to take on b4 and to play queen a3. Because after that, if white goes rook a1, it's not good because it's not attacking. So black has time to play queen b6, queen e3. It's not a tempo. So this a takes b4, a takes b4, queen a7, I think it was very much the wrong plan for black. And after this, it was already very difficult because, interestingly enough, black just simply sacrificed the rook. So in the last several moves, black completely lost her way. Well, okay, maybe she was already... No, not in time trouble, because queen b6, it's a trick. Because after rook a8, you can go queen takes b4. And then the idea is that if you go bishop b3, then rook g2 check. So there's a tactic in there. And if king just goes out, then black can capture the knight, and black has full compensation. Very dangerous for white king. But probably this is something what black could blunder, the intermediate move, not capturing the knight immediately, playing c5, and the horizontal defense for the queen from h4 to defend on b4. And after takes, only after that to take on a8. And now already the white king is completely safe, no dangers. And the rook up is there.
I just love how casually you say, oh yeah, the white king is completely safe, there's no danger. And I'm still looking at the board going, okay, I can't see a viable check, but I'm still like, I'm sweating buckets, to put it politely. Like, if I'm playing this position as white, constantly checking, is there something available? Is there a tactic I've missed? Is there anything on the board that is going to cause me to worry? What do the entry squares for the queen looks like? It's... whenever calculating like the different queen moves that could or could not cause problems, it always makes me so nervous, perhaps more than any other aspect of a chess game.
Well, of course, you should never think that the game is over until it's over. But here there are no big dangers for white. I mean, the rook on a8 stands completely fine, especially as it's an extra one. And you have the other rook, which was just played, I think, rook c1, if I'm seeing correctly, on the board, attacking on c7 the pawn. And it's important that the queen is defending the g2 and also the d4 square If, let's say, black wants to go queen d3, queen d4 is still not a threat. So I could barely see any opportunity for black not to lose this game. And also, we see on the screen that just so black was looking out away from the board. And you can see on her face that she's busy, that, oh, why did I play this? Why did I ruined my position? I had such a reasonable position, and it was such a crazy blunder to blunder c5, and then basically the rook was taken for nothing in return.
Yeah, so c5 might have been a move that Mangunzel spotted one or two moves behind Matnadze there, and unfortunately, not spotting it in time means that the further down the continuation you go, the more concrete it looks, and the more you realize that this is going to be very problematic indeed. And I guess this isn't really about any sort of knockout blow for white. It's more like, if we can get a couple of things traded off, maybe we get the rook to safety, we blunt black's attack, which we kind of already have done. We get into a position where, look, if you do nothing, this extra rook is just going to very easily decide the game. So white is under even more pressure to not finish the game quickly, but just to ask black, what have you got left in the tank? What other tricks are there? And the knight to f5 is interesting because there are some really good dark square outposts in the middle of the board, and the immediate bishop c4 would... You're right, Judith, it's just not fast enough.
Well, it's trapping the queen, so...
Oh, God. It's really not fast enough.
But I can't believe it that black is playing on.
I guess it's the... to an extent, it's the Olympiad, right? You want
No,
to...
but sorry, I just can't stand watching this. I'm sorry.
That makes sense. I mean, the evaluation bar is so far in one direction now. You're right.
You know, I'm sorry that I I say this, but I think this is not the right place to play on such a position.
Was the and the queen trap was played on the live board as well. Yeah, okay, that's the actual position now. So to be fair, everything unfortunately is completely falling apart now, and this will very shortly be a full point in the bag for the white player. So strong stuff there. Really, really good tactic, actually, to put that game completely beyond doubt. That was Mongolia playing Spain. Let's see if we have some of the other games, some of the other matches in the women's section where we have some more dynamic positions to take a look. Let's try and pick two federations that we haven't actually covered so far today. We can see that Poland are playing Romania, and I've spotted at least one board where I think, Judith, you're going to enjoy the position. It certainly looks like a lot of fun from my point of view, and that's board number 1. We seem to be continuing the theme of moving towards the edge of the board, castling opposite sides, getting some really hyper-aggressive attacking going, and there's a couple of pieces that are on pre as well, so a lot of things going on in that game. I don't know who's going to win it, but I know it's going to be violent.
Yes, this game seems to be a lot of fun and a challenge for me to understand what's going on. Really, it's very complicated. That's very clear, and the time is for both players. They are not spoiled to have plenty of time anymore. And the last black's move was to play queen c8, trying to exchange the queen or push away the white queen from g4. This bishop on g6 is an excellent defender, defending the h7, at the same time also a little bit attacker as well. But this is basically the heart of the defense of blacks. a2 bishop is interesting because it gives a pin to the d5 pawn. At the same time, somehow I would like to play c4 with black to unpin the pawn on d5, and the pawn can be the knight can be captured and attacked. So now the question is how white can continue the attack, or can she continue the attack? Because if white goes with the queen on the h file, it will be not really the case. You cannot sacrifice the queen.
Yeah.
Unless you can.
I was looking for ways, and for the record, it doesn't work. I was looking for ways to play rook takes h7 to try and see if at the end of some continuation there was knight d6 check after the king moves to f7, but I can't make anything work.
Yeah, this is not enough.
I really wish. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, of course, the question is whether white wants to exchange the queens and after takes back. Still, the e4 knight is not hanging. But okay, white can go knight d6, let's say. Black goes rook c7 to defend the pawn on b7.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a big question whether how white is actually standing. The d6 knight can be in trouble in this case, so maybe I should not have played that.
So is that the question maybe that black is asking white in this position, where she's saying, you have a strong attack going, but my argument's going to be if we find a way to swap off the queens, actually you don't have enough momentum to complete the attack. And that's the question that's being asked?
Yeah. That's the problem, that once the queens are exchanged, these rooks are not going to be too useful, because this g6 bishop is completely eliminating all the attacking opportunity for white. And even though they look very active, they are not doing too much. While both of the rooks, if after queen c8, the rook on c8, then both of the rooks are much more active and doing their job than the white's rook.
Options for white. If we don't want to swap the queens, then I guess the problem here is that moving the queen away gives black the initiative, and I'm looking for what black can do with that tempo to create some sort of counter-attacking chances against white, because the knight on d4 looks pretty scary. The knight on b6 might not be doing a huge amount at the moment, but you're one move away from causing problems later on. And black has just a little bit more control of the squares in front of white's king. So just moving the queen away might mean that we get some unpleasant attacks going the other way.
Well, I'm thinking what white can do, and I'm even thinking about playing queen d1, keeping the option, after all, to take one day on h7 and maybe to play queen h5 afterwards. But I don't know, somehow I have the feeling that black can go c4, and black has great counter chances. It's very difficult to make a decision for white, especially that her time is going down. And this is a very critical moment, that to change or not to change. This is the question now.
I'm trying to work out what black is wanting to accomplish. I can see that white's plan is to attempt to find a way to disrupt the bishop on g6 so that the rooks that she's placed on the h file can participate in the attack fully. That makes sense to me. What I'm struggling to see is if black had, for example, like not swapping the queens, but if black had two free moves ignoring the queen swap, where do the pieces want to be? Which trades are critical for black? What needs to happen for black to gain the advantage in the attack against the white king? And that looks really complicated and difficult to see in this position.
Well, what black wants to do is basically first completely eliminate the possibility of attack for white. This is the most important. After that, basically, she has two exceptionally good placed pieces, the g6 bishop and the d4 knight. If it's going to be an exchange on c8, already she can say that both of the rooks are also standing perfectly fine. The only piece which is not good, kind of, is the b6 knight. It's a defender defending the d5,
at the same time supporting c4, but still it's not a good knight. Maybe on e7 it would stand a little bit better, but it's not optimal knight on b6, that's for sure. And also what black wants to do, and it would give her an advantage to push c4 in one way or another to block the bishop on a2. So because this is a very powerful bishop, it seems, for the moment.
Right. Yeah.
And if black can stop its power and block it with c4, it means that black can actually even be better. So white has to play extremely accurately. This is why it's so painful that her time is going down and down and down.
This is move number 20, so it does also mean this is actually on the board now, by the way. Rook a takes c8. So move 20 means that both players have mere minutes to complete another 20 moves, despite this position being so tactical and so sharp, like Judith just pointed out. We're going to hop to... Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the games we were covering previously in the open section. Specifically, we previously looked at Norway versus Slovakia, and there you can see Magnus Carlsen still continuing to do work on board number 1, but at the moment, that was a lot of pieces that just got picked up at once. I'm pretty sure we just saw a handshake there. Board number 1 looked like a real struggle for black, and yeah, the post-mortem has begun. Magnus Carlsen has completed the full point there.
Yes, we stopped in the middle game somewhere where he offered sacrifice the pawn, and
that's right. I want to see if that was taken.
I just go back and see that. Yeah. No, it was not taken. Black pushed e4 instead, and after knight c5, sacrifice knight d4. Interesting idea. Takes. And then white played king h1. E takes f3. Not bishop f3. G takes f3.
You were saying earlier, Judith, you said that black's idea in so many of these middle games is to try and make the bishop on b7 a monster, but sacrificing a knight for it is very, very committal.
Exactly, and white still has a beautiful knight on c5, and black's problem is that queen a1 is not only that knight b7 would be possible, but also white could trap the queen on a1. So both knight b7 and bishop b2 would be good. And so black played after g takes f3, black moved away his bishop to a8. And after that, interesting that bishop g5 considered to be not so good. I think bishop b2 probably is just kind of a very obvious move to be on the long diagonal. But I don't think bishop g5 was such a mistake in this position.
They both look pretty natural.
Yeah, but still, I mean, on b2 somehow it looks better, but both looks winning. The only question is whether this a8 bishop can give a little problem for white by any means. I don't see how. Black reacted now rook d5, and then the simplification started. And also trying to exchange the queen. Rook g1. So basically, Magnus just collected the point in a way. Bishop b5 possible because cannot be taken because queen g7 checkmate.
Yep.
And black was already playing under 2 minutes, so it was that was also a problem, but that was not the biggest problem, it seems.
Did this game did not eventually reach the time control then, I guess. So with 2 minutes left on the clock, if this is move 28, and you're playing in a worse position trying to save against Magnus Carlsen, this is about as difficult as it can possibly get in the world of chess at this minute.
Yes, it's not fun to have an awful position with little time playing the world's best player. It doesn't give you big chances to save the game.
So that is Magnus Carlsen 1-0 on board number 1. It does look... Board number 2 looks pretty wild. I see a king on g6 that looks interesting. Haring might be scoring the point there against Christensen, who has given us some of the most entertaining games of the entire Olympiad so far. It has to be said, win, lose, or draw. It's always exciting to watch his games. And then boards 3 and 4 look like they're significantly closer to equal. But Judith, when I say kings on the opposite side of the board, Black's king on board 2 is really not what I expect.
Well, the king looks very funny, yeah.
That is, we've got pawns all around the king except in front of the king. So that is very, very strange indeed. Let's go ahead and see if we can take a closer look. There's also a little bit of a time trouble situation going on here because Christensen is down to under 5 minutes on the clock at the moment.
Oh my God!
Fortunately,
what a position.
There's more than 10 moves left to make, and the good news, I guess, for Christensen is that you also have to try and make 10 accurate moves as white to get to the time control, but this looks... You know what? It doesn't look like there's anything imminently mating or something, but it just looks really weird. I don't know how to make heads or tails of this position.
Well, again, we see a very close position, but white has incredible powerful pieces and structure because the h5 pawn is the greatest target on the, I mean, just now it would be possible to, I mean, I don't know simply what is the most powerful because there's so many. I mean, the only thing can go wrong for white is that you have so many good moves that you choose not the best, and then again not the best, and then you're trying to figure out, and then you're frustrated, and then you're nervous, and then you're getting short on time, and so things are building up in your mood, right? Otherwise, this looks just completely winning, but it's not so easy, it seems to me.
I'm trying to think what might be possible to break through. Maybe there needs to be a little bit of patience. Well, knight e5 check was played. I was just about to ask, I wonder if it's possible to play something like knight e5 followed by taking the pawn and then pushing in. g4 also might have been possible, but I wasn't like, if you don't have to sacrifice material to get to that sort of position, then why even bother? So this looks a lot cleaner.
Yeah, this is a question whether can white take right now immediately on h5, because if black would have time, he could go knight f6 and defend everything, and suddenly maybe he can even save the game. But this is a momentum where I don't know if g4 is necessary. I would definitely try to capture this one. And black cannot take and play f6 as one would like to play because of knight e6 checkmate. So let's see after bishop h5 what, which is on the board already, what black can have in mind. I mean, black can simplify with bishop c5, trying to get rid of one of the nice and powerful knight, takes, going queen c5, but the bishop is so bad on e8 that...
it's not even a pawn there.
I don't know if g4 is the strongest. This is a possibility. But after g4, maybe knight f6 can be annoying for white. So, I mean, this bishop is an awful kind of a pawn, but a great defender.
Yes, it feels like black just wants to get pieces out and not release the tension until absolutely everything is on a good square, right? The moment you play, I don't know, you take the bishop too early, or you try and maneuver one piece and leave the others, any more tempi, and white will destroy you.
Yeah, so this is a critical point. White should be playing very well. Let's see how black is going to be reacting. But actually, I like bishop c5. I don't know what else can be better for black. Of course, black can go knight f6 first, but I think maybe some bishop f7 story can happen here, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. I see. So,
Because takes, and you don't have time for anything. So after king f7, knight e6 is also possible, but I believe queen f5, and then rook e1 can be also very painful. White can take on f5 as well. So let's see what's on the board. He played bishop c5. So black
And
took
he-
bishop c5, takes.
takes.
Of course, it's getting.
I love the variation you showed, Judith, as well, because we've just spent a fair bit of time taking a look at the light squares around the king and g4. And of course, if black tries to do anything else elsewhere on the board, there are variations where, guess what? It now becomes the e-file that's weak, and you're changing the focus of the attack so quickly that there's not enough time to react. So just really underlining the point that there are enough weaknesses in the position that it's not as straightforward as simply breaking through on G and H. There were so many other factors to consider as well.
There are many factors to be considered in this kind of position, and also it's very important that when we are playing very fast in a classical game, the structure changes, then even the evaluation can be different. And it's not so easy to adjust yourself to the new pawn structure and the new situation. Like in the last few moves, there is a change of structure that the d4 pawn disappeared, the h5 disappeared, some of the pieces disappeared. So suddenly you have to understand the position and re-evaluating which piece is better than the other one, where my piece should be placed the best place. What am I playing for? Is it g4? Is it the weakness, the passive passivity of the e8 bishop? For example, if white goes bishop f3 and black goes knight f6, maybe even queen g2 is something to consider, with the idea of a powerful g4, but also keeping an eye and attack over the c6 pawn.
Okay. So that is board number 2. We'll see if Norway is able to hang on there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the facial expressions and body language. That looks very, very confident, even though things were and still are tactically complex on the board. In a position where you know Magnus has already won, for example, Judith, does that release any pressure if you feel like you're in a better or a winning position as well? Like, do you let the momentum carry you and still just try and push for maximum points unless your captain tells you otherwise or something like that?
Actually, I believe that the captain cannot say anything these days, contrary to some time ago when they had some power to control and decide and advise. And I think it's much better this way. It's you, the player, has to decide everything. You have to be under control on that. And of course, you're happy that you have a point. You have scored a point already for the team.
For sure.
And you follow what's going on the others, though these guys, I'm not sure they watch too much on the other board. But you can always see that the players are just looking over to the other board, what's going on, just to understand what is the match situation. But it's important not to push it too hard. And you would see in occasions that you have to make a decision whether should I push it harder or just go for the draw, and then somebody, even in his own time, stands up, goes to check on the others, evaluates the situation, and then sits back and makes the decision whether he has to go and force matters or actually draw is the better decision to be made. But I think they are young guys, so they, generally speaking, they want to get the maximum out of possible from the game.
And that makes sense. It's one of those things that's a little bit different in a team chess environment rather than just a normal individual tournament. So something else for these players to hold in mind while having to play their games at an extremely high level as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at one of our other matchups in the main playing hall in the open section. We've got Lithuania, Poland here, and Stramavicius scored a wonderful victory early on in the tournament, and I guess the prize for that is going up against Duda. And at the moment, it is not looking too hot for him, unfortunately. Duda seems to be doing very, very well with the white pieces. And I can't tell if that's 55 minutes or 55 seconds on the clock, but given the time we are currently have in the tournament hall, I'm going to assume for now that's 55 seconds.
Exactly. It is 55 seconds, though 55 minutes would not save black either.
And that's our analysis of that. I mean, to be fair, you can see that it's a really struggle position. Board 2, actually, finally, we have kings on the same side of the board, even though that looks quite interesting because one side has a queen playing 2 rooks. So that looks nice and fun and complicated. Board number 3 is looking also complicated. Material, I think, looks equal at the first glance. And board 4 has some interesting invaders on both sides of the board. But given we just got a pair of minor pieces, and defending for white, there's actually 3 for each player. I'm not seeing an imminent big attack. Do you have a favorite board you'd like to go into here, Judith?
Well, actually, board 2 seems to be very interesting because the unbalanced material. Because it's interesting to have a queen versus 2 rooks. Generally speaking, the 2 rooks is much more powerful than a queen. But because of the vulnerability of the white king, it may be just okay for black. So from this point of view, it's very interesting, this position.
It almost feels like that the pawn on e2 is an obstacle to white getting his rooks to work together. Where if they're if they're in sync and they're in harmony, then it's going to be a lot more dangerous. But right now they look just a little bit disjointed, and one of the scariest combinations in the entire game of chess, of course, is a queen and knight, and that's exactly what black has bearing down on white right now.
Well, yeah, we can say that the e2 pawn can be in the way. At the same time, it at least defends the f3 square, right? So it can be vulnerable for white because of knight f3. But I completely understand why you pointed out that. I think the white king is really vulnerable, so I would think that there is a good chance that they will make some perpetual check or something in the next few moves.
Okay. Would both players be looking for a perpetual check here, or would you feel like one player has all the chances and sort of has the decision whether or not to draw, and the other has no choice but to accept?
Well, I don't think white can force things too much because black's pieces, the queen and the knight, also stand so optimally in this position that you have to be very brave to go for fighting for more with white, because it's also very important that in some positions you may fight for longer, but then it means also that you're risking. Of course, right now they see that on board 1, Duda will win his game, most likely, unless he ruins something. I just saw something that maybe it's not so easy suddenly.
Love time trouble.
Yeah, this is the thing, that you have to take care of your own game. At the same time, when you see that from a completely winning position, maybe there are chances for the opponent's team, and then suddenly you say, no, but we have to win the game. We have to win the match. And then you see that none of the positions are so obvious that you would win the match.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, in this position for Wojtaszek, it can be a decision that, you know what, I want to play on because I want to give the chance for the opponent to go wrong. Not because I have a better position, I just simply want to give the option for my opponent to go wrong. And but now he's making some checks. And let's see whether is he going to go for the perpetual check, or he thinks that he can play on the game? And it seems like they will go for the perpetual check, I believe.
That does look like the threefold repetition there. And I guess a quick think, but ultimately it looks like they've both come to that sort of impasse where they've realized that that is the most likely result. Very, very hard fought draw there, and that does mean that Poland-Lithuania have now had a board concluded. So that is a draw on board number 2. Let's have a very quick look at board number 1 and Duda's game before we head to a break. Because when we first came to the team view, it looked like it was all one-way traffic. And you know what? Things are still looking okay for White. Like, I don't want to say something that isn't true. However, it's beginning to look like Black at least smells the possibility of a defense here.
Well, we have to check what is the real defense opportunity for Black, because indeed, at first I thought, for example, that Rook G1 can be a killing move, because Rook E7 is not possible to Bishop D5, protecting the knight and capturing the piece. But the thing is that Black can go either Knight C7 or Knight E7, and it seems like it's a pretty good defense for Black, because the knight cuts away the power of the 7th rank bishop, Rook on B7. Black can try to go even sometimes Knight E6. White has a pawn up, that's very clear, but it's not so easy how White will improve his position and convert it into victory.
When we first took a look at all 4 boards, though, it honestly looked like Duda was ahead. And I am reading the eval bar a little bit here, but it looked like he was ahead way more than this. Are we able to go back a little bit and see if there was something that went wrong?
I think here after Rook E5, it was not really understandable why White did not play Knight takes B4, for example. But it's not the easy choice for White. I mean, White has 2 pawns up, but there is some counter chances for Black. That's clear.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, very active, of course, with 2 rooks. Can be quite tricky. Lots and lots of different moves to consider. But yeah, yes, that eval bar has gone completely from one-way traffic to White has a strong advantage, but needs to work for it. So plenty of work to do here for Duda, by the looks of things.
Yeah, let's see how it will unfold the rest of the game. Took on D5.
Oh, I've just been told knight takes F6 check on move 32. That wasn't me, by the way. I wish I could say it was me. It wasn't me.
And Rook D7. And Rook D7. Or not Rook D7. Maybe Rook B7 was better. Rook D7 is also possible.
That's a big move either way. Knight taking on F6. And then the rook coming down to B7.
Yeah, but it's not easy. It's a computer kind of thing.
Yeah. And I guess King G8, Rook G1, and then...
Yeah, this is not easy at all. Here, and H6.
Wow.
Wow.
That's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, but it's a typical thing that, it should be winning. How come you didn't see it? But
well, that's why it was... You're not just looking at the knight sacrifice. You need to find like the thin line afterwards to actually get to the winning idea, which is all at first I was thinking about it might have something to do with checkmate. No, it's actually just queening an H-pawn.
Yeah, it's quite good enough.
All right, folks. So that was that is a huge line, and that's why we are still fighting on board number 1. Don't get us wrong, Duda still very much has the advantage here versus Stromavicius, but we'll have to work significantly more to try and convert that to a full point after Poland and Lithuania have now drawn on board number 2. So from a team situation, just a little bit more pressure being added on this match now. We will definitely check it out when we come back. We're going to be going for a quick top up of our drinks. We hope you folks have been enjoying the coverage so far. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you for your comments in chat as well. When we come back, we'll be looking into the start of some of the endgames from here at the 45th World Chess Olympiad. See you soon.
We are here with two of the youngest competitors. In fact, I think we may have the youngest competitor in all of Budapest, but I'd like to introduce you to board 2 for Lebanon, 9-year-old Sky Atia. Sky, how you doing?
Fine.
And this round, Lebanon actually plays St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they are represented by their third board, which is 8-year-old Ariana Balcom. Ariana, how are you?
I'm good.
Your team says that you're the youngest player here. Have you met anybody that's 8 years old?
No.
Okay, so this is probably the fact. It's probably you are the youngest. And I assume this is your first Olympiad, is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I'm going to throw it back to Sky over here. Who taught you how to play chess, Sky?
My dad.
Okay, and how good is your dad?
He's good. He's a good player.
Can you beat him yet?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay, did he ever let you win, or when you beat him for the first time, was it a real win?
Yes, it's always a real win.
Okay, and tell me about who is your hero that you hope to meet here at the Olympiad?
Everyone.
Okay, have you met any grandmasters yet that you had dreamed about meeting?
Yes.
Like who?
Like Prague, for example.
Prague is loved by everyone.
Yes. I love to see Magnus too, and my coach, he's a grandmaster.
What about you?
I met him for the first time because we always met online.
That's fantastic. Who is your coach?
My coach?
The grandmaster.
Yes, his name? Sorry, I can't say.
Who is it?
I don't.
Oh, it's a secret or something. Yeah. Oh, it's a secret. Okay. Yeah. So you're already a tournament veteran. She's not letting us know. Ariana, do you think maybe by the next Olympiad you'll play board 1 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Yes.
Yeah. And tell me, what do you have to do to become the top Vinci player?
Just keep practicing hard.
Fantastic. And finally, what is the ultimate goal you have in chess? Where do you think you'll be in 10 years?
Like a grandmaster.
That's fantastic. I don't think we've ever had a female grandmaster from the Caribbean. So do you think you're going to be the first?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, I want to say they're not playing each other this round because we have a board 2 and a board 3, but I think this could be the future of chess. An 8-year-old and a 9-year-old representing their countries.
Hi everybody, I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson and I welcome you to my course, an aggressive 1e4 repertoire, part 1. I believe this course is aimed at all levels, which of course is always an easy thing to say. Basically, the approach has been to be as aggressive as possible against the main lines, setting an emphasis on surprise value while still having some soundness in order to pose unique problems. Knight f6. We're going for the most aggressive. Knight to g5, d5, e takes d. Knight a5. Bishop b5 check. That's just the main line. dc, bc. And here I have a bunch of new ideas after queen to f3. And hopefully this will not only fix my chickenness of not being able to play 1e4 aggressively, but also give you a bunch of fresh ideas when we're done.
I think Anish has already retired from chess. He only plays so that he has something to tweet.
That's factual. I don't think it's mean. I think that's just quite factual. Yeah. I think it's fair enough. Anish started to draw memes himself so that he can finish his games quickly.
I don't think it makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
I think you appreciate a mean tweet which is well thought of.
No, but it just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
if it's well thought of, well crafted, you would appreciate it.
Yeah, this is a good one, probably. When Vidit defeated Krasnov for the first time, he shared an epic reel on his Instagram. Since then, all I can see is reels of him dancing. Is that good? Like a lot of words, they really put in the effort there. I have to say I like your dance reels. I must say that. I can see that. I think that deep inside, this is something you enjoy.
Want to dance?
No, you want to, like, I think you really enjoy that. I see the spark in your eyes, when you dance. Like whenever we looked at the Petrov and trying to look for new ideas, I didn't see that spark in your eyes. But when you're doing the real dance, I think it's good. But to be fair, not many people defeat Carlsen a lot of times, so I think it's...
Or not many players can dance also.
That's true.
Both.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep that Instagram content going, and if you only have to do it when you beat Carlsen, then Instagram would be a pretty dead platform. So yeah.
Why is Anish playing chess? He looks like an accountant who says he has 21 years of experience, but actually uses ChatGPT.
Wow, this is some good right there. I mean, wow.
Why are you playing chess, Anish? You look like an accountant.
No, but this is some meta stuff. Accountant who says he has 21 years of experience, but actually uses ChatGPT. Wow. No, this is actually good.
I don't know what is the insulting part. Everything?
Everything, yeah, it hurts really, really deeply, but it's really good. It's really good, yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 4th round of the World Chess Olympiad in Budapest, Hungary. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Judith Polgar. We've had some fantastic games up and down the playing hall, which, as you can see, is still bursting with a lot of activity, to be fair. We're starting to see some of the individual games, though, finish, and as a result, the first people are beginning to leave. Here's a quick snapshot of some of the top games going on at the moment. But I think first, we're probably going to take a look at some of the USA-Ukraine games, that is for sure. But the first match I would love to be able to have at least a quick peek at, if we can do a quick check-in with the legend that is Peter Leko. Apparently his game is having some fireworks of its own. So Judith will get to see here whether or not we're going to see an exciting conclusion to this game in the coming minutes.
Yes, it's interesting. In the beginning, we left with a great position for Leko. But now he has a very interesting game going on. Because it's a big mess what is going on there. Very tactical. Extremely tactical, and even actually for white it's also quite difficult to go forward. Let me search for the game so we can look at it.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. So you guys are seeing all of the 4 boards right now. We can see board 3 was a win for white, and board 4 ended in a draw. So only boards 1 and 2 left. It looks like board 1 is winning for Rapport. So Hungary overall seem to be, from what I can see here, comfortable in the match situation, because it looks like they're going to at least go 2.5 up. We are now live with board number 4, Lodici versus Leko. And you mentioned a lot of tactics here, there, and everywhere, Judith. Is this for both players, or is it all one-way traffic?
Well, actually, it's very interesting what white is doing, because he, in the last several moves, if we look at it, what has happened, it's both players are regrouping their pieces. It is very difficult for black because white has a very active bishop, great rook attacking on the f6 pawn. At the same time, the white is also attacking and putting pressure over the g4 pawn. So black is definitely the defender in this position, and he also has very little time, while white also has only seconds. White started to go and play a very interesting kind of a positional idea to go king h2 and to go king g3, blocking the pawn, but not only blocking, but actually attacking it also on g4. So now black has to be very careful. He went knight f7. And the question is whether what happens, let's say, if white is just capturing the pawn right here on g4. So after rook d3 check, white should be able to go rook f3. And this is the big question, how black can try to survive this. Because for the moment I don't see how, because if black has to exchange the rooks, it's either pawn takes or king takes. Also the queen will be exchanged, but white has a pawn up, so it should work without any problem for white to win the game. So let's see after king g3. Actually, white did play king queen g4 and black played knight h6, queen g7, king g7. Well, black's hope is to have a fortress kind of situation, as far as I see. So the black knight is very well placed, blocking the passed pawn on h5. And also it stands very well, controlling the g4 for the moment. And the rook is not only defending the f6 pawn, but also, more importantly, has an attacking squares d3 and d2, possibly looking for counter chances. If white could regroup his king to e2, exchange the rooks, then unfortunately black has no way to escape, I believe. But let's see if white can bring his king into the center and be able to exchange the rook. So this is it is a big question right now for black. Of course, Leko is very good in defending. He was always very famous for that. No question about it. And but this is not something he was aiming in the middle game or early opening phase of the game. It seems like both players are playing on seconds by now. And but these endgames are very interesting, how to win it, because let's say king f3. For the moment, the f6 is not attacked, and then black should look for an idea how to continue. Should he go rook d2 maybe? But actually rook d2 could be also a blunder because of this nice bishop f6 check option with an idea of winning the rook, which is happening very rarely in a game of a tournament game. But as we see, it can happen. So this is the problem of black, that the rook can practically not really able to move away. So let's say if we look at king f7, as black cannot do anything special, and then let's say white king goes to e2, black stays, just he can not do anything special. Though maybe black can try to play in such a position knight g4 just in case to be ready. So for the moment, black stops white of exchanging, because then it would be takes, and then knight e3, and then capturing the pawn. So white has to be very precise and accurate in winning the game and find the right plan, because black for the moment is having a fortress. So it is a question. The other idea is for white to go rook f3, let's say. So I'm controlling the d3 square. And then my idea would be to go king h3, g4, and g5. So try to simplify the position, get to open the game as much as possible. Again, white has kind of a problem of too many options. But the good thing is for white that he can't really go wrong so easily. And we see now Leko, he's for sure he's not happy with his position. White played king f3. Actually, it's a double idea behind king f3. We have also g4 as an option for white, and also the one we looked at, that king e2 and rook d1. For the moment, black seems to have a reasonable defense, but it will be extremely difficult for Leko to hold the game. It's interesting that his body language doesn't say the frustration that in such a position you could have. We see that he's concentrated, he's
focusing, he's trying to save the game. And basically, we are just turning into the fifth hour of play. The players are playing already for 4 hours in the fourth round. And but we've seen already quite a few finished game in this round. And we see Rapport is still playing, Leko is still playing, but on board 3, Hungary won, Sugirov won already, so Hungary is leading 1.5 to half. And still the 2 boards is going on, but it's a big challenge because if Leko would be losing then still White has to win, but Rapport seems to be winning. So what do you think, John, about this whole situation? Things are speeding up.
This is a little bit of extra pressure on Lodici as well, right? Because he came off that fantastic win yesterday. So he defeated Anish Giri. His prize for defeating Giri was to come in and play Leko and to be in a position where it feels like he's advantageous and should be converting the win. I get that these people are professional, top-grade GMs, but the amount of pressure involved in that sort of situation can easily turn a very, very advantageous situation into a draw. And then adding on top of that, the match situation, where actually, if you're able to win here, maybe there's a chance to save something. But I get the impression that Hungary overall, probably just a little bit too good. But having the personal pride on the line is always such a fantastic feeling. And can you imagine beating Giri and then beating Leko as well on consecutive days? That would be an incredible achievement.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is what we talked about in the beginning of the round, right? That how it is to play one day with Giri, next day with Leko. And obviously, I mean, Leko was always, for many decades, a great, a fantastic top player, very stable. That's what he was famous for. At the same time, lately, he's a coach and he's a trainer and quite successful because he has some talents like Kramer is his students, and he's very happy as working as a second and as a coach. So this is a special event for him also to come back to play for the national team. It was possible because Rapport was also playing in the team. So they said, Leko said it before, if Rapport is playing, we can have the best team possible. Then I'm ready to play, you know. And he is, but he has to fight for his life today.
Luckily, this is it's what they do best, right? If you put them in a position where, yeah, come and play 11 easy games. Okay, we can do it, but we want to see every super GM in this room fighting for their life, realistically. That gives us the best show.
Yeah, I mean, that's how chess is. In the beginning of the game, it's like, it's a slow warm-up. We have boring openings or less boring openings. And then we have the middle game, and then the time gets involved. So the time trouble makes it more interesting and gives some drama to it. And the players getting tired. And already now that we are in the fifth hour, you can see on the faces also all the emotions. But I see Richie won. Great. So Hungary, after all, scored 2.5 half so far. And Leko is there who has a difficult situation right now, but he can be happy already that the team won, which is
indeed.
Which gives a good feeling.
The team match, at least, is not in contention, and as a result, you can play purely if you decide to, for personal pride, you want to go for the full point. The team's result at least doesn't depend on it now. But there is a team result that could get very interesting very quickly in this hour of Chess, Judith, because at the moment, and we don't want to say anything for sure, because as you know, anything can change really quickly in the game of chess. It's looking like, as things stand, the USA and Ukraine might split the match points here, because Caruana has won on board number 1 against Volodkitin, 1-0, great. Dominguez also made a draw against Ponomaryov on board 3, but Wesley So and Vasil Ivanchuk looking drawish, but look at board 4. Korobov continuing to pile the pressure onto Ray Robson, unable to shake that pressure off. We've seen that for hours now on this board, and he's getting closer and closer to converting the point.
Yes, I see this, what is happening, and it's nothing good looks on board 4 for the US team. But when we left it long time ago, it was a very rough position for Robson in the early middle game. And then later on, I think maybe he managed to get some chances, but now it seems that he will not be able to save the game unless something very big blunder will happen from white side. And why is that? First of all, because there is an exchange up for white, so material down for black. There is no tactical ideas for black. I see that black came with the king over to g4, trying to collect some of the pawns. But the problem is here on the queen side, white has too many pawns, too many pieces. White will be bringing his king to e3, I believe, to make a blockade. And after that, easily white can go, for example, knight e7. The main idea would be to, in one way or another, try to target the c6 bishop, and after that to target the b7 pawn. So what can black do against these two passed pawns? Well, let's put it that way. I wouldn't like to sit in Rob's place now.
I'm guessing it's also just a little bit... how do I put it? Imagine the pawns on f7 and g7 were on f5 and g5, or like they were a little bit further up the board. Maybe with some extra time, black could have done something here. But since those pawns are still on their home squares, even if black's king comes in and mops up both of those pawns on the g file, and wow, black has 3 connected passed pawns, it's just not fast enough to stop white with the initiative bringing home the point first.
Well, dreams. I mean, as we talked about it, time element is important, what's going on in the chess clock.
Yes.
But time is also important in the chess game, how many tempis you have, right? Indeed, you're absolutely right. I mean, Ray can dream about collecting these 2 pawns and have what you were just mentioning, pushing the pawns f5, g5. The only big problem is that white really has very strong, powerful queenside pieces and pawns. And also, again, material also counts.
So unfortunately, it doesn't look like there is much in the way of saving grace. Yeah, exactly. I think chat has put this very, very well. Fun to play for Korobov and not a fun time defending this, unfortunately. So the USA and Ukraine currently looking like they will share the match points in round 4 of the 45th Chess Olympiad. There may be another interesting match result going on in the open section in the hall as well. So we're going to jump straight to that and take a look at all 4 of those games. We are going to be watching Uzbekistan, Vietnam. And I mean, there are so many strong players here. It's really difficult to call upset or anything like that, but Minh Le did just defeat Sindarov to give Vietnam a full point on board 3. So suddenly, Vietnam are looking very, very strong in this matchup.
Well, let's see some of the games, I think. Let me search. I mean, in the middle game, we can see such an ideas and ups and downs. It's crazy, right?
Excellent. That's what we like to see. We don't just want the current position. We want the history lesson, Judith, of what happened to take us here. This is going to be a lot of fun. So Yakubayev and Nguyen are still playing on board 2. And we have Vakidov playing Tran on board 4. Both of those games are still ongoing, but the current score is Vietnam 1.5, Uzbekistan 0.5. And that's because Abu Sattarov made a draw on board 1 against Liam Le. So boards 2 and 4 are where we will be focusing our attention. And board 2 in particular, I'm trying to work out what the imbalances in this position are. We've got a knight versus a bishop, both sides playing a lot of attacking chess and some very, very aggressive looking pieces on the board. But it's, I think it's an understatement to say it's super complicated.
It's super complicated, but if we take a look at the force board first, we talk about that. I mean, there, White is not having such a big ideas. I mean, it's pretty balanced. So there is a very good chance that this game would be a draw, which means that Vietnam would be leading 2-1. And now it comes, if we switch to the board 2 game, that it's a team tournament, right? So now there is a lot of pressure on White, Yakuboyev, what to do. I have to win. I have to save the day and to equalize the match, right?
Yep,
so these are the very special moments in the Olympiad when you enter into the 4th or the 5th hour of the game, and actually the pressure is extra heavy because it's not only your own game, it's actually depending on you what is going to be the result of the team. So in these cases, the question is, are you going to be ready to risk really high or no? But you can say that it's double or nothing, right? Because draw is also a loss for the team. So obviously, White has to go for it. Go for it, not to make unnecessarily craziness, but if he has a choice of fighting further or agree to a draw, it's not a question anymore.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the pressure is certainly on. And one of the beautiful things about playing team chess in this sort of environment, imagine having your king on g1 with no pawn in front of your king and an enemy pawn on h3 and going, yep, I need to go for it now. That's fine. Don't worry about it. King safety doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. But what kind of risky maneuvers can we come out with? I suppose one of the interesting things about the position is that if black chooses to deviate from the 6, so like rook takes f5, for example, maybe that gives white a tempo to get the bishop out from f1, where it's probably feeling just a little bit stuck at the moment. The knight on f8, though, is also quite far away from the action, at a minimum of 2 or 3 moves before we can properly get into the attack. It's a very dynamic position. I want to use the correct words, but I get the feeling that because the bishop is more long range, you've got 1 or 2 tempi to get into the attack faster than the knight on f8. Am I reading that right?
Well, it's a big question. First of all, I think probably black has a very nice position, a better position. Generally, it would be better for white to have, as he has the bishop, and it's quite passive knight on f8. At the same time, the problem is, first of all, after rook f5, black has a pawn up, just to start with.
Sure.
And if black has the time to bring the knight to g6, possibly to go to h4 and f3, for example, that would be a great thing, right? So now the problem is, first I thought that, okay, rook e3 and then rook g3. But the problem is after rook e3, black has a check on g5, I think. And black will not allow white to go rook g3 check. King h1 is not possible to queen d5. So there are a lot of weaknesses in white's position. White has to go king f2, and then still I'm not sure if, let's say, black goes queen d5, if white has such a fantastic position. Because white taking on h3, let's say it's only gaining back the pawn, and then black can go give it check and goes out, knight g6. And there is no danger really for black after having the knight defending on g6. And the white king is extremely vulnerable. So now I'm thinking that white is in huge trouble because he sees that the team is in minus and he has a bad position. So this is not funny at all. He went bishop d3.
Right. And I guess maximizing the activity of the bishop. But like you said, Judith, there's plenty of opportunity for black. And you basically want to eliminate the possibility or mitigate knight g6 coming straight in.
But bishop d3 was a very good move, actually.
If you get... if the knight is going to become a... I want to say if the knight's going to become a monster coming in via h5, does that therefore mean that if the rook moves away and white has an opportunity to swap, knight g3, you instantly play bishop takes knight. I feel like that's a really scary decision to make when you're a pawn down and you're simplifying the position. You just risk going into an endgame where your opponent is a pawn up, guaranteeing playing for 2 results. So maybe there's something other than swapping that off.
Well, yeah, once the knight goes to g6, probably white wants to swap that off. But now the black's question is whether should he go rook f3 and allow white to go queen g5 check, or he does not want to allow something like this and he prefers to go rook h5, controlling some of the important squares, but then it's not so active anymore. And white can go actually bishop e4. It would be a nice spot for the bishop, controlling also the d5, so black cannot go back to d5 so easily.
Yeah, there's horrible checks.
And also the question is, but it's also possible maybe white can go king g2 with an idea to go and control the g5 with the rook. But definitely white should play the way that he's not making the position worse. d3 bishop is excellent. At the same time, I'm sure he wants to play on. He has less time. This is a problem. Actually, rook f3 was played. After bishop d3, rook f3 was played. Okay. So now white's question is whether is he going to play bishop e4 or gives a check. But I don't understand this. After check, black has to go knight g6 because black cannot go here because of queen h5. Taking the rook. So after queen g5, the only move knight for g6. Black is to go knight g6. Very strange decision by black. Look at that. I mean, bishop g6 takes queen g6, and he just wants to go away.
Do we think that this is part of maybe Win here seeing the team situation and saying, if this gets traded off, there's an opportunity for white to keep checking my king and attempt to go for a draw. Therefore, it's more likely to happen. I don't know, but you're right. It's not like the position we came to when we came to this board was it appeared to be black was the one playing for all the chances. And here it feels a lot more straightforward where we're just trying to avoid checks and make a draw. So it's definitely a downgrade in the position for black.
Yes, but a draw is a victory for the team. And this is why maybe he just wants to go and move on, giving the opportunity for white to play queen g5. White can also play bishop e4 as we discussed, but then I think maybe there is something else than rook c3. I wonder what. Instead of rook c3, what else can black do? I don't know if queen c3 is possible. Maybe queen c3 is possible.
Forgive my ignorance. What's the point behind queen c3? Are we? The
idea is that I want to. Yeah. If I could force the queens off, then of course it's pawn up, and white has no chance to win at all. And you cannot really move away, because if you move away with the queen, then queen d4 check, or if you go queen d1, then rook e3 will be very powerful, I think. And the thing is that if you go queen g5, it's already not that you have a draw, because here the rook is hanging, so you don't have kind of a move. So queen c3 would be
takes knight.
No, because the rook was hanging. So basically, probably white's best move should be queen g5 and go for the simplification and then trying to make a draw. But this is not an option.
Absolutely,
it's an option, but no option.
Yakubayev down to about 10 minutes on the clock. A move has been played. In fact, queen g5, knight g6 is on the board. So let's stay with this game. A couple more moves, but I think we just saw bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and I'm guessing we're about to see queen takes pawn check. So it looks like that simplification has become... It almost feels like it's heartbreaking here a little bit, watching the game go to this as the black player thinking, well, hang on a second. But like you say, it's a team sport here at the Olympiad, and we are much, much closer now to getting a team victory.
Yes, we are here at the Chess Olympiad, and team points matter, and this will be a painful end of this match because and a great victory for Vietnam.
So we've got several other matches in the open section that are actually very finely poised one way or another. So even though this is so close to being such a famous victory for Vietnam, if they can pull it off, I want to draw our attention a little bit to England, Georgia. We mentioned them at the top of the show, and as things currently stand, and I'm so scared of commentators' curse and jinxing things, when we take a look at these results, it does look like that David Howell here is possibly going to clinch victory with the black pieces, and that could end up being a very, very pivotal result because, well, Georgia currently 1-0 up. Luke McShane lost on board 3, so that's critical for the English squad.
So let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on with David. David is having a fantastic position. So...
here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, again, he doesn't have so much time, but that's okay. With him, that's okay, right?
Yes.
Let's see. But that's strange. His last move was king h7? That's unexpected.
To move the king up, I guess, through the pawns? That's...
yeah, I mean, usually the other way around, right? That you try to bring your king towards.
Yeah, you went from g6 to h7. That's interesting. So
Yeah.
Black's got the doubled pawns on a4 and a5, but this could end up being an asset because it basically means you get to push a3 twice at some moment later on if you do decide to push towards the queening square there, and otherwise the players have 4 pawns each on the opposite side of the board. So talk us through this endgame here, Judith. What is Black's plan to convert the material advantage?
Well, first of all, there is a trick idea which Black is always taking account on that, I think. And actually maybe that's his plan anyway, but I want to show you the very basic idea, which is typically very artistic. And let's say I just want to show what happens if the white rook gets away from the c file. Then there is a very classical trick of sacrificing the rook, and then the pawn cannot be stopped.
And the double pawn acts as a shield. Lovely.
Yes, and then wherever you move the knight, pawn is going to be pushed and you cannot stop the queen. And in this position, if let's say white would be continuing this way, then white cannot really save the game because there's nothing to be done against a3, a2. But of course, this was kind of a help chess. At the same time, not completely, because I'm wondering also what happens if in this position can Black do this to sacrifice? Let's say after rook c7 to go rook b2 takes.
Take it anyway.
a3. No, it's impossible because you go knight a4, and after a2 you go
rook c1.
c1, and actually Black lost. So this is something not possible.
So like you said, getting the rook away from the c-file is the key.
Yeah, but after rook c7, I think rook c1 would be very strong. And then it's a pin, because if rook on c6, then knight a5 would be possible. Defended the rook and attacking the other one. You see? So
yes, wow.
I think what David is playing for is kind of a zugzwang for white, and also he possibly wanted to go out of all kind of f5 checks, because, for example, if instead of king h7 he would go rook c1, then f5 could be an unpleasant move because it's impossible to take it to knight e3 check, and then the c1 rook would be falling off. So maybe this was his idea, to go kind of a prophylactical move, to go king h7, and let's say if the rook moves to c7, then definitely he would be playing rook c1.
That's really good to know as well, because the variation that you just showed us proves that even though black looks like they should be expected to convert positions like this, there are still resources available for white. There are still ways to try and play for a result for white. And it means that David can't rest yet. There's still work to be done in order to convert this to a point. So very interesting, very active play perhaps needed to try and not allow his opponent to accidentally find a way back into the game.
Well, I'm thinking what happens, let's say if white goes back and says, okay, I cannot, actually white played king f3. So let's say king f3, I had an idea what happens if I go rook c1 anyway, and after knight a5, I would be taking, and after takes, I would be going bishop d2, and can white do anything against bishop c1? This is what I was wondering.
Okay. I've just about caught up with that.
Probably knight d4, and after bishop c1, white can go b4, and I think here, knight b3, bishop here, and b6. So black is not in time. Or black is in time.
Wow, that's
It
well,
seems like I would
not getting
think.
away with queening.
No, the only move I think is to go bishop d4, pushing the pawn, then go back. But the question is, how would black win? I mean, white has a passed pawn, black has a passed pawn.
There's still plenty of play left in this position, and plenty of
He went-
interesting lines.
Yeah, he went rook f1. So let's go back. He went rook f1. Okay, rook f1. He'll get king e2.
Fine. This is way more tricky than we thought at the doors coming onto this board. I love it.
Yeah, it looks kind of simple, but somehow David should do the way to win it, but it's not so simple at all. But after king e2, hold on. After king e2, I would go rook c1. This is the move. Because now knight a5 is not possible to check, and then takes the knight.
Okay. Yeah, and that is very straightforward for black after that happens. So yeah,
Yes.
that option's no longer on the table.
Okay, so after rook f1, probably white has to go back to g2.
I have some
And now-
breaking news, Judith.
Yes.
We came from the US-Ukraine match, but I've been told there's been a blunder in that match, and Ukraine appears to be on course to winning the match 2.5 to 1/2. Look at the evaluation in Ivanchuk's game. Wesley So is now very much on the ropes, and this happened literally in the last minute or two. Something drastic has properly turned the tables on board number 2.
Wow. Yes, there is a mating idea suddenly. Black cannot push the pawn because rook h8 checkmate. Cannot defend with king g7 because rook d8 to d7. Wow, game over. Oh, what a shocking drama.
Ivanchuk able to pull out the victory here for Ukraine. I think it's safe to say that that they have enough time on the clock to convert this as well. I wonder what the mistake was. Do you want to head into that game quickly, or do you want to head back elsewhere? What would you prefer?
No, actually, I think we can wait because there will be still some thinking time. So let's, in this game between David, let's see.
I mean, Ivanchuk has been producing games that everyone in the chess world enjoys watching for a ridiculous number of years now, and it's beginning to look like that this result is going to, exactly right, chat, this is some magic indeed, because the evaluation was substantially different a very short while ago. So there is now the potential for 2 decisive results in favor of Ukraine in the USA versus Ukraine matchup. Don't forget, of course, Fabi won his game, so the US were up 1 point, and Dominguez made a draw. So the score is 1.5 to 1/2 to Ukraine. However, both remaining games for Ukraine are looking like they are going the Ukrainian team's way. So this is very, very strong stuff. Let's take a look at what led to this. Wesley So is playing on, but honestly, we want to go back in time to see what went on here.
Okay, so actually this point we haven't even seen. It was a balanced game. Black is doing fine. And suddenly Wesley decided to give up the piece, the knight, in order he tries to win. Intermediate move, check, check, takes, rook takes e4, king f2, and then he grabbed that pawn on a4 because h4 pawn was taboo because of rook h8 and black would lose the rook, right?
And that was a good move, double exclam, right? It doesn't look like there's been a mistake on that. That was calculated.
No, this was something, a good decision by black, because black had 3 pawns. Out of the 3 pawns for the knight, there is the pawn is a passed pawn, right? And the knight on b3 is very much far away from the king on h6. So what did Vasily do? He played knight d4, centralizing his knight and cutting away the opportunity for the black rook. Black went rook a2 check, king g3, rook a3 check, knight f3. So suddenly the f3 knight is already getting into the right place, possibly to go to g5, possibly go to e5. The main weakness of this position of black, the only thing you have to look after is the f7 pawn.
f7.
Because that is, but it's also not so easy to attack necessarily. For the moment, the knight is pinned by the rook on a3. So what happened? Black played rook e2. I don't understand. This was the losing move. Oh my God. So black did not realize it, that rook b7 is actually a threat. But let me think what was the only move for black. Because it's, so what is, maybe king g7 was the only move, you know?
And because the white knight is blocking the f file, why does king g7 stop the attack from working?
Well, at least for the moment, not the immediate thing is winning. I still have to understand what are the possibilities for black to defend. I don't see exactly
my goodness.
how to defend.
I don't know if you guys just caught the footer. I love this. 15 years ago, Ivanchuk announced his retirement after losing to Wesley So in the 2009 World Cup. Thankfully for the chess world, he didn't actually retire. This is incredible what goes around, isn't it? That is unreal. And now, in this position, he's trying to put away the full point. But yeah, where's the I get that king g7 might be the only move, but I'm struggling to understand why.
Well, we get back our board, and I show you what is the secret of that. The thing is that after king g7, black is defending the. Okay, so this was a bad move because it's losing. So king g7, it's a prophylactical move of defending the f7. And the idea is that after rook b7, where this is threatening rook dd7, e5 is possible.
suddenly because the rook was gone from b5. So now it's an opportunity for black to play e5. And the thing is that after rook goes to d7, black goes e4. Rook f7 check. Black does not go here to get a checkmate, but black can go down up to g8. And white has not enough time to go rook c7 and give a mate because it's a pin. And actually white can get in trouble if white would not... white can lose because if, let's say, white wants to win, then black gives checkmate.
Oh, wow. So it's literally next tempi wins territory. Exactly.
So the best thing what white can do is rook b7, e5, go for the simple perpetuate check.
I see.
Here, and the good thing and the important thing is for black not to go to the e file, because after that rook e7 would be taking. Like here, black has to go back because this would lose to rook e7 and white captures the pawn on e4. But after black goes back to the other side to g8, then the game is perpetuate check and it's a draw. But let's see what's going on in the game.
Yeah, because we didn't end up making a draw. Rook e2 turned out to be the losing move, at least from where we are currently sat. And let's see if white is now, well, spotted rook b7 straight away. There's a chance of conversion's about to take place.
And now one tempi is missing. And of course, Wesley is... he can barely breathe.
The look on his... He's not even looking at the board sometimes. He's sort of looking out into the distance, trying to think, how did I move that? What went wrong?
No, actually he went on. He played already. He went rook e5, rook takes f7, and he went to g5. So now it's Vasily's turn how to win. But I think, you know what? You know what is the nicest win? Look at this. h5. Look at this.
Wait, what?
I think h5 is the best win. I'm threatening with the checkmate on h8. And if you take it, you have space to go back to g6. So I go rook f6. That's right. I cut the road for your king, and you cannot stop my rook h8 checkmate.
Oh, wow. That is unstoppable, isn't it? You can't even play... Well, I guess rook takes knight check, and you can just...
That's the only move.
That's the only move to prolong the game.
But not for long.
No. No. Oh, my goodness. That is really, really pretty. I love the start of that as well with the h5 pawn push. Is that the critical move, or are there other forcing wins here?
I'm very surprised that Vasily did not play h5 yet. He's excellent in solving problems, and this is a very typical kind of possibility to make.
Maybe he's contemplating his retirement announcement 15 years ago, and he's enjoying the moment before playing it on the board.
No, I don't understand why he's calculating. There is nothing to calculate about. I mean, just go for it, h5.
It just works.
I think he's
definitely thinking.
Now he's happy and he figured it out. He knows it. He understands it, and he gives us a show. And h5 is on the board.
Boom. The way he nodded and smiled as well was so nice. Wesley taking, and Judith, you called it. The rook came up to f5, and there is the handshake. Ukraine are on course to win the match. It is 1.5, still with one game left to play, so it is by no means guaranteed, but they're looking very, very strong on the final board as well.
It was such an important victory for Ivanchuk. If we can call someone an old-timer, he is, I think. And he was there in the top of the chess for so many years. I remember meeting him when he was like 19 or something. And he was just about winning against Kasparov. He didn't make it. He was only making a draw. So many people considered him as a candidate to become a world champion, and he was there being a top 10 player for so many years. And you see, he can give a surprise and a punch in the most painful moments.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, and I like it. Ivanchuk doing what Ivanchuk does best. Absolutely beautiful result on that board. We're going to be jumping just a little bit between games now, folks, because even though there is still one game left to play in the US versus Ukraine, we did previously cover the David Howell match, and we think that is now very close to coming to a conclusion. So we're going to hop back over there and take a quick look. Back when Ivanchuk originally announced his retirement, Judith, Vasil was 40 and Wesley was 16. How time flies. Oh my goodness. Absolutely amazing. Let's go ahead and check out David Howell's game. There's about 10 minutes left on the clock for both players here. And Knight takes A5 has just been played, I believe, on the board. So this will be interesting indeed. We've got a couple of moves from where we left off. Let's see what happens from here.
Yeah, Knight A5. So let's see. Let's see what he has in mind. Knight A5. Knight A5, what does he have in mind? What is the winning plan? Why the evil bar is so tricky?
This was the, when you were taking a look earlier on about how to get the pawn queen, this was the line that you were going down before we were interrupted by USA Ukraine, right?
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I mean, it should be winning, and I'm frustrated that I don't see why is it winning. Takes.
For what it's worth, I'm smart enough to realize, Judith, that if you're frustrated, I'm not even going to try.
But maybe you can tell me. I mean, this is what I said, right? Bishop D2.
Yeah.
And we see this in the game. Exchange. Bishop D2, Knight D4. Ah, you know what? Bishop D2 is on the board. So let's see.
I wanted to make Bishop C3 work, but it doesn't. Not in this position, just as an idea to deflect the B pawn. With the knight on the board, that's not possible.
Okay, so again, Bishop C1, B4. Yep. I just don't understand this. We are going to see this playing out in the game because there is no other move.
I wonder if, I'm only saying this because I'm out of ideas, not because I'm calculating it, but I wonder if when the bishop is on C1, is it a case of being able to push the pawn to A3? And I get that the knight can stop promotion, but maybe the tempo buys black enough time to run the king over or something like this?
No, you know what the thing is? I think black goes here, and the idea is that black goes here, and then black goes bishop c5, and the important thing is for the moment to stop the b6 move.
But you're going to need help from the king to do that, aren't you?
I need help from you. How does it win?
Oh, God. Judith, I've never been under this much pressure in my life. What are you doing to me? I need to change your shirt, stat.
I don't know. I mean, this evil bar is killing me. David, show us how it wins.
All I can think of is that the white king is closer to the action than the black king. But the problem is, at some point, once the black king gets into the box of being able to cover the queening square, white has to watch out for bishop f2.
But you're far away. I mean, okay, you want to say that you want to start walking to the other side, but I
and at some point when you... And then maybe by the time you get to d7 or something, then white also has to be wary of bishop f2, and that's, I don't know, maybe the knight can't be in two places at once or something.
Well, maybe you have to do this. I have the feeling that David knows what he's doing. This is the impression I have. Ah, but he's thinking. Now he's thinking. Hold on. So this is the position. Knight d4 is on the board.
Knight d4 is on the board.
Knight d4 is on the board. Knight d4 is on the board. And David has 6 minutes. And white has 11. But how is it winning? Maybe now bishop e3.
After bishop...
maybe now bishop e3. But no, bishop e3, knight b5, and if now bishop c1, knight c3. So this cannot be.
Yeah, and it comes back.
It's unbelievable.
I understand that we're playing poker with the eval bar at the moment, but I'm guessing, are there any king moves involved? Are we playing king g6 or king g8 here to try and get across? Is that even a possibility?
Hold on. No. You know what? Bishop c1, I found it eventually. b4, I go a3.
Yes.
b5, a2, and after knight c2, you go bishop e3. This is the win. Okay. This should be the win. So you don't, we don't allow b6.
Oh!
Here, still bishop d4 is not good because, I mean, it's not winning this one.
The king's still marching.
No, the problem is actually black can lose because we cannot get back with the bishop to d4 and a7 because the king is perfectly set. So, but I was thinking, but I was thinking that after king f3, black just simply goes bishop c5, let's say. And after king e4, now it's our time to start moving.
Now we start walking over. And because the king can't come to d5... Oh. King c4. We've just had confirmation, by the way. Vietnam has secured the match victory over 2022 Olympiad champions Uzbekistan. Congratulations. Wow. What a hard-fought win that was.
Yeah, quite something. Yeah, already round 4, we see very tough and rough matches. And also Ivanchuk won his game. Vasily resigned. So actually, David does not know so much what he is doing. Like I was confused. My hope was in David that he shows it. He shows how to do it.
It's almost like I guess sometimes in a game of chess... Is it possible, Judith? Is it sometimes you have an idea and you have like, I know how to do something. I can't see the concrete variations, but I can see that it must be something to do with this. And you start playing the line before you see the end of the continuation. Is that maybe what's happening to David here?
I don't know, but I don't like king g8 because now knight b5 is possible, for example. And now already bishop c1 is not possible to knight c3. So I think bishop c1 was still the best move, which we were looking. Sometimes you play lines, yes, and then you're not sure how it will be, but you feel that that's the best. But there are situations when it's very concrete. And it happened with me, for example, against Gelfand in a World Cup, that I saw that something should be the move, but I didn't see it all the way. And if you don't see it all the way, at some point you say, okay, I don't see it. It should be, but I don't see the follow-up. What am I going to do then? And then I don't choose that. And what happened in that game, for example, after the game, people came, oh, it was +7. It was so easy. Yes, it was easy in the sense that it was intuitionally, it was the move. But if I played, after that, 5 moves later, I had to make a move which the engine sees it in a fraction of a second. But it's not a human move.
Yeah, you need to be able to see And it's not just seeing the difficult move, it's seeing the difficult move when it's still 5 moves in the future, right?
Exactly.
Before you even play the first move.
So sometimes you go for it, like here David went for it because he had the intuition that it's going to be good enough. And when he gets there, he decides whether he goes bishop c1 or king g8. And he knows that it's a one-way thing. It is playing only for a win or a draw. But you see, he went down to 4 minutes and he went king g8, which I think it was not the best, which does not mean that he's not going to win the game.
No, it still looks like it's in Black's favor. I think chat summed it up beautifully. I just read the comment, calculating this without the eval bar is terrifying. I love the use of that word. Absolutely terrifying. Like, is there still a possibility? I mean, if things liquidate over on the A and B file, I guess there still is a possibility that the kings come out and then the bishop on E1 or F2 allows Black to have a different advantage, being able to mop up the pawns on the opposite side of the board, right? That threat still exists, even though that's not what we're concentrating on right now, I guess. So
if we get rid of the black and white pawns on the queen side and we have 4 against 4 and the white king can stay near to the g3 pawn to protect, it's a dead draw. There is no way that any of the player can play really for a win. So this is a big question, how white is going to be handling this knight e2, knight b5, or something else.
You don't want the king to get involved in the fight and then not be able to get back to the g3 pawn. Exactly right. So
of course that would be deadly for white.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Okay, so this is going to rage on at least for the next 10-15 minutes, I'm pretty sure. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other sizzling end games that are going on in the hall right now. Let's check out... Oh, okay. We can go back to Norway. This is interesting. Board 2 of Norway, Slovakia at the moment hangs in the balance, and the man who has somehow... look, in my mind, this guy is incredible. Christensen, I feel like he's played for a win, draw, and a loss in every single round so far at various points of the game. Now looks like he is winning his game. And this is very, very important because Christensen, I think, was struggling earlier on in the round. If he lost this, the match would be drawn. So he's managed to find not only an advantage, but a potentially winning advantage here with the pawns by the looks of things on the E and F files. And he should be in a position to convert this long-term advantage.
Well, this is very frustrating for white. As we've seen before, it was it was a dream position for white.
It's so good.
Incredible. And now white is suffering, and we can see that the e5 pawn is a good chance that it will fall off after rook e4, grabbing the pawn. So I wonder what white is going to be playing, because rook e3 could be a move. But I think after rook e3, black can start to play f4. Takes. Now the h4 pawn is hanging. And, well, if h5, then black is just going rook h4 and grab it.
And
If white goes rook h3, then probably black goes rook e4, grabs it. And after h5... Though maybe here white can save it because I misplayed it. So because after this, white is able to play rook h5 or even check first, and after that rook h5 and defends, or not rook h5. Moreover, maybe this move can be even better. So let's see after rook e3 what black can be doing here.
Also, rook endgames are hard.
Rook
Already
endgames
seen 3
are
different
hard.
results.
That's true, you're right. But maybe black can just simply go king f8 first, and only after that to go f4. So the black king is being more near to the corner. What a frustrating situation for white. This is when you think that you would rather play an individual tournament. And your mistake is your problem. But the problem is
in a team competition, your mistake is not only your problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's a national team as well. Like
it's a national
so
problem.
So much pride on the line. Yeah. That is unreal. I have to say though, Johann Sebastian Christensen, he's I feel like I'm nicknaming him Harry Houdini in this tournament so far, because it feels like he has held losing positions multiple times and he's been able to turn all of them around. The way he's been able to grind out these amazing positions has been astounding. And it looks like at the moment he's going to be able to do it once again. Really strong tenacity, absolutely stone cold in his demeanor, and he's also got time on his side. So folks, we are coming to the end of today's broadcast. Not right now, but probably in a break or two's time. In the meantime, please don't forget that the Olympiad is not the only event going on in Budapest at the moment, as Judith will well know. Judith Polgar's Global Chess Festival is taking place alongside on September the 17th and 18th. And what you guys can do is head to the Chess Connect Us Arena on chess.com, and it gives you a chance to win a private lesson with Judith, which I have to say I'm extremely grateful that I've basically been receiving one this afternoon. You get to play in a live simul against Judith, and you can also tune into the stream to watch Judith play 8 games of chess at once. And the way to check out how you can get involved, use !ChessFest in chat, and that way you can read up on the event and get yourself stuck in. Judith, about the Global Chess Festival, what else would you like to add to that? Because it's coming up in just a few days.
Well, I'm very excited because we are celebrating its 10th anniversary, and this year our patron is Erne Rubik, who probably many of our viewers know, the legendary game developer. And we're going to have some fun time on the first day. We're going to have it at the National Gallery. I'm going to make this special community simul, playing against 8 communities. I'm going to have a book signing together with my sisters, which is a very rare occasion. And we're going to have a lot of activities in connection with my educational programs. So usually we have thousands of people showing up, and it will be a special event. I hope on the free day, many of the Olympiad visitors who wants to get a little bit involved and get to see the festival and be in the National Gallery, they will visit, and we can celebrate together the love for chess.
!ChessFest in chat for the details and how you can get involved. Make sure you line up early on rest day as well, because there will be thousands of people joining, I am sure. That is going to be absolutely fantastic. You don't want to miss out if you're in the area. So next up, we have the conclusion of the 4th round of the 45th World Chess Olympiad, folks. Still some seriously tense endgames going on in the playing hall. We will see you in a couple of minutes.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens, but you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
So, I showed you the roulette table.
Yeah.
It's a gambling.
Like when I went to Monaco, it was like full of gambling buildings.
Yes.
And then I wasn't allowed in because I was under 18.
Oh, you know, I was several times playing chess in Monaco before I could go in.
Bodana is currently the highest rated player under 10 years old in the world. Perhaps you have already heard about her. She beat a former English chess champion in a generation match when she was only 8 years old. A chess princess, Bodana dreams about reaching as far as Judith, and even beyond.
And if I ask you what is your dream in chess, what do you want to reach?
I want to become a world champion and one of the greatest players in the world.
So you want to be better than Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah.
So if you have to visualize your road, can you tell me just shortly how you will reach there?
I think I'll just keep on correcting my mistakes and just keep enjoying it instead of stressing myself.
And you go on and on and on.
Yeah.
So what age will you be, you think, when you reach your goal?
I want to be the youngest Grandmaster as well, so I want to become Grandmaster. That would be like around 12.
I was the youngest Grandmaster at the time. When I became a Grandmaster, I was 15 and 4 months. At that time it was very young, because I broke Bobby Fischer's record also. But by now, age 12 is just a good age to have that. Well, it's a great joy and music to my ear that you want to excel in the open section, because I think this is the road to get the best chess player you can be. Because you have to play with the players who gives you the best and biggest challenges. That's how you can improve your chess. And when you have a choice to make, to fight on in a game, or agreeing to a draw, which one you prefer?
I prefer fighting until the end.
Fighting until the end. So you're not afraid that you're going to make a mistake?
I haven't.
That's very important. And this was, I think, my strength also, that I won enough games that I had my self-confidence and I was going all the way out in a game.
I want to ask you about your experiences at the Olympiad. You've played in many of them, mostly in the open section. What's special about it for you personally, and what do you think makes this event different than other events?
The first Olympiad I played, I was just 12 years old, representing Hungary in the women's section, and together with my sisters and Ildiko model, so it was 4 of us. There was only 3 boards that we played on in those times, so sometimes I could play together with my sisters only, representing Hungary, so that was something very special. Of course, when I was a kid, it was something special. Wow, one day I can play in the Chess Olympiad. I wasn't even thinking whether which section or whatever. And it just happened that way, and that time it was very different than later, because when I was 12, I did not speak English. I was not socializing much with other people, so I was just playing one game after another. And it was very normal in Olympiads that I didn't have only one free day for myself. In the very first Olympiad I played, it was 14 rounds, so it was pretty long. It was nearly 3 weeks. So the first Olympiad was very special because we won the gold medal. I played an exceptional way and scoring the best performance in the Olympiad. So I won 3 gold medals there. And then 2 years later, we repeated again. And then already the third Olympiad I played, it was Moscow 94. I was representing Hungary already as a leader, board 1 in the open section. So that was something really cool. The Olympiad itself is very special because you meet a lot of friends, people who you know for decades, organizers, basically everybody who is little bit involved on a higher level in every country. Many journalists are coming, many organizers are coming, and I'm expecting that to Hungary there will be more people coming because it's a very known city and it can reach out pretty easy. And it's also nice to see countries who are not so good in chess, that the way they admire the top players, of course everybody comes with a camera, they ask the top players or people who they know for autographs or pictures, they hang out. So it's an event which is going to be memorable for everyone. With the good, bad or strange stories included, it will be forever. And you can't say this on other events. Of course, some events can be very memorable, but usually if you play good, it helps having a great memory. But I think in Olympiads, if you're not a very high professional, on a very top level who plays for the medal, generally people go home with positive, very energized way.
Welcome back to the 45th Chess Olympiad, round number 4. I would say dying embers, but frankly roaring flames still going on in the playing hall not as many games are being played, but the ones that are being played are really being fought for incredibly hard. I'm John Sargent. Joining me is Grandmaster and chess legend Judith Polgar. We've now been going through a lot of endgames and a lot of really wild swinging endgames, Judith, in the last half an hour or so. I guess one thing I want to ask is, most of these endgames, the players, they've already reached the time control, so we're not blitzing out moves. But despite that, despite the players still having time on their clock, we're seeing some really entertaining and wild swings. So like elation for some players, heartbreak for others, and it doesn't look like it's time trouble related. Is this fatigue setting in?
You know, in the endgame, when you play, there are a lot of things happening before. You had an opening which you expected or not, and then you have a middle game where you know you made your mistakes or blunders, or it was up and down. You're starting to get tired when we are already in the 5th hour of the game. Maybe there is some time trouble issues also, or the second time trouble part is unfolding. So there are a lot of emotional things were happening already. So this is also the reason why there can be even more mistakes.
So there's still a couple of games still going on, but let's take a look at the results that have been achieved in the whole so far. First of all, we go to the women's section where India defeated France 3.5, 2.5, and by the same scoreline, Hungary were able to defeat Denmark. Both teams with such strong records going into today, but China, without their top 4 players, gave a 4-0 defeat to England. Guys, if I don't know how else to describe it, this is a statement of intent of China looking to try and win the entire thing. That is an incredible result. Ukraine-Turkey 2-1 up with the final game still in the balance. The US beat the Netherlands 3.5, 2.5. A very good day if you are a supporter of Team USA. And then Mongolia defeating Spain by the slimmest margin possible, 2.5, 2.5. Serbia-Kazakhstan still raging on, 1 apiece at the moment, so that's going to go into time trouble even after the time control very soon. Armenia have won the match against Vietnam with 1 board remaining, and Uzbekistan by 2.5 to 1.5 have also secured victory against Bulgaria. Potential for a match point upset though on board 10, where Georgia are 2-1 up against Greece, but it is possible that that match ends in a 2-all draw. That's the women's section, a snapshot of that. In the open section, also drama. The Ukraine have 2.5, 1.5 upset the US to secure victory on top board. Absolutely phenomenal result. Congratulations to Ukraine. Hungary have then secured their victory 2.5 to 1/2 against Italy, with the final board still being fought for. We were looking at that game earlier. India, Serbia 1.5 to 1/2. Things looking good for India, but the match still not secure. And then China have defeated Armenia by the slimmest scoreline possible, but 2.5 gets them over the line. Vietnam have also secured victory with 1 board to play over Uzbekistan, so plenty of excitement on the top boards in the open section. And then going to the second half of the screen, Poland and Lithuania 2.5 to 1.5. Azerbaijan did come out victors 3-1 against Montenegro, and Spain comfortably beat Sweden, only a single draw loss there in the 3.5 to 1.5 win. Norway, Slovakia 2-1 with the final board being played, and similarly Georgia, England, where we have been following David Howe, is 2-1 to Georgia with the final game in the balance. So that is everything so far. I mean, Uzbekistan's last loss in an over-the-board Olympiad came in round 3 in 2018 against Hungary. Which, okay, fine. You might be thinking, John, that's a random stat. That's great. Let me explain it slightly differently. This is how well they played in 2022 as well. And before that, they've gone 22 matches without a team loss until today. That is an incredible statistic, Judith, but it has now been broken.
Well, yeah, that's the end of big records like that eventually it is broken. But, you know, it's only round 4, so 1 loss, it's not the end of the world. It's it can happen.
So we I think we should be in the process of converting for the team. in India versus Serbia. We are going to hop over to Gukesh's board and take a look at the position there on board number 1. Wow, considering how much time has passed since the start of the round, we have a lot of pawns still on the board, although a very dynamic position with 2 rooks apiece and a lovely placed knight for white in the middle of the board. But is that enough to stop the pawns on the right-hand side of our screen?
Well, black has a fantastic position. Black is the one who is winning, who is playing for a win. He has an extra pawn. Again, in this position, also, white is trying to get a fortress, or at least make it as difficult as possible for black to be able to convert his advantage. White is holding on because of his knight on e5, defending the f3 pawn. So this is something exceptionally well placed over there. White also has an idea sometimes to go double the rook on the g file by playing from e2 to g2, attack the g5 pawn. And basically, these are the defensive ideas for white. There is not much more than that. But for black, it's not so easy to get rid of this knight on e5. Of course, he can be thinking about playing knight c4 to exchange it, but don't forget that Gukesh has very little time. He's very low on time, and this is one of his weakness. He's a very young player. He's, I think, not even 18. And but he has already quite an experience to play in big events. He just played knight c4. But many times we can see that he's going down on time, and the time management is not optimal, not perfect for him. And the problem is that this can go on for half an hour, for another hour, that he's going to be playing on seconds, right? And this is very difficult because you don't have time to go to the bathroom. You don't have time for anything anymore. You're sitting there, you're focusing there, and you just, I mean, with seconds on your clock, you can always blunder something, right? So it's not so much time.
Yep. Finally, a subject where I'm the expert. Absolutely. I do have a question about the position a move or two ago, Judith. When the knight came into c4, because the king was still on c7, I'm guessing there was something wrong with exchanging knights and then thinking about playing rook takes e6. That's just definitely not on the cards because the pawn on f3 is way too valuable for white. You don't want to go into any sort of race here.
Yes, I believe so, that in this position it would be just, I mean, the rook on g4 is blockading the pawns, but black has a very strong play. And also, at some point, either the king can be moving away or the rook can go to g8 and looking for the b2 pawn to be attacked from the b file. This is why it would be difficult for white to do. This is why white does not want to exchange with the circumstances the way black wants to have it. This in many times you see in chess that you have a tension, like 2 knights here, and either of them will capture the other one. It gives a better opportunity, better exchanging situation for the opponent. So if white captures on c4, b takes c4 makes it a much better pawn structure for black. If black would be taking on e5, then white comes with the tempo with the rook to attack on the g5 pawn. And also having the b5 pawn there, black cannot go rook b8 and attack on b2.
Right, yes, because the pawns on a3 and c3 just mean there's absolutely no way to do that. So it's almost like whoever takes accepts that they give up an advantage because of it.
Yes.
But, which means that if black wants to push for an advantage and push for a win, the knight's probably not the key to that position. He needs to find something else.
Well, now white played knight d3. I think there is an idea for white to regroup it, go to c5, and attack the pawn from this end. But after that, e5 will be possible for black to play. So after knight d3, for example, black could go h3, but I think it's not good enough because white is not going to capture it, but white can go king g3, keeping defense over the f3 pawn, and this would be, the h3 pawn would be weak. So this would be, I believe, a mistake. So the question is whether black would be playing rook f7, for example, trying to attack, or it's not good because maybe knight c5, e5. I mean, again, Black has a position and a situation where obviously he's playing for a win. Obviously, he has a much advantage in this position, but how to show it, how to execute it. Maybe rook f5 can be an improvement for Black, and only after that to threat with rook f7, doubling it.
Sure. And then you're just trying to coordinate all of your pieces.
Actually, he went rook f7. He went rook f7, and interestingly enough, white went f4.
Ooh, a brief call to just show you guys something that's going on in another part of the playing hall. Obviously, we had a huge upset elsewhere. Kramnik still continuing to watch the final game being played. Deep in thought here. Of course, he is here in a coaching role, not actively playing. And there's still plenty of action to go in that final game on that match. Judith, I don't think we've actually spoken about the role of captains and coaches at the Olympiad. We've spoken a lot about how it's a bit different when you have to consider your teammates' results and how you're playing for your country as well, and there's extra pressure. What about the captains and coaches? I feel like they've been given a free pass. What's it like to be in those job roles?
I was once captain in a European Championship, and which is also a team competition where we won a medal. And in 2016, year after, in Baku, I was the captain of the open section of my ex-colleagues. And it was a very nice experience. But of course, I knew the players very well as I was playing with them for so many years and so many occasions. So I could help for them in different ways, like regarding the rooms or the travelings, arranging before the training camps, or at the venue to get things as smooth as possible. But of course, your responsibility is basically deciding the team lineup every day. And that's what we had, like after every match is finished, we had a meeting when we knew already who is our opponent for the next round, and then deciding, basically understanding who is in what kind of form and which is the best setup for the team, the best 4 player for the next day, who can perform the best as a team. And otherwise, you don't have too much of responsibility, but you always should be ready for your team. Whatever they ask, whether it's coffee or tea or changing rooms or making whatever arrangements, you try to take off any pressure from their shoulders, because there can be a lot of pressure. So obviously I spoke with the players, and if they have a bad day or they had a bad game, coaching them that it's not the end of the world, and celebrating with them when there is an opportunity.
Okay. And of course, that's extremely important. I want to come on to that in just a second. I think we're going to go to Vidit's game to take a look at the other board that's in progress for Team India. So we'll swap over to that now. But Judith, I want to continue on that excellent point you just made. A lot about being a captain sounds like logistical things for your team and for your players, right? And it might sound simple, like you mentioned, the tea and coffee in the rooms and stuff, but it makes a real difference. One of the things, though, you mentioned is talking to players when they're having a bad day or had a bad game. Where do you draw the line between consoling someone and then taking them out of a lineup? That's got to be such a horrible and difficult decision for any captain to make.
Well, for me, it was not so difficult because I knew the players, I knew myself, they knew me. And actually, I had a very special case not in the Olympiad, but at the European Championship where we got the medal. There was a situation where I made a very unexpected decision how to make the lineup after one of the rounds, and they didn't understand it, but it meant that I took off all the pressure from them because they considered I made a very bad mistake, which actually turned out to be a very good one because we won after that the next match with 3.5 against Azerbaijan.
But it's in some ways it's difficult, but for me it was not really difficult because I was always ready to take decisions and take the responsibility as well. So I was not worrying that this is my last occasion as a captain, or am I going to be punished or whatever. I mean, I did the best I could and made my decisions accordingly. What is the best for the team?
Well, I would continue asking about that, but we are now live on the board where Ivic is unfortunately down to increment. And this is an opposite colored bishops game, but it's one where rooks are still on the board. I believe you mentioned it early on in this broadcast. And as a result, that makes things so dangerous. And with those two connected pass pawns and that H pawn hanging loose, it looks like white is going to be able to convert this sooner rather than later.
Yes, this pawn which was given by Vidit, the b2 pawn, did not have such a big value as the bishop on b6 protected the pawn from a5. It controls completely the one pawn, the other two. What is very important for white is that, well, he took the h5 pawn, which why not to take it? And now the two-pass pawn will have a free pass over there, and it's important actually that white cut off the black king from passing through anywhere on the e-file because it stays away from the pawns, so it will be impossible for black to hold up the pawns.
Yeah, it's easy to say this is over, but just to double check, Judith, is there are there any potential tricks or traps that black might have, like some final resources in this position, just to make sure that white continues to play accurately?
Well, in some cases, of course, like for example, in this position, rook e2 may be a kind of an option, or somehow to try to simplify and exchange the pair of rooks, even though that in this position it can end up that in many occasions, as there is two connected pass pawns and the king is also pretty far away, so the king can be next to the pawns, probably even exchanging the rooks would not help and save the game. Of black. Of course, a blunder can always help in saving the game, but I don't see right now that Vidit can blunder here. It seems like a pretty smooth way that he can win, just pushing the pawns without doing any extraordinary things for winning the game.
Fair enough. So Vidit looking certain to manage to grab that point for India on this board. We've got another game ending soon. Hometown hero Peter Leko is still playing for Hungary board 2 against Italy. We checked in on that game at various points, and at the moment both I have to say it's looking very tense, just the body language on both sides over that chessboard. But it looks like Leko is not having the greatest time at the moment. It feels like Lodici is about to convert.
Well, it seems like Peter was about to save the game at some point, but this endgame will be again for him also so difficult that it is, well, to say the least, it's almost impossible to save. And they both know this. And also, well, time is not an issue in this position, of course. Black cannot do anything supporting the a-pass pawn. The only thing black can do is to go rook e2 and then exchange take the e6, but white takes the a2 and then there is no chance. So it's very hard even to think of how he can play on for anything. Because again, here we also see very similarly to the Vidit game that white has two pass pawns. The only difference is we don't have the bishops, the different color bishops on the board, only the rooks. So this is basically, Leko resigned at this point. Of course, in his bitterness, he has the happiness because the team won. But of course, it's never easy to lose a game.
Exactly right, especially when you were so close to saving it, and it was very seesaw as well. So GG's called there. The resignation has happened. And I mean, if you're Lorenzo right now, you have taken two absolutely massive scalps in the chess world, one after the other. Giri yesterday and Leko today. That's an absolutely incredible run of form for him. We should give him the credit he deserves there. Really great stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And let's see how he continues. Is he going to collect scoring points from day to day for Italy, or how is he going to be handling this? But on board one, as I said before, he will have, of course, strong opposition wherever or whoever he's playing, no matter how the team is really doing, because on board one, you always have great challenges.
Okay. Where else can we fly to where we've got... Oh, this is still a pretty crunch game. We've covered David Howell's game already, but it's now become, I believe, a must-win game. That's right, yeah, Georgia 2-1 up against England. So David Howell, from a team point of view, a draw is not an option in this game. It's still going on. The bishop... Well, it's not on... I don't think it's on C1 anymore, so we'll go to what's going on the board in just a second, but very much still fighting here. Quite a long time after we followed them last. It looks like the camera and the board slightly out of sync. There we go.
Okay, so it's a very interesting endgame because black has a pawn up. At the same time, it's the f4 pawn. It controls almost all three of black pawns. So let's see what black can do about this. I mean, I'm pretty sure that David has, he thought that, well, probably the game should be winning. And as a defender, basically, I think you don't care at this point whether you're losing or drawing. You just want to find the possibility to save. There's one very important thing in this endgame right now, which I just noticed, that if both of the pawn can be exchanged for the knight, as it's a bad corner because there's a black square bishop, it can be a draw. So this is something black should be avoiding. And this is why it's very difficult to win, I believe, because if, let's say, black is exchanging the e6 for the f4 pawn by playing e5, let's say, after that, the white knight can stay simply on e4, and the black pawn cannot be pushed because the knight exchanges itself for the pawn, and the bad corner pawn does not give a win for black. So this is the big saving opportunity.
I see, yeah. So the pass pawn on the edge of the board there, because the queening square is a light square and the bishop is a dark square bishop, you basically can't use that to support, and as a result, unfortunately, converting that advantage is not possible. So it's looking more tricky than it was before, Judith, but there are still chances here, actually. So, and I believe when you were showing us lines before, what's scary about this game is actually there were chances for both sides. Are we now officially just realistically playing for two results from black's point of view, or are all three results still possible?
No, absolutely not. There are no three results in this position unless David is losing on time. This is an option to lose the game, but not otherwise, I believe. I don't think he would be losing or blundering his bishop. Mm-hmm. So after knight e2, or knight e2, he went bishop f6. He's trying to get space, controlling the c3. So white is going back knight c1. King d4. He wants to activate his king, of course. In the endgames, king is one of the strongest attacker. I always like to emphasize that. Now it's very tricky because now if king d3 comes, I think there is a trick by white playing ef5. And the reason is because if black takes it, then knight f4, white would capture on g6, and then I think it should be a draw because in one way or another, the knight can sacrifice itself for the f-pawn.
Okay, yeah. Just disconnect those pawns and then sacrifice the knight at the right moment.
Yes, so after knight e2 check, now David has to be careful, and most likely he has to go back to c5. Well, in the
Wow.
previous Olympiad, David made a huge score. I think he was the best performer of the Olympiad, but definitely he won gold on his board.
He's had a really strong showing and a good history in the Olympiad as well. So instead of going back to c5, it looks like we've moved up to d5 instead. So still just patiently scouting for a way to make a difference, a way to find just the tiniest of edges that will allow him to convert this into a win. There were a couple of opportunities before, but quite honestly, they were so difficult and so complex. Like you say, playing on intuition, going down the right path, but if there's 11 or 12 different possible paths to take and only one of them leads to victory, it can be so difficult to see sometimes. And we curse the eval bar for spending a very long time tricking us in this game earlier on, but right now it really is grind like a grandmaster time for David Howell.
Yeah. But it's very stressful to play it with white. But for now, I have the feeling that white is kind of having the self-confidence that he is able to make the draw. Actually, in this position, for example, here f5 is not really a threat. Let's say if we talk about this, because after this, black would be capturing it, and this would be completely different story to take this pawn instead of this e6 pawn, because now black would be playing, well, bishop g5 or something, and then black would win with these two pawns. So it's very important for white to exchange it the right way, so not for the h5 pawn, but for one of these pawns to exchange the f4.
Okay, yes, you want to keep those pawns apart. If when recapturing you then end up with connected pawns, that could be disastrous. So it's not just any exchange that work, it has to be very, very precisely the correct one.
Exactly. Now I think David probably wants to go bishop e1, control the space and the squares for the white knight. Of course, it is very typical that you would, I'm not saying never, but for a long time you're not going to be agreeing to draw, even though if white is already showing pretty good defensive skills. You go here, you go there, you put your bishop on every single different squares. You just go around, and you're hoping that your opponent falls into something or makes a mistake that you can take advantage of. Knight g3.
When you're in this sort of position as a player, Judith, when you know that your result is critically important to the team, it's very easy for us to sit here and say, oh yes, there's a lot of pressure, but how do you actually calm your nerves? What techniques are you using as a high level player? Not just to say, focus on the game one move at a time. Like, the pressure will get to everyone. How do you deal with it? And is that the difference maybe between like a 2650 Grandmaster and a 2750 Grandmaster, for example? Is this one of those subtle differences that really makes the difference between some of the top players?
I think generally speaking, it depends also very much on what kind of position you have, because in this position, it's clear that you have to try to go around, but also you need time to understand the position, what kind of nuances and small details could lead to victory. I see that David now is a little bit annoyed that he thought he has much bigger chances to win, because now white is defending very well. In round 4, I mean, you try your best, you do it. Of course, I think David had better options and opportunities in the earlier stage of the game. This is something which would bother him a lot after the game finishes, but he tries, and if you know that you tried hard enough, I mean, this is what it is. You have to move on, you have to go on. Round 4, so win the rest of the matches and you can still be there.
And when you get to this position where you really are just grinding and grinding, it's probably fair to say that time trouble is not really a thing anymore, if that makes sense. Like the next move and what you're trying next, 30 seconds is long enough to continue those plans?
Sorry?
So even though you're going down to increment because the game is so close, like because it's an end game, is that fine? Are we still feeling a lot of the time pressure, or does it matter a little bit less now than before?
When I was a kid, there were no increments. So for me, it was a very big difference.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
I know. When I was a kid, we didn't have increment. We didn't know even what digital clock is. And it changed quite a bit the game of chess as a sport, because you can have big time troubles, but nothing to compare the time troubles you had before you gain every move some seconds. So mainly it helps you a lot not to lose on time, not to make crazy blunders because you have only seconds left. At the same time, it keeps you in a tension for a much longer time, because even for time trouble players, eventually you end up there, because you just think, and eventually you have like a minute or two, and then you gain all these seconds. So it gives a different ending sometimes than it was before, when there were no increments. And it can be, for practical reasons, annoying, because you can get very stressful for a long time. It's like you're playing a blitz game. Blitz game is when you play 3+2 or 5+3 or whatever, which is finished in 10 minutes, right? Or 15. And this game is not about that. This game is like you're playing a blitz game. You have to switch your brain already in the blitz mode, and you're playing for half an hour, or you play 45 minutes even. So it gives a different mindset, and it's not so easy to switch in a classical game.
Psychological torture, playing the same blitz game non-stop for half an hour. We have some really exciting stuff to bring you here, actually, because we have Mike standing live with Anton Korobov, who defeated Ray Robson on board 4, and that meant, of course, that game clinched the victory for Ukraine. So let's go live now to Mike, who's interviewing Korobov. Mike, take it away. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We're here with Grandmaster Anton Korobov, who had the match-clinching win over Ray Robson. You were better from start to finish. But before the game began, the arbiter forgot your name and put Onishuk's name up. Did that give you some extra desire to prove the arbiter that you're actually a real guy?
You know, according to the rules of sport and the rules of chess, the last second substitution is always lucky. Yeah, okay, I could play under the name of Onishuk, but once... they returned my table. Yeah, I was very happy.
Yeah, that's really confusing because America has an Onishuk too.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
Okay, so in the actual game, you were better from start to finish. But were you taking a peek at Wesley's board with Vasily Ivanchuk as well in those closing moments?
You know, according to Vasily, I'm not following his game much, but I'm feeling his mood, during the game. Yesterday, I felt the disaster is about to happen because he pressed, heavily and then, beating the clocks. I realized that he is about to blunder the queen. He blundered only the bishop, but that was enough. And today, all of a sudden, I felt that he's full of energy. After Rook C7, he got to maybe 25 years younger. As a start of the new life. Okay, that was a big fight. We were lucky, of course, but without luck, no serious result is possible, unless you're Magnus Carlsen.
Indeed, and you can pedal a bicycle very quickly. That helps too. Finally, you talked about age. You do have one of the older teams. Do you think you're going to have enough energy for an 11-round tournament?
No. I promise you, not later than the 8th round, we will collapse altogether. Yeah, that will be a physical disaster. Yeah.
Okay, but what are you going to do to prevent that from happening?
Nothing can be done. Okay. Sometimes I think I'm full of power, but then I'm checking my passport and then the date of birth. Yeah.
The always fun Anton Korobov, who reminds us that time waits for no man. We hope that you have 11 rounds of energy, and thanks for the interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much, Anton. Look, I feel like there was a problem there, and there was a solution. We're going to collapse from physical exhaustion by round 8, but earlier in the interview, we said the secret to eternal youth is playing Rook C7 repeatedly. Guys, I think we found our answer. As long as you can play Rook C7 in your games, everyone winds back the clock, everyone's 25 years younger, Bob's your uncle, let's go play chess. Oh, that was so much fun.
Yeah, Anton was funny. But it's interesting what he said about that he feels. He doesn't have to look at the position of Vasily. They know each other well. He just feels what his mood is, how he feels. It's like it reminded me of my mom, who doesn't play chess, but he was traveling with me for so long. And she was knitting next to my table or something, watching me. And then she didn't play chess, but she always knew how I'm standing, how I feel, just looking my body language. So yeah, that gives away the information.
He just won so many fans with that interview, I think it's safe to say. I love how he said, "Oh, based on the way he's pushing his clock, I can feel that he's about to blunder a queen." Like that's some serious finesse right there. Hopefully they do well tomorrow and throughout the rest of the tournament as well. Of course, they produced an absolutely excellent result today, right? Even if what he's saying comes true and they have some total physical collapse later on in the tournament, it was a very, very big win that they scored today. I'm sure they're going to be extremely proud of that, and we're going to be talking about it for quite some time to come. So extremely important effort from him and the team. Very well played, and a very good humor in the interview after playing such a long game as well.
Oh, absolutely. He's a very experienced player, team member of Ukrainian team. So, and he does have a good sense of humor and incredible fighting spirit.
So we're back now with the David Howell game. Both players down to basically playing on increment now. And we are following the action on the board. Knight F2 has just been played. I'm trying to figure out if progress is being made here. It looks like Black is trying to move his king towards B4 to threaten to just take off the pawn on B2. But if the knight finds a way to gobble up some pawns in response, then that's not going to be so useful.
Exactly. I mean, now we are playing the cat and mouse game. What the biggest specialist, it was Karpov doing so. I mean, he could play these games with such a seriousness, that, I mean, he was just going and pretending that he's really playing for something. And maybe he was, but he's going back and forth, and suddenly somehow something happened. So this is what David also wants to do. I mean, you can see now that he's touching every black square with his bishop. It was on F6, it was on E7, it was on C5, it was on C3. I think it was on D2 as well. Now it's on G7. The question is, what is he playing for? What kind of possibility he feels there is going to be? For sure, one day he will go again King B5, trying to catch the pawn. But the most important thing is that they are both going to be under a minute, and you don't know in this long blitz game what can happen, right?
Yeah, I think the analogy from my point of view is almost like you're staying up on Christmas Eve and you're waiting for Santa. And if you blink, you'll miss it, because there'll be an opportunity. There'll be a moment where you get to see, but if you're not careful, you just miss that split second where actually all of the magic happens. So I'm staring at this endgame now going, equal. Hang on a second. There will be one moment, one critical moment that we need to capture on the stream. And I don't know when that's going to be. And it's like torture. I don't know when it's going to happen.
Yes, indeed. But you have to try it, You have to try to play. I mean, you just don't give it to a draw. You want to play it out. You want to... when you have a little chance, anything, you just don't feel like to give it to a draw. It's like you have to try it. You don't know what actually you're playing for, but you have to go and try and make the extra miles for it, hoping that something positive will happen. I mean, now, for example, something happened because White went back to F3 with his king and Black went King D5. So now already Black has a better king position again. I know that this is where we started from, but yeah, it's a big question how Black can try to make something out of it.
We need another square for the bishop. Maybe we go H8 next.
Yeah, but the problem is it's not so difficult to defend with white. White does not have to make very accurate moves. He's keeping his knight on e4, he's going back and forth to g5 and d4.
And I guess the black king wants a free pass to go to c5 so that you can go c5, b4. But of course, as long as white keeps the knight there, it's like, yeah, you're not going to take any time away. There's going to be no free tempo for you. We're just going to keep this as annoying as possible.
Well, the thing is, it's not even easy to capture that pawn, because if black goes king c5, b4, I mean, if you reach there, even then if the white knight is on e4, it's not so easy to take that pawn. Your bishop has to be on e7, but now it's on g7. So you have to go around. Now the bishop is on b2. Maybe it was never there before.
Could you explain to me why the bishop would have to be on e7 and not on g7, just so we understand some of the intricacies about what black's trying to set up?
Because if the bishop is on e7, then I control both of the squares c5 and g5, where the knight could be going and capturing the knight on e6. That's why it would be a good spot. So if I can make like 5 moves with black, I would put my bishop to e7, and I would put my king capturing the pawn. And then I would have a great chance to win the game.
Yeah, and then from g7, of course, you can't cover the knight going into c5. So as long as the white knight has one of those options, that makes it tricky. So
yeah,
e7 is the key square for the bishop to be on, which doesn't mean if the bishop gets to e7, black wins or anything like that. It's just that's a prerequisite in the setup. And of course, white's keeping black honest with moves like knight g5, where you don't want to move the king further away because the e-pawn drops immediately.
Yes, indeed. And David has some problem how to pretend to play for a win, right? Because just moving his bishops, it's bishop a3, you see? He's getting to e7.
There we go. And then once he's on e7, I don't think... I guess white has to just move back and let that happen and not try and play too provocatively.
Okay, knight e4 is on the board. Not bishop e7 yet, but bishop b4 first.
Does David maybe want the knight on a particular square when he plays bishop e7?
Yeah, sometimes it's the case that, let's say, after knight g5, he goes back bishop e7, pushing back the knight. And after knight e4, he wants to go king d4. So this can be the situation. And but maybe white is just going to go knight g3 in this case. But let's see what is white up to.
I've also noticed, maybe you can, maybe this is a rules question about the Olympiad, Judith. I've also noticed that we don't have players or a small crowd of teammates around the board or anything like that. I'm guessing once your game finishes, you're not, the players generally don't hang around and watch everything else?
Actually, they like to hang around and support. It was always a big tradition. I remember when I was playing against Armenia, they were always old. The teammates were rooting for the player who was still playing there for a long game. It happened also with us, of course. But these days, I think they are not allowed. I think the arbiters tell them to go out from the playing hall once they finish the game. So otherwise, they would be there and rooting for the player.
I imagine there'll be maybe, is there like an analysis area or an area outside the playing hall where the team can follow the match and leave the playing venue together?
Yes, they have. There is a fan zone area where they have the broadcast running, and there people can follow the games.
Okay.
And but I think most of the players, they just simply go back with the buses to their hotels, and then in the hotel they just go on the online any of the commentaries, and they follow what they want, or just follow the games on the official site, and they know everything, they can follow. So this way, since we have these internet coverages, it's actually much more convenient to stay in the hotel or having your dinner already and following the game.
I like the idea of the rest of the England team outside the playing hall officially becoming the David Howell fan zone. Watching as all of these moves are played. That's a very appealing idea. I'd like to think that there's a universe where that's happening, and maybe it is, who knows. But yeah, we are fast approaching 100 moves in this game, and that won't make it like the longest game in history or anything like that. We're still comfortably away from that. David Howell's still trying to find a way through, and Kaczorova at the moment continuing to defend brilliantly, continuing to not falter. But you can defend brilliantly for 100 moves, and if you make a mistake on move 101, that's a huge difference as well. How long has it been since we've had a pawn push?
Actually, I was just checked, and I think we are around 30. But I tell you when it was. It was e takes f6 in move 58.
58. So move 108 is where, without the pawn push, is where we might see a draw claim.
Well, we are not far from that point because it's 96. And as I said, the bishop will touch every single possible square
It's
before
touched
it's
everything
going to...
except e7.
That's the
Except
final
E7.
touch of the try. With e7 square is still David withholding that the final move 48, or I don't know.
I'm actually holding my breath in anticipation of the next move at this point, knowing that there's a countdown on the number of moves before a valid draw claim could be made as well. David's trying his best to... I'd really love to know if the bishop on e7 and moving forward is what's on his mind right now, or if he's thinking about something else. He's very, very lost in thought at the moment.
Knight c1. And finally, David has more time than his opponent.
What a strange position to be in. Like, hang on a second. I didn't call for this. What is going on there? Okay. Is the bishop in the right place yet? Can we move d8 to e7? Or maybe if the knight's far away, to f6 to prevent the king from coming in and then pushing the king on b4? Is this potentially progress made? I'm just hyping it up, Judith. Don't worry.
Well, the thing is, now bishop goes to c7. I think it went to c7 because sometimes knight d3, knight e5 could be an option to force matters. Knight d3 check. Oh, no, not knight e2. No, he's not provoking. Knight e2. Yeah, these kind of endgames, it's torture. It's like you're playing, you're trying, and then the big question is whether are you going to have a real opportunity.
He's one square from e7. Just one.
One square from e7, but in the next move I have the feeling white wants to go knight to d4. And I think the playing hall must be pretty much empty, as I mean, we are playing? It's the end of the 6th hour.
It's quite a long time, yeah.
Very long with this thumb control. Bishop b8. We never touched this one yet.
But we must be getting, I would imagine, move 108 is on David's mind. There is the knight going into d4, and the king comes back to d6. Ooh,
Yeah, but
we
now
saw a
already
pixel
knight
or two.
f3. I think knight f3 and knight h4 is also possible, for example.
Does that force the... Oh, it almost forces the king back to f7, f6, because the bishop can't go and just look at h4 easily.
Well, the thing is that black became very passive compared to the position he had. The bishop was from b8, he had it on f6, king on c5, it was much more active. Now that the bishop is on b8, even sometimes white can think of pushing the b4, but probably this is what David is aiming to provoke somehow his opponent.
I've just had word, by the way, that on move 80, there was the bishop on e7, so maybe David's avoiding the square because he's been there once already.
Okay. Let's see if the provocation works.
Yes, indeed. So this is move 100 after king
d6. F5. Look at that.
Oh, here we go. Ignore everything I just said. There's the pawn push. I'm waiting for the big swing in the eval bar, Judith. I'm waiting for the hype. I'm waiting for the big celebratory moment of jubilation for one of these two players. And the moment passes, and just like Y2K, nothing happens at midnight.
Well, this is not gonna last long because after e takes f5, knight f5, there is not even a move for black because wherever you go, the knight h4, I think. If you go king, I mean, there is still something can happen, but after king e6, the simplest is to go knight, go there, and knight h5, sacrificing.
Yep.
So e takes f5.
A huge shout out, by the way. Over 14,000 of you guys are watching this endgame go down at the moment. So thank you for sticking it out with us until the bitter end. If you have any questions for us, stick them in chat. We'll try and feature a couple of them as well. Much love to all of you folks at home. Obviously, the chess is being played in Budapest, but we recognize you folks are the show. So thank you for enjoying my torture with me. But actually, this has been really, really cool because there were so many ways in this game where either player could have gone slightly wrong, and it might look like it's boring sometimes, but it's only because the players are able to be precise and they know exactly what the plan is. One slip up decides the differences in games here, and we've seen it so often in the Olympiad already. So this is... we also have confirmation as well. Will this be the last game? So it's not yet the last game going on in the playing hall, but it's getting close to that point now. Let's see.
I could just make a losing move. Why is it losing?
Wait. Is this on the analysis board or the live board?
It's me. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's, no.
Oh.
I'm just entertaining myself. How is it possible to lose it with white?
Okay. Don't do that to me. Oh. My little heart can't take it. And I think David is still looking just as serious as he looked 50 moves ago, it has to be said.
Finally, we have an exchange of pawns before move 50 silent move.
Oh, there we are. Chess is not coming home tonight. Hey, you take that back. This is not done yet. Although, to be fair, if David wins, it's a draw. Do we say it's coming home if it's a draw? Probably not. So there's a degree of truth to that. I will accept that.
King f3 is possible to play, but he's not playing. He went knight g2. I don't like knight on g2 at all. Knight on g2 is... I don't like knight on g2. But okay.
I have a captain question for you, Judith.
Mm-hmm.
When players get tortured like this for so long at the end of their game, do you sometimes... would you consider actually that might be a good reason to rest them for the day after because they've been in the playing hall slogging it out for that much longer than the rest of their team?
No, it has nothing to do. I mean, for me, it has nothing to do. I was always talking to the players, and I mean, when you play such a long game, you can get tired, but it's like Next day you have to recover and be ready to play. It's not a matter of how long you play. Of course, if let's say David would win this, he would have more energy for tomorrow than before. And usually you're not so tired. But still, one game a day, it's normal. And if there is no special reason, otherwise you would have made him play. Of course, if the player says that I'm very tired, I can't play, and it's so difficult, that's another story, of course.
Well,
but they are all
I mean,
professionals.
One game a day. You can't possibly have games like this and then say we have 2 games a day. I think that would break. That would break the players. That would break us. That would break the spectators. That would break everything. Imagine having to go into another game immediately after this. That would be incredible. And whoa. Am I reading that eval bar correctly?
You see? I don't like the knight on g2, I told you. I don't know,
did,
bishop
although
h4 probably.
I don't trust anything anymore. I'm not sure. Yeah, the live board's exhausted. If you take a look at the eval bar next to the live board, next to our photos in the frame, the eval bar is just given up there. And then, no,
King
we're back to
f3
even
losing
Stevens.
move.
King f3 losing move.
But why?
Whoa! What? Are we waiting for the camera to catch up? What is going on here? Is that... Look at how nervous they are. David is completely stoic right now. Look at the determination on his face. Is he about to win this game? Look at how nervous Kaczorova has suddenly become. I feel like something's happened here. It's not just... I don't think this is a fluke. I don't think this is a bug. This is not a false alarm. I think we've been looking for evidence of a crack in this defense for literally hours. Not even making that up. Have we just seen one? David settles down for a think. Less than a minute on the clock. He's going to use every second. I think he spotted an opportunity and he wants to make sure he makes the most of it. If this really is a chance for him to put the game away, you don't want to wait for a second chance. Oh my goodness, this is getting real tense. Judith, can you see the winning continuation here on the board?
I think bishop g3, because after king g5, knight f3 check would be possible.
Boom! Instantly played.
But the king on e4 should not be there. It should be on g2 for white.
David's eyes are honestly what I'm watching on the screen.
Yes,
right now.
suddenly he's in the mood.
You remember what we were saying about energy tomorrow? I don't know about energy tomorrow, but as far as energy right now is concerned, I have absolutely no doubt about it. David right now is on the hunt. He is looking for the full point. 50 seconds left. The knights come in. Where are we going? Bishop to the bottom of the board, away from the knight. Pawn push is now possible.
Okay, so black wants to bring the king to g5 and push the h-pawn. Wow.
Can he get to h5 for free? Can the white king try and stop that? I don't know, but we're down to the last 15 seconds on the clock now for Kaczorova. Looking for a resource. I'm guessing there's a reason the king can't move further towards those pawns. He's looking for an alternative move. 5 seconds left to go. Something has to happen. Knight moves away. 2 seconds left on the clock. 30 seconds increment added. 32 total for the player with the white pieces. This is a must-win game for England if they are to draw the match 2-2. Even ignoring this board result, I want to point out, even briefly, that Georgia have won 2 points so far. They've done a great job in this match. They're trying to get at least another half a point to take this home for the team. David fighting to survive for that salvageable 1 match point for England, and we are down to mere seconds on the clock.
Yes, crazy, but it's true that only seconds away. Now probably knight f3 is a good try, but black will not take it. Actually, he can even take it by now. Knight f3 is not even possible because the bishop is on e1, covering all the important squares. Knight f3, black can capture, and h3, and then white has no time to go around with his king. So it's an impossible. Oh, and he played it. Takes h3, gone. Bye-bye.
It's on the board. And I think this is almost the psychological victory at this point, right? Because you're thinking to yourself, okay, that's clearly the desperation maneuver. David's going to be using as much of the 42 seconds he has left on the clock to find out, can I actually take it? He's worked it out. He can take it. The confidence is there. King takes f3 is on the board. The pawn push has happened. I think they realize now that's got to be it. Resignation is on the cards. This is absolutely incredible.
And it's a Zugzwang for white. No way out. What a marathon. What a marathon they played.
Heartbreak for Georgia, although remember they still get a match point out of this. But David Howell slogging it out until the last for England. And, well, it's still a draw as far as the match is concerned, but on this board, it is very much coming home. 6 hours of torture. And so look at the emotion at that board. I can feel that from here. That is when you've played the game for so long and something slips under pressure. They're playing so fast now. He's just coming to terms with the loss. That's why David now has over 2 minutes. Absolutely incredible scenes. David Howell secures the draw for England. It's a 2-all draw with Georgia. David Howell picks up the full point on that board. Board number 1 saves the day for the England team. An absolutely phenomenal finish.
Yeah, it was an incredible game. This is what happens many times, you see. You touch every square with your bishop. You go around 3 times or 13 times, and then somehow in one way or another, the weaker player collapses. It happens so many times. I've seen it tons of times.
Wow, but it takes so much work to do that, though. Like, we were getting to, move 110, 115 before we finally saw the crack. And Judith, it's possible as well to miss the moment. You've been playing in this endgame for so long. When the opportunity comes up, it's not always that easy to see, right? But David was on it. He pounced straight away. He stopped at the board. He paused for a second, and then he realized what he had to do.
Exactly. Sometimes you don't spot out, but it is such a typical scenario what was happening. You have a draw, you fight it, and white played it for like 5 hours, and it was okay. So many times he made good moves, saving moves. He was there in halfway. It was in his hands, as we say it, that he gets the draw. But David was not giving away. He did not give up. He said, no, I'm going to be fighting for endlessly. I'm going to be moving around. So something should happen. And something happened.
Exactly. If it's a draw, you're going to need to prove it. Absolutely incredible scenes, folks. And that, of course, means that with the result of that game in the books, we can go ahead and show you folks the results from the top pairings here in round number 4. Let's first take a look at the open section. Ukraine pulling off the incredible victory over the United States, 2.5 to 1.5, and Hungary able to do the same against Italy. Lecco unfortunately losing the final game, but the team managed to carry the result through. India then beat Serbia 3.5, 2.5 before China narrowly beats Armenia. That was an absolute cracker of a match too. Vietnam, incredible scenes as they defeat Uzbekistan 3-1 and end their 22 match unbeaten streak. Poland beat Lithuania 2.5 to 1.5 and Azerbaijan defeat Montenegro 3-1. Spain only dropped half a point against Sweden and Norway defeats Slovakia by 3-1, and we just witnessed Georgia 2-2 with England. David Howell with the last gasp heroics to bring that match to a draw. So much action, and we managed to follow it all the way into the 6th hour, Judith. What an absolute pleasure to check those games out.
Oh, it was a fun day for me, definitely, that I could play a little chess and follow the Olympiad live. There are already some drama starting for the top teams, and it will make it extremely interesting. Who will win medals? Of course, we are very far from that yet, but still the tension is there already at a very early stage of the Olympiad.
Exactly.
As we've seen it, that even with the hires, the top guys, they failed and blundered, like Wesley So versus Ivanchuk, for example. So I'm very much looking forward for the next rounds also, but this was a really interesting and long day.
Let's take a look as well at the women's section. 181 teams competing, and also some fantastic results there. India only dropping one draw against France, and Hungary with a similar scoreline against Denmark, so not quite as close as some of the ones we have seen in the open section, but China defeating England 4-0. That really is a statement of intent, folks. Keep an eye on the Chinese team. Without their top players, they're still doing so well at the Olympiad. Ukraine draws against Turkey. Turkey was able to win the final board that was being played there, and the United States win against the Netherlands 3.5 to 0.5. Mongolia edge out Spain by 2.5 to 0.5, and Kazakhstan managed to do so to Serbia by exactly the same scoreline. Armenia defeat Vietnam 3-1, and Uzbekistan squeeze out the victory against Bulgaria. They've got the 2 match points. It might be by smallest of margins, but they have done it. And in the women's competition, Georgia do get the match victory. They take home 3 points versus 1 against Greece. So fantastic results on both sides of the draw, and I guess it only gets harder in round 5. And the crazy thing is, Judith, we're not even halfway.
Oh no, we are not even halfway. It's just the warming up period is done. Basically round 4, when already everybody got to know the playing hall, the toilets, the atmosphere, the buses, the hotel, the food, the city. So it's about the time when the players are feeling at home already.
So here's to remind you folks what you can expect on stream tomorrow onwards. Not too difficult a schedule to remember. 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. But bear in mind that the 17th of September is a rest day for the Olympiad. Sorry, what I meant was the 17th of September is the start of the Judith Polgar Chess Festival. Make sure, if you're in the area, to get yourself down there. And of course, round 7 and the Olympiad will resume on the 18th of September. Same time, same place. Right, that's the schedule. That's the results from the open and the women's section. I think, Judith, we are finally safe to wrap up for the day. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been absolutely wonderful, and it's been a pleasure and a privilege to commentate alongside you. Any final thoughts for our viewers at home?
Well, thanks very much. I enjoyed it a lot, and I do hope that our viewers also got to see a peek inside of the details of what's happening on the chessboard in this wonderful Chess Olympiad, where actually the players are really spoiled, because in the playing hall they have a lot of space, a lot of very comfortable area where they can play. So I do hope that in the next rounds we're going to see a lot of action and a lot of excitement. I have no doubt about it. And enjoy the rest of the Olympiad.
Absolutely. Make sure you enjoy. That's absolutely the number one thing. Enjoy yourselves, enjoy the stream, enjoy playing chess. This was round number 4 of the World Chess Olympiad, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be grinding like grandmasters once again tomorrow. That's 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 o'clock Central European Summertime. On behalf of myself, Grandmaster and legend Judith Polgar, and everybody behind the scenes who are able to make this stream possible, a huge thank you to everyone watching, especially to the bitter end, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. Have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you guys and do it all over again on the morrow. Ta-ta.